Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
The segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10 completion of the River Niger. It was scary, going into that, but with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect a total completion. Of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying, and still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. Yeah. No shaking, no fear, cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on. So come on, let's go. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I say energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy we're surplus, oh. We're surplus, oh. We're surplus, oh. Energy we're clean, oh. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. Oh, energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
This segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10th completion of the River Niger. It was scary, go into that. But with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect a total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying, and it's still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. No shaking off, yeah. Cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, so come on, let's go. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I say energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy we're surplus, oh. We're surplus, oh. We're surplus, oh. Energy we're clean, oh. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. Oh, energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will
Picture this. 614 kilometers.
It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas.
Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
The segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10 completion of the River Niger. I mean, it was scary, going into that, but with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect a total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, We're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying and still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum. Picture this, 614 kilometers of steel
the big lab. The novelist producer. morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Can we please take our respective seats as we commence this program? Thank you. Please take your respective seats. Thank you very much. Here we recognize the presence of the GCEO NNPC Limited, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari. You're most welcome, sir. A very good morning to you, distinguished guests, partners, participants, our virtual audience, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 2025 Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano AKK Gas Pipeline Business Development Forum. I think we deserve a round of applause at this point. Thank you very much. To commence this event, we will be starting with the national anthem. May we please rise for the Nigerian national anthem. Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you very much. You may please take your respective seats. In NNPC Limited, we prioritize safety at all times. On that note, I'd like to invite on stage Miss Loretta from that is the manager safety of the Bricks Point Hotel for the safety brief. Miss Loretta, please.
Good morning all and welcome. I'm here to put you through the safety drill for Bricks Point Asokoro because your safety is our main concern here. In case of a fire alarm, we have 3 exits in this hall. There are 2 to my left and 1 to my right. And in case of the alarm, please remain calm and you'll be instructed on what to do. Our muster point is straight down from the 2 exits on my left at the end of the parking lot by the gate. Enjoy your program. Thank you very much. You didn't tell us about the convenience. Okay, sorry. Sorry. To my left is the convenience that takes care of this hall. And when entering the convenience, because we have handicap access there, there's a bit of a slide there. Please watch your step as you go in and out of the convenience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that safety brief. And now on to the safety moment. May I please call on stage Mr. Amakiri from NNPC Limited. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. GCEO, EVPs, representative of government agencies, and heads of businesses. Permit me to stand on the already established protocol. We have just a short safety presentation for us. So this topic is something that is of interest to everybody in the industry. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to be exploring the relationship between ergonomics and workplace stress very quickly in 5 minutes or less. So as we are very familiar, ergonomics focuses on the designing of workplaces to fit capabilities and the limitations of individuals who work in those places. And then workplace stress is a negative physical, emotional response that occurs when the requirements of a job doesn't match the capabilities, resources, or needs of the worker. Now, what we do know for a fact is that these two things are related. So when employees experience physical discomfort or excessive mental strain due to poor ergonomics, it can lead to workplace stress. Now, two key factors we need to note are, one, human factors. These are ergonomic factors that have to do with biomechanics. It includes how you sit in the office, body positioning, repetitive motion, how you type on your computer, and exertion of forces. Another one, which is critical also, are environmental factors and workplace conditions. This has to do with temperature, smells, lighting, acoustics, and the general environment of the office. Now, what are the symptoms of workplace stress? There are so many of them, but some of them that we'll point out here are physical. Physical includes fatigue and headaches and others. Psychological includes things like depression, anxiety, and others. And then there are behavioral symptoms as well, absenteeism, aggression, and the likes. Now, what are the strategies that we can put in place to reduce workplace stress through ergonomics? One, you need to implement proper ergonomic positioning in the workplace so you reduce employee stress and improve productivity. Another thing you can do is that your workstation should be optimized so that it can improve posture, increase body support, and reduce awkward and unnecessary movement around, which can cause strain. Then stretching, taking regular breaks. You don't have to sit down all the time while working. These days, most people spend most times in front of their computer sitting down. So we need to increase our physical activity. After work, you could go to the gym, you could take up a hobby, tennis, swimming, and so on and so forth. And that will help to reduce your static body posture. Then other activities to reduce and manage workplace stress, you need to be able to have good work-life balance, stay organized, get good sleep, very important, and eat healthy. And also practice mindfulness, and if you have any concerns, then raise it with your medical practitioner. So in conclusion, these 3 points are what we should note. Workplace ergonomics requires that a person's work environment should be customized to their body and not vice versa. Organizations should ensure reasonable measures are in place to minimize ergonomic factors and workplace stress. Now, key to business leaders is the last point. Workplace stress poses a threat to the health and well-being of workers, and it also puts the health and profitability of organizations at risk. I hope this message would resonate with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amakiri. Thank you very much for that safety moment. It's about work stress. So learn to manage stress at work and at home as well. Do your physical activities and keep fit always. Thank you very much for that. This is the decade of gas. The federal government of Nigeria is committed to its drive for alternative sources of energy. In that light, NNPC Limited has a clear mandate to sustainably manage Nigeria's hydrocarbon resources while driving the country's energy transition and economic growth. I think we deserve a round of applause at this point. Thank you very much. This gathering is part of the fulfillment of this great mandate. The GCO, sir, all invited guests, partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're warmly welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum with the theme, AKK Pipeline Progress Updates and Opportunities Engagement, driven by the Gas and Power and New Energy Directorate of NNPC Limited. My name is Gloria Titilayo Okpara from the Corporate Communications team of NNPC Limited, and I am honored to be the moderator of this very auspicious event. And now to the dignitaries who are here on ground, I'd like to acknowledge their presence. So we acknowledge the presence of the GCO NNPC Limited, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari. A round of applause for him, please. You're welcome, sir. And we also have the presence of Honorable Nicholas Mutu, the Chairman, House Committee on Gas. You're welcome, sir. Okay. And then we also have it in our presence Alhaji Muhammad Abdul Kader, the former EVP Gas and Power. Here with us as well is Alhaji Kabir Rabiu, the Group Executive Director, Boa Group. You're welcome. Also, we have Mr. Joseph Musa, the Director, Gas, representing the Authority Chief Executive, NMDPRA. You're most welcome, sir. So as time goes on, we will keep... Sorry. My apologies, sir. Okay. So we also have in our midst Engineer Yusuf Usman, who is a board member of NNPC Limited. You're most welcome, sir. Then we also have in our midst Mr. Emmanuel Makjaja, the Director of Production Allocation, representing the Chief Executive of the Commission, Engineer Benga Komolafe of NUPRC. We also have in our midst Mrs. Ruth Audu Nunge, the Director, Gas, MPR, Ministry of Petroleum. Thank you very much. So as we go ahead, we will keep updating the list of those who are here present. We are thrilled to have you all here. Even if your name is not mentioned here, you're equally very important to us. Thank you very much for being here. And for the opening remarks, join me welcome the chief host, our able, visionary, goal-oriented GCEO of NNPC Limited, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will first of all like to start by, protocols all observed. Thank you all for coming, and really appreciate that. But Lekon and all the gas folks, NNPC, can you just stand up? So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you these ladies and gentlemen who have, within a very short time, pulled this off together And I just want us to appreciate them, please. Thank you. Thank you. Please sit down. Thank you very much. It's really, really great, distinguished colleagues, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pride and profound sense of purpose that I welcome you all to this business development workshop ahead of the completion of the main line of the Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano, the AKK gas pipeline. Today, we do not acknowledge the nearing completion of an engineering marvel only. We collectively recognize the need to work hard, or let me even say harder, together to make sure the full benefit of this pipeline of prosperity is fully realized. This is a milestone in Nigeria's journey towards energy security, economic revitalization, and industrial resilience. The AKK pipeline is more than infrastructure. It is a lifeline for economic advancement, job creation, and national integration. Its strategic significance is in unlocking the vast gas reserves of Nigeria to power homes, industries, and innovations across the country cannot be overstated. The AKK gas pipeline is a strategic economic catalyst for Nigeria and is poised to reshape the landscape in the following and so many other ways. First, power generation and industrial growth. The pipeline will supply up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day, fueling power plants in Abuja, Kaduna, Kano, and others. This will revive industries, especially in the northern Nigeria, where I grew up. And I still remember all those industries, those days in Kaduna, and all the trips to Kano. And sometimes when I look back, it's tough to even understand why. I remember the cotton yards we used to go to those days. And as a young man, how we used to transcend most of those farms and industries. It is my personal vision that we see all of these come back. We also have the textiles hubs like in Kakuri, industrial area in Kaduna that I just mentioned, industries in Sharada and Bombay in Kano, and expected to bounce back, creating thousands of jobs. Job creation and local content. Over 1,900 skilled and semi-skilled Nigerians have already been employed directly on the project. Thousands more will be employed once the pipeline becomes operational due to economic spin-offs that will occur all across the sectors. GBIs and industrial parks being developed in Ajaokuta, Kano, and other along the AKK corridor and catchment areas will not only deliver incremental tax revenue to government, but also create employment and other ancillary opportunities. Economic diversification and energy security. The AKK pipeline supports Nigeria's decade of gas initiatives aimed at reducing reliance on oil and expanding gas-based industries. It enhances energy equality by extending gas infrastructure to the northern region, which have historically lagged behind in access to energy. Transportation and agriculture. The pipeline will deepen compressed natural gas adoption for transport, lowering fuel costs and emissions. Transportation of food from the north to other regions of the country and sub-Saharan Africa. It's expected to support agro-processing industries, improving value chains, and rural economies. Next, regional integration and export potential. Future extensions could link Nigeria to North Africa, opening transcontinental gas trade routes and economic uplift. I'm a great enthusiast in connecting Africa, so this is a unique opportunity as well for us to do our part in connecting this sub-region. Next is clean energy credentials. The pipeline will transport natural gas, which is the cleanest burning fuel, fossil fuel, emitting significant less carbon dioxide, and coal or oil when used for power generation. Diesel will be displaced massively with the coming of this pipeline. This aligns with Nigerians' commitment to the gas flare commercialization program, which repurposes gas flare for productive use. In short, the AKK pipeline isn't just laying steel. It's ensuring that the good people of Nigeria realize the full benefits derivable from our God-given resources. It's also important to just say a little bit more how we came about this workshop, and that's why I ask you to appreciate Lekon and the rest of the team. Right. When I resumed and I was getting briefed, and I'm still being briefed, by the way, NNPC is quite a large organization. I'm still on my vertical learning curve, and still a long way to go. I took a deep interest in this pipeline because of all the stories you've heard and all the challenges, and I've had a lot of comments from different people asking this. There's a lot of money that's gone to this pipeline. I think it's time for us to freeze it. And I'm sure most of you have heard similar comments. So I sat with the team and we looked at what was going on, and I was quite impressed and intrigued by the deep talents that we have in NNPC, the hard work that people were putting in, and several discussions around our recovery strategy. As you all know, and you may have already heard, this team has not only worked so hard to deal with significant commercial and technical issues, inviting new contractors, reviewing the issues to ensure that we have the technical solutions that allowed us to cross the River Niger. That was a major, major undertaking. Let's appreciate them. Then as we commenced the conversation with the team, I was then asking, so this pipeline is coming on. How are we doing with respect to the utilization? Because the challenge that has impeded progress of gas development in Nigeria has been connecting producers to the end users. That chain, everybody second guesses the other person. The guys who need to invest in the upstream are always wondering, they don't want to go and invest and find out that the gas uptake is not ready. And then the guys who need to invest in the downstream and extension are also skeptical that they don't want to put all the investment until they are assured that the gas will be supplied. So at the end of the day, everybody keeps second-guessing each other, and overall, our collective progress has been impeded for several years. So we put heads together to say, what do we do about this? What else could we do? And I think the team came up with a fantastic idea to say, you know what, why don't we look at opportunities to start connecting the end users with the suppliers and those of us who are working the project, essentially, so that we can start the journey. It is our country. It is our destiny. We have to take control of it. And that was how this workshop came about. And again, let's appreciate this team. And it is an indication of, what I will say with all sense of humility, the determination of the new NNPC. NNPC has made significant progress. There's been a lot of progress. We are very determined to work with all of you. We are very clear in our mind that we can't do this alone. We are very resolute around partnerships that work, partnerships that we co-create, where we determine successes, where we make compromises with all key stakeholders to ensure that we make progress. My commitment to you and to all parties here today is that please, our doors are open. We don't know it all. If there are areas where we have blind side, we will be open to discuss, and we are determined to work with you to find solutions that drives Nigerians' progress. As we gather to chart the next step for operational readiness and stakeholder alignment, let us all reaffirm our shared commitment to excellence, safety, and sustainability. The work ahead demands collaboration, foresight, and unwavering resolve, and judging by the spirit of all the people I've seen, all the work that we've all done, and your presence today, I'm confident that we are all ready to work together. As I look through the agenda this morning of today's session, I see solution platforms that focuses on boosting gas supply. As I said earlier on, we need that to be clear. Encouraging private sector investment, that's what will really unlock the opportunities we've talked about. Encouraging everyone I encourage all of us to please participate actively, drop those ideas. This is the beginning of a journey. We're probably going to have multiple of sessions like this. I call these, myself and Lekon, a family meeting. This is a family meeting of delivering the value from AKK. And as you can see, it's not a big jamboree, so I'm hoping that all of us will be very active and will put our voice and contribute to the discussions going forward. Let me thank all the panelists that will be doing justice on the array of topics for discussion and for the expected invaluable insights, expositions that will follow. Finally, I want to thank every one of you who has ensured this solution platform sets a sail. Thank you all for being part of this important moment, and I look forward to a very successful outcome that propels us to success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, GCO, sir, for that very impressive address. Just so you know, the GCO NNPC Limited is the motivation behind this business forum. This was actually slated for the end of the year, but he brought it forward that this must happen and it must happen now. So he is spurred to drive collaboration, profitable investment, unlock opportunities, and with shared commitment and excellence. He deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much. Also, again, we would like to recognize the presence of Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi, who is the Program Director and Chief Executive, PCNGI. You're welcome, sir. Also, we have in our midst Mr. Nagendra Verima, the MD, NIPCO Gas. You're welcome. Once again, we will give a round of applause to the EVP, Gas, Power, and New Energy, Mr. Olalekan Ogunleye, who has led this program as the host with his MDs, MD NGML, NGIC, NNEL, NGPIS, and also the MDGACN. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. And now we move into another segment of this program for an update on the status and completion of AKK pipeline, path forward, including completion, risk, and mitigation. We will have with us, giving us this presentation, the MD, NNPC Gas Infrastructure Company, NGIC, Engineer Audu Ibrahim. Engineer Audu, you're welcome, please.
Good morning, all. Welcome all to the AKK Business Development Forum. My name is Engineer Audu Ibrahim, MD NGIC. So my job today is just to take us through the project so far. I mean, what has been done. Clearly, it's an update on the status of the AKK pipeline, the path forward, including, thank you. So the path forward including completion risks and mitigation. So the presentation outline is as follows: the AKK journey so far, project overview, performance outlook, revised delivery strategy, completion risks and mitigation, and then conclusion. So the AKK journey started sometime 2007 with a conceptual design. And then we'll move forward to sometime 2015, engage ILF in Germany, to then carry out a front-end engineering design. And then a lot of work went through tendering, and then we got the project order sometime in 2018. Concept of award initially was contractual finance. We worked through that, and then sometimes 2020, we then kicked the project off. And then currently, construction ongoing, clear pathway to completion in 2025, 2026. So the project actually was born out of the Nigerian Gas Master Plan, approved sometime in 2008 as part of the gas infrastructure blueprint. So it recognizes the Western system, which is the 36 Escravos Lagos pipeline system, 1 and 2, and then the EIIJ, which is, by the way, the EPS Ibafor Ibadan Jeba pipeline system. So that's one leg. And then the second leg is the interconnection. The interconnection pipeline, which is the OB3 pipeline system, that started somewhere in OBOB and then terminates in Auburn. This pipeline has been completed with also another river standing there to be crossed. It's about a 130-kilometer pipeline system. So practically we'll have about 128 completed with just about 2 kilometers left as a river crossing to be crossed and then completed. And then we have the Trans-Nigerian Gas Pipeline, which includes the AKK pipeline project, which is the subject of discussion today. So this recognizes key objective to grow the Nigerian economy in 3 levers. One is to maximize the multiplier effects of the gas in domestic economy, power GBIs, and then also optimize the market share, competitiveness in export market, and then assurance of long-term energy security in Nigeria. So this is the project overview. So you would realize you have the red line all the way traveling to somewhere down in Ajaokuta, you can see there. And then you have Abuja all the way through Kaduna, Zaria, and then terminate in Kano. So basically, you have the TNGP. The TNGP actually has about 3 levers. One of them is the AKK. You have what we call the COOP. That's the QIT Obigbo OB3 pipeline system. And then you also have the OUA, which is the Obigbo Umuahia Ajaokuta. That was going to be a second ring pipeline system that would then augment the supply to the AKK. Currently, the AKK has a 36-inch by 196-kilometer existing pipeline system from Auburn to Ajaokuta, and then you also have a 24-inch pipeline. So you have a double pipeline, a 36 and 24 actually supplying gas to Ajaokuta where the AKK originates. So practically what that does for us is at the operation stage, you then have inflow from the EPS, Auburn, and then you then have the offtake, which are the 3 IPPs that actually underpin this project. So the power plant in Abuja, in Kaduna, and Kano. Currently, the Abuja the Abuja IPP had gone beyond 50%. That we treat as a major anchor project for this pipeline project. And then also to support the GBIs. So you have 100 and 1,350 megawatts in Abuja and Kaduna, and then 900 eventually in Kano. So this is the project performance outlook. It's actually 122 kilometers. You would see by your left the light green, which is segment 1. That is about 322 kilometers. It's complete from the very beginning to the end. We have a continuity of pipeline from KP 303 all the way to Kano. That pipeline is complete. It's welded, it's pre-commissioned, it's tested, it's ready to receive gas. But that's the second segment. We have the first segment, which is then to your right, which is a deep green. You would realize that in terms of the sequence of activity, the stringing completed, welding largely completed, so you have also field joint coating, near completion with some minimal outstanding, and then you have ditching, lowering, pre-commissioning yet to start. That is where all of the energy today is going to. We've moved the team in segment 2, where we've completed, all to segment 1, all driving through completing this first and most important segment, because without completing this first segment, we are not able to then get gas to segment 2. And thankfully, and with the support of the GCO and the EVP, Gas, Power, and New Energy, with their support, we've been able to push through. We've been able to do quite a lot of creative rearrangement. And then the most critical success factor of the project, which is the River Niger crossing, has actually been completed. This, for us, has given us a pathway. As a pathway, it's been de-risked the project. All of the outstanding work are visible. So today, overall completion of this project is 86.05%. That's where it stands, and we're hopeful that by November 30th, we should have the pipeline end-to-end mechanically completed. So typical of projects, there are usually challenges, and this is not an exception. So for this project, standing major challenge for us was the security threat. We have security challenge sections of the project, specifically around circuit power. It's almost an impossible situation. We had to engage creative solutions by deploying technology, and then with the support of the government security forces, to then have a prior knowledge of what the site situation looks like for us to be able to then get our team to site and then back. This was quite challenging, but it's behind because this section now has been completed. And then we have the difficult terrain, which is rocky and all of that. We have river crossings, one of which was the River Niger. And then we started the project with COVID-19. COVID-19 was also, it was at the heat of COVID that we started. But thankfully, we had to deal with all of the procurement issues, particularly around the COVID period, and we've been able to surmount all that. One of also the challenge were the resources. This project is unique, a 40-inch by 614 kilometer. It's never been done in the country. It's a project that is done for the very first time. So you agree with me that we do not have the required resources. We have had to go out of the shores of Nigeria to get the required resources to then come get this project done. So these are some of the major challenges. We can't list all. And then some key lessons. The contracting strategy, we think we can do better going forward. A situation where we lock all of the scope, a major project, we hand it over to a single contractor. We will never do that. We will be looking at a situation where we can procure long lead items from our procurement decks directly, and then de-risk that, and then again get multiple contractors to then de-risk the project. We deploy them within certain segments. That way, we're able to de-risk the project significantly as against what we faced. And then route freezing is very important. Early definition of the pipeline route is very, very important. This was also another challenge that we'd have to go through. And then a detailed front-end engineering design, not just desktop, but then also having, boots on ground so that we recognize the feature of the right-of-way. It's very, very important. And then having the right contract that enables leadership intervention where necessary is most important. And then forward planning, for construction is also constructability review as much as possible also is a key lesson. So this is our revised strategy, mainline completion by end of 2025, and then the terminal gas station, the intermediate picking station, and the BVSAs are to be closed 2026. So just again to reiterate NNPC commitment that we're taking these bold, innovative steps to expedite completion of the AKK, to unlock the opportunity that comes to this project. So again, these are the completion risks and mitigation, security, which I spoke to. We have had to deploy a multi-layer security architecture to deal with the challenge. Also, the difficult terrain, special construction zone, which I spoke to, the rocky terrain, the river crossings that we had to deal with, and then also ensuring the right resources, and then also, most importantly, weather. We have a section within the right-of-way where every year it is completely flooded. It is also part of the reason why we had to approach the river crossing in a very novel way, such that we don't then get into that flood season where we might have to demobilize. So I close the presentation by, again, saying that the completion of the River Niger crossing has enabled a clear pathway to the realization of the AKK project and will unlock the potential social and economic opportunities along the transit state and across the country at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very insightful presentation. The AKK is poised to revive industries and spur economic growth across the nation. Thank you very much for that. And then we will also like to recognize the presence of the Executive Chairman, Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, PCNGI, Barrister Ismail Ahmed. You're most welcome. So the GCO has directed that for each presentation, we will take questions and answer. This will just make it very interactive for our audience. So please, if you have any inquiries, any questions, comments, you may please raise your hands so we can have our SMEs respond to your inquiries. Thank you very much. I can see a hand over there. Can I please have a microphone across to her?
Thank you very much. My name is Yetunde Taiwo from First EMP. So I have two questions for the MD. One is just the clarity. I think I heard him say that the OB3 pipeline had been completed as well. So that's something we'd want to get confirmation about, because really, I mean, when I think about gas supply to AKK. That's one of the biggest gas resources that we could actually enable to get gas to the AKK. And then my second question is on the challenges. I would have probably want to hear more about funding challenges because that's one of the, will I say, setback that we've had has plagued the AKK. So those are my two questions, really. Status of the OB3 crossing, and then the strategy for funding the AKK pipeline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Engineer Audu, you may please respond.
Thank you, Yetunde, for your question. You're absolutely right on your first question when you say that the OB3 was, you had an issue with the completion. So OB3 is a 130 kilometer, 48-inch pipeline system. Out of the 130 kilometer, 128 has been completed. So from the origin of the pipeline at the CTMS in OBOB to the river, it's about 15 kilometers. And then you have the river crossing, which is 2 kilometers. Beyond the river crossing, 113 has been completed and has also been operationalized. With flowing gas, over 600 million scoff today within that segment that has been commissioned. The AHL gas all comes in there, platform, the KGG gas, all of those inventory empties into that section that has been commissioned. The only asset that has actually been deferred, which we found another pathway for the asset to the marketplace, is the anno asset that is somewhere at the eastern side, all right? So what we've done is to find a pathway for that asset to the market, to the export market, pending when the OB3 river crossing is completed. And we are replicating the same strategy we've used for the AKK. And what we're doing is the technology that we've deployed there, of course, I'm sure you know all of the histories of all of the effort that has gone into crossing River Niger. We've deployed technology that we have come to realize that it wasn't a fit for purpose. And so we've had a stakeholder review all of that, and then we found a new strategy, and we're moving the same creative approach to the OB3 River Niger crossing. And hopefully, we should put that also behind. And so this temporal solution that takes the Renaissance gas, to the export market, we would then reverse it and then bring it back to the domestic market once the River Niger is crossed. Funding is a challenge today. We've got a lot of projects, in flight, and we're unable to land them because we needed the right funding. But we're dealing with that, and then we're also engaging. We have all of the initiative, to attract funds that will enable us close this gap. And we're open to several other partnerships for some of the new opportunities because we can't do it all alone. We don't have what it takes to do it all alone. So we're reaching out to partnership. A lot of groups that we've engaged that has shown interest, and we're very hopeful that these doors will be unlocked, and then we get most of these new leg, particularly the outstanding TNGP sections, which is the COOP I spoke to, the QIT Obigbo to OBOB pipeline system, and then the OUA. These are also most important projects that we'll have to complete for us to have the Nigerian gas master plan, the ring, architecture that enables gas flow all across the country. So thank you for the question, and I hope this addresses it. Thank you.
Good morning once again, everyone, and thanks Yetunde for that question, for the two questions. But more importantly, thanks to you for your consistent support and business collaboration with NNPC over many, many decades. I just want to add a bit on the funding side to say that all thanks to the federal government, the President of the Federal Republic, to the National Assembly, with the passage of the PIA, NNPC is now in a different situation, in a different reality. And it's, as a factual matter, important to then say that with the coming on board of this new NNPC leadership, which is, as you know, extremely commercial, with a board that is extremely professional, that journey has now been accelerated. And funding, while still a major area of focus, it's not so much of an issue again, because traditionally, like every corporate, NNPC now can go to the money market and borrow money for bankable products, just based on its profile and based on the commercial credentials of those projects. And so we're fortunate we have a fantastic finance directorate. They are working day and night. And I can assure you that the funding solution is in sight for all our critical projects. And so in NNPC of today, the mantra is bring a bankable project and you will get funding. And so this is important to say that. So I will not allow Gloria to introduce me. I will just introduce myself. Oh, there's one more question.
Thank you very much, sir. You can't run away from me introducing you, so you have to wait for that. Thank you very much. So we'll have one more question before the next presentation. I think I saw a hand here. I want to be fair. We have a female now. We can't have a male. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Salis Ibrahim. Please, how did you, or rather, what challenges have you faced, especially in managing the interfaces between the diverse, contractors and the stakeholders, especially the community stakeholders that you cut across while laying down the AKK? Thank you.
So thank you, Salis Ibrahim, for the question. Stakeholder management is very key to the delivery of the project. Running through 614-kilometer pipeline, right of way, is a whole lot of community. It's a whole lot. So the very first and most important thing was we had CAS units of NNPC took the leadership. We have also corporate communication. We had quite a lot of engagement with the different community to get them on board, to understand exactly what we're doing and what this project stands to do for them. Because with community, they need to know exactly what is in it for them. And they need to really understand what is also coming ahead. So all of that engagement happened. And as the project started, obviously, you would also face challenges here and there, right? With people who are probably uncomfortable with the compensation that has been done to them. You would have others even reaching out, with litigation and all of that. But what the team has done is to be proactive, is to nip it before it escalates. So with AKK, what we have done is to reach out to any aggrieved, stakeholder and ensure we contain whatever the challenges are. With the multiple also entity subcontractors, because you're crossing a river, you need to reach out to newer road crossings, you need to go to Ministry of Works, you need permits, all of the permits here and there. A lot of this engagement is a whole unit of its own. As a matter of fact, it's like a company of its own. Without extensive stakeholder management, this project would not have been a reality. So a lot happened within that section. And this is still ongoing. And even what we're doing today here is all about stakeholder engagement. It's for people to know exactly what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MD, sir, for that very robust response. I'd like to also let us know that we have our partners and investors that have joined us virtually. A round of applause for them, please. So for those who joined us virtually, if you have your questions or comments, you may please post it on the chat box, and then we will have our SMEs respond to you. So at this point, we will have a break on these questions and answers. We know that there are lots of questions on our minds, but this is the reason we are here. You can always engage afterwards. Thank you very much. So to present to us an overview of commercial opportunities derivable from AKK is no other but our host, the gas master, as I call him, is the Executive Vice President, Gas, Power, and New, Mr. Olalekan Ogunleye. You're welcome, sir.
So this is to move it forward, and this is to move it back. Good morning. Good morning once again, distinguished guests, our leaders, the GCO, all our leaders present, NNPC board members, our orgas in the industry. A lot of them don't want us to mention their name. We'll mention some of them, their names. Oga Abdul Kabir, Oga Yusuf, Oga Seidu. It's a honor to have all of you join us. And Gloria, that gas master thing, I'm just hearing that one for the first time. Oh. There's no gas master. So apart from just the welcome, it's just appreciation. And I'll try to be quick about this. The reason for appreciation is that often we take it for granted in the gas sector, the level of collaboration that we have, that we continue to sustain. We've had the decade of gas now for a bit. There's been a transition to a new government, and the program still remains. And instead of dwindling, it's gathering more momentum at every level, whether it's presidency, National Assembly, NNPC, oil and gas participants. There's that level of collaboration and partnership in the gas sector. And under the leadership of the GC of NNPC, personally, I'm seeing now a surge in collaboration and partnership in the oil segment as well. Every 2 weeks, there's a meeting of the leaders of the oil companies, and we're discussing collaboration to optimize costs, rig sharing, all sorts of interesting concepts. So it's a very unique time, and it's important that we recognize this. My topic is overview of the commercial opportunities, and I must be upfront in saying that mine is just to simulate conversations and start the discussion, because it's just going to be a perspective, and the whole idea is to then, in the ensuing panels, we build on that, and we all bring our insights to bear. And I won't go into the details, but it's just mainly set the context, highlight some of the commercial opportunities we see, and give some specific recommendations on how we think we can maximize the benefit accruable from this pipeline. And the reason for this is because, you know, as a people, and the GCO said that in his address, it's not just a piece of steel. It's not just, you know, to move gas. It's how do we translate this into better economic outcomes for the people of Nigeria? How do we make this improve the standards of living for the great and exceptional people of this very. Don't dwell on the project overview. The subject matter expert has dealt on that. It's a major infrastructure, 614 kilometers, traverses several states, can flow 2.2 BCF of gas. As you will see subsequently, even some of the major pipelines globally are not on this scale in terms of capacity to transport gas. So again, to context, often, there are questions about AKK, sustainability, etc. But it's important, so what we've just tried to do is to give an illustration with the the most commercial pipeline, gas pipeline in Nigeria today, which is the Alps. And to remind us that when the Alps started, it actually had just one customer. Today, with AKK, we're actually in a slightly better situation. We have a couple of power plants. We have NGML that has proactively gone ahead, engaged the market with their partners, and they've signed off over 331 million scoop of gas to customers. And but it's important to bear in mind that in 1988, when the Alps started commercial operation, it was just one customer. The principal markets are known, Lagos, Ogun, Benin. And that the initial growth did not come until like 4 years after, when what was called then the West African Portland Cement, now Lafarge, came on stream. And NGC, NGC then was a bundled service. It was a gas transportation business and gas marketing. But now there's been a segregation into NGIC and NGML. And so NGC did not start to engage the market until 92, 93, and started gas distributor franchises. Some of the people who know this history are here. Prof is sitting in the audience. And so it's a sign of progress that even before the pipeline, the AKK is completed, that market activism is going on. And it's even going to get more impetus because on the sideline of this event, NGML is signing a number of gas distribution contracts. And I think we should recognize that and give them a round of applause. Then, still on the Alps, it was 2011 that the international dimension came on board and the gas supply via the Alps to the West African gas pipeline came on stream. And the initial volume was 2020. We struggled initially to even deliver on half of this, but it has since sped up. Then further down, the industrial development picked up. And then you had the power plants, Omotosho, Olorun Shogo, and you had commercial customers like Ewekoro, Dangote, Bua, etc., then came along. And around 2015, it was clear that the pipeline had to be expanded. And so we then had ELPS 2, which was commissioned in 2018, doubling the capacity to 2.2 BCF, which is approximately the same capacity of the ELPS today, of the AKK today. And the increased capacity then allowed us to do other transactions with Dangote Fertilizer. Lekki has become today the biggest industrial hub in Nigeria, and we're looking for how to even expand gas supply to Lekki because of the surge in demand. And the improvement initiatives continues. We have a midline compression project that is going to be commissioned towards the end of the year to enable us flow more gas on the Alps. We have the Odidi Wari, a number of initiatives. So the second key message here is that today, the ELPS has over 150 commercial customers, just industrial customers, and these are major customers, apart from the minor ones. It's delivering up to 40% reduction in OPEX to industries, making sure that they're profitable, that they can expand, that more Nigerians can be employed, and that we're delivering, and they can pay more tax revenue through the improved profitability. So overall, this is an illustration of the kind of success that we can see from a major backbone infrastructure in the gas sector. On average, from 2015 till 2024, the ELPS has been doing an average of 200 billion SCOF throughput on an annual basis. So this is tremendous business. Moving on, it's not just in Nigeria. A major gas infrastructure pipeline is always a major source of economic contribution in any society. So we've used Transco as an example in the US. It's an old pipeline, 1950, 42-inch, 16.9 kilometers, so it traverses about 12 states. It supplies over 250 million SCOF to Henry Hub, which is the major gas pricing hub in the US, as most of us know. Henry Hub itself has a 1.8 BCF capacity, which is lower than the AKK capacity, lower than ELPS capacity. And so we're not doing badly in the domestic arena. In terms of economic contributions, it's the same power plants, LNG facilities, methanol, gas-based industry, etc. And the economic spin-off is tremendous. It's in billions of dollars. So the economic rationale for a forum like this is clear, that these major gas infrastructures are major economic development enablers, and they allow the realization of the potentials of gas. So what we've tried to do is to give an overview of the commercial opportunities that we see. In terms of gas distribution, I've spoken to what NGML and partners are doing, engaging with the market, developing opportunities. If you go to Kano, you have at least 6 industrial parks with industries that are struggling, and they can't wait to get gas to improve operational efficiency, improve their cost of doing business, and be able to expand their operations. So this is an area that we are pushing, and NGML is in the hall, and they're engaging. And please, if you're in industry, and that's why for this forum, we focus attention on inviting the state government representative and the chambers of commerce to start and continue the engagement to collaborate on opportunities. So gas distribution, major. Industrial parks, when we all know the potentials of industrial park. As NNPC, we're not on the sideline. As usual, we are promoting an industrial park in Karo, working with GSCN, working with Nasarawa state government, and this is structured around the lithium, the emerging mining business in Nasarawa state, which is energy intensive. In Kano, we are also promoting an industrial park. We're doing the same in Gwagwalada on the back of our power plant in Gwagwalada, so that the power plant will have a captive customer, and so this is work in progress. Again, the message is NNPC is open for business, open for collaboration. The GCO spoke to it, win-win partnership, but the aspect to note is the win-win. We've moved away from those days that we're doing things that, we struggled in terms of commercial logic. And I'm happy that my friend Kabir is smiling. Because we are discussing win-win partnership. Power is a major focus. We're promoting The Abuja IPP is going to be commissioned end of next year. Early works on Kaduna IPP and Kano IPP are in flight. We're looking at other things like power trading, gas-based industries. If there's any single message I want to leave today, is to pay attention to the potentials of the gas-based industries on the AKK corridor. And this is something that I believe our private sector colleagues will pay attention to. And again, NNPC is available to progress those discussions in terms of, but with serious entities who are focused on developing win-win opportunities. Moving on, so it's important at this junction that I acknowledge that there's a special group of people here today that we just want to recognize. They're the gas producers. Please, if you are from a gas producing company, can you please stand up, please? Because Yetunde, gas producing company. If you are from a gas producing company, please stand up. So one of the major rationale for today, and I believe the GCO spoke to it, is to step up on our collaboration on the opportunities. This event is about you, and I know several companies are online, they've joined. It's how can we come together and develop new opportunities. The simple message to you, and there's going to be a presentation this morning on another variant of commercial construct for GBIs that we are testing with you, which is on a winning buyer, winning seller basis to encourage incremental gas development for the GBI. And so we are moving away from stipulations to bilateral commercial discussions, again, on a win-win basis. And so our gas producers, please stay engaged. AKK is coming. Please stay focused on harvesting opportunities on the back of this. CNG, mini LNG, a couple of months ago, the Gas Exporting Country Forum wrote to NNPC and said, we want you to give a lecture on the mini LNG. We saw that in one day, 5 mini LNG were groundbreaking took place. It's for a reason, and it's important that we see and we recognize what is going on. In the CNG sector, it's amazing. The message is simple. This is not the first time that CNG commercialization started in Nigeria. It started before 2008. But for this time, it's different because at every level, from the President of the Federal Republic to the minister to NNPC leadership, all participants are together in focusing on areas of ameliorating hardship for the people of Nigeria. And on my way here, my colleague was telling me that just yesterday, an Uber driver that picked him up said, look, I've been doing Uber for 4 years. If you know what I was going through, there were times when, even though I was working, I was still asking for a handout. But today, my cost of operation, which is fuel, has crashed by over 60%. And I find myself sending money to people. So it's real. CNG is real. But what is more important is that the private sector is responding. In where we stand in NNPC, people are coming to us day and night, telling us we want to invest in mother stations. We want you to partner with us. They're not even asking for money. They're saying, how can we support, how can we work together? And that's why we're having the event tomorrow, the CNG, Auto CNG event. The mandate from the leadership of NNPC is de-risk gas supply. And we're working to fulfill that mandate to make sure that in Nigeria today, if you're investing in the CNG value chain, NNPC guarantees gas supply to you. Simple. So again, CNG, mini LNG, areas of opportunity. Because we say the gas is the opportunity space, and it must not be a speech. We must deliver on that promise. So again, some of the recommendations on how we can optimize this benefit, and it's not on an exhaustive basis. Ease of doing business. And on this issue, I just want to be upfront. When we talk about ease of doing business, we're not just pointing the fingers, we're pointing at ourselves too. We're having these conversations as NNPC with my colleagues at every corner of our business to say, you must make it easy for people to do business in Nigeria. It must not be a speech, it must become a reality. In NGIC, in NGML, we have initiatives that are driven around ease of doing business. And so, in these 2 days, please speak to us. Please tell us your pain points. Please let's continue this conversation, because the commitment of the leadership of NNPC is that we must deliver on the ease of doing business. But we've also invited the states, because we've started engaging the states. And to say, you have 5 mini LNG projects in Kogi. Kogi state government, what are you doing about ease of doing business? Do you have a one-stop shop that can just, manage all aspects of transaction, land acquisition, licensing, etc.? So this is a major issue, and we must continue this conversation about ease of doing business, not as a slogan, but as a reality. Developing specific markets. I've talked about what we're doing in Nasarawa. Kano has its own fascination. Different markets have different unique peculiarities. So we must develop commercial structures and commercial solutions that fits into the respective market. We've talked about our NNPC leveraging on win-win partnership in the energy sector and its credentials. At the risk of sounding immodest, but as a factual matter, NNPC is the biggest energy corporate in Africa with the biggest energy resources, gas, oil. We are open for business. In the biggest market in Africa, if you want to be in the energy business or you want to do business in the energy space, we are your natural partner. It's simple. So we are open for business. Take us up on this. Creativity and innovative financing solutions. Financing, Yetunde asked the question, financing will always be an issue, but the antidote to financing is bankable projects. And so I just want to encourage everyone, in Nigeria today, in our sector today, the focus is more on financing institutions that understand our markets. And so instead of fantasizing over the global players, is the Afrexim of the world, is the AFC, so the good news is we're now developing an energy bank, which is going to be African, based in Abuja, energy sector focus. And so it's important that we all embrace that creativity in, solving the financing challenge. And again, we're happy to work with you in this regard. Continuous public engagement, the GCO, he stepped out so I can gossip about him. So he was, in his speech, he said, the team did this and all that. But it was true, actually, that we had the briefing, and during the briefing, he said, you must have this public engagement. You must engage the gas producers. You must engage the investors. You must bring everyone together. And we said, yes, we have that plan. We want to do it in December. We had the AKK Forum, 29th of July, 2021, and we're going to have another one in December. He said, that's fine. Start early engagement with the market. So for us, we have Mrs. Adaobi Oniwinde, who is our public communication specialist. There's a reason she's here. It's to build a structure around the public engagement, engaging the business community, telling the stories around these opportunities, and making sure that Nigerians know that depending on your level, there's something for everyone, and that we must all participate in this opportunity space. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say thank you once again. I just want to encourage us, let's be less formalistic, let's engage, let's create opportunities, let's make it work. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, EVP, sir. I think he deserves a bigger round of applause. So in his presentation, he told us about the AKK gas infrastructure as a major economic development enabler, and NNPC Limited is open to business and strategic collaboration. So our doors are open. We are open to business, and you can please come in. So in this forum, deals will be sealed, agreements will be signed. So please, let's use this opportunity to make our economic growth in Nigeria worthwhile. Thank you very much. So at this point, we will take 2 questions for the EVP. May I see your hands, please? And for those who joined us virtually, our partners, please, you can raise a virtual hand, and we could call you to unmute and speak. Questions, please. Okay, I have one person. Can we get the microphone to her, please? Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, distinguished EPP and all the MDs. My name is Anlo from PCC. So my question is, under these franchises tie-in policies, is there opportunities for our smaller players? Because when we bring foreign investments and when we come to the lines, there are restrictions of big players, Azela, NIPCO, also Falcon, companies like that. So is there any way that the secondary tariff tie-in can be regulated so that to give the other players more chances? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, thank you. So I'll just answer the question right away. So thank you, and there are 2 questions in one. The first one is about tie-in, and the second one is about access to gas distribution pipeline. So on tie-in, just to say to you that just yesterday we were having our NGIC Operational Excellence meeting, and one of the discussions we were having is finding the right balance between a pro-commercial approach that allows anyone who wants to flow gas to have access to the network, and balancing that with the need for network integrity to protect the network itself. Because like every pipe, if you puncture it randomly, then at some point there is an integrity consequence. So we are working that space to make sure that if you need to tie into a pipeline, either as a major network, it will not be economically punitive for you, and you have to do a 30-kilometer pipeline and all that. So that's work in progress, and I will represent that. Please feel free to have that conversation with me, and I will, then cascade it with my team, and together we will find a win-win solution. That's number one. On the gas distribution question, the reality is, again, about finding the right balance. So today, if you have a gas distribution area, because I prefer to call it a gas distribution area than a franchise area, because franchise is a regulator that grants franchise. We are commercial actors, and so we do gas distribution. So if you spend money to do a pipeline, for example, from Bonicamp to Lekki, 77 kilometers, and maybe $100 million. You want to be able to prioritize your own commercial activities to make sure that your investment is not in vain. But at the same time, if there are marketers who have customers signed agreements in that market area, we must come up with a solution that allows those marketers, again, to be able to supply gas and have a win-win solution. And that speaks to the secondary tariff that you've talked about. So we're doing two things. One, as NNPC, we're leading the way. So today, as we speak, NGML is constructing a pipeline from Bonicamp to Lekki. And we're doing what? It's on open access basis. Even in our team, and I don't want to look at some people, we have people in our commercial team who says, no, it should be exclusively to NGML. And we're saying, no. You sign your customers, and we will always prioritize your business. But anyone who has customers on this stretch can also flow gas. So we're treating the distribution line itself as a piece of investment which will, earn income. And it doesn't have to be from NGML transaction alone. So open access, it's coming. And it's something that we are also discussing with the regulator. But as market participants, you must also be ready to share value with the guy who has invested in the pipeline. So it has to be a win-win. And to overlay this, we are introducing, working with GSCN, what we call gas trading and capacity trading. And it's coming. So today, if you want to order, the other day I wanted a shampoo, and I couldn't get. And Gafar helped me to order it from online, from Konga, and it was delivered. So in the gas space, we are leveraging on IT and technology. So capacity trading is something that we will launch next year, where from the comfort of your office, you can book capacity in a pipeline for value and pay, and buy gas electronically, and it will be transported. It's the future, it's coming. So please bear with us.
Thank you very much, EVP sir, for that very insightful response. Okay, we're going to have one from the online audience. He's on standby, and I'll come back to you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So for our online audience, we have Mr. Oluwasegun Olajuwon. Can you please unmute your mic and ask your question? Mr. Oluwasegun Olajuwon, are you ready?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, my question seems to have diverted into what the EVP just said. It's more related to the retail structure for the AKK. So what plans are in place for those that will be compressing? What are the networks? Where and what positions are we looking to do for that piping for compression? Say, for instance, now, like Falcom does have in the Kurudu, where Power Gas does compress from. So where are the locations on the AKK so that companies like ours or partners like ours that we do have can have the capacity to compress, and they can map out their market structure for further distribution of CNG. Say, for instance, in Kaduna now, between Kaduna and Zaria, it's a bit of a journey. So where are these locations whereby compression will be marked up onto Kano? So between Kaduna, Ikara, and Kiru, this is a huge distance. So we want to know, because we will not be part of those compressions company, but we will be the retailing part of the project. So people can mark out, okay, if I cannot get the market in Kaduna, can I get the market in Zaria? So those are the questions that we will need answers to for us to prepare a retail structure for industries in Zaria, in Ikara, and all of those local governments in Kaduna State and Kano State. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shagun, and thanks for your interest. So it's clear from your question that you are a CNG investor. And so, number one, thank you for your interest in participating and investing. So the simple answer is, one, that on the AKK, there are about 22 block valve stations, 22 potential connectivity points. Of course, I will not give you all the details now. What I will do is please put your question in the chat box. I will also have the ED projects who is directly in charge of the AKK put his contact details in the chat box, and you can contact him to have detailed technical discussions about connectivity. And again, on the sideline of this event, NNPC has a booth that is manned by NNPC's subject matter experts. If you have a company rep in Abuja, you can also send someone physically, and they will get the details, and the connection will start. Thank you, Shagun.
Thank you very much, EVP, sir. I was mandated to take one more from Professor Joe Ezigbo, the MD, Falcon Corporation. Your question, sir. You have the microphone there.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Let me thank my brother Leko for such a brilliant expose, the lecture he has given. I'm coming from two angles. The first one is, I'll go down from a selfish point of view. I'm asking a question. How can we generate patient finance to be able to take gas to the eastern region of Nigeria? We have several pipelines that are going besides and in front and in between, but yet we've not been. The reason why I'm asking for a patient capital is the simple reason that under the most circumstances, industries seem to follow gas pipelines. In the east today, you have little industries that if you aggregate them and they say put a pipeline based on that, it will amount to nothing, so it will not be economical. So we need a patient capital that can come in and then wait for the industries to blossom when the pipeline has been put in place. We'll be trying for the past 10, 15 years to try and see a way of putting in pipelines within the Eastern Corridor. That has not been possible. Again, because we don't have this patient capital. So I'm begging AVP, I see you under your leadership, NNPC is now walking the talk, because we've been talking all along and not been able to achieve anything. So I'll be happy if we can find a solution around it to allow us to be able to do that. That is one. On the other side, I'm happy to hear you say today that the line passing from passing to Lekki, because we have looked at Lekki, we have done our work in Lekki, and we're willing to move into Lekki if I know the NGML, and I can see my young friend there who will partner with us to try and do what you've just said, be able to look at Lekki area, VI, Ikoyi, and see how we can bring gas into that area. However, the simple issue I have here is that, because remember why I'm saying this is because initially when we bid for that corridor, we bid for Ikorodu, Lekki, Ekpe, which we won, but eventually we were asked to take half of it. So we took Ikorodu and released Lekki, Ekpe. That is still an area. We started Ikorodu about 26 years ago. Today, since that time, Lucky Ekpe has still yet to develop. We still have some little issues, which maybe I'll come to you again later today to try and get some clarification and make a plea to you, because we want to distribute natural gas. We want to ensure that we reduce flaring. We want to ensure that we reduce pollution. We want to ensure that every nook and cranny of Nigeria is flowing with gas. So, and I believe that we're going to do everything possible within our powers. And I know the powers, you have the power to be able to ensure that this current situation is taken care of. Ladies and gentlemen, help me thank Leko for what he's doing. Thank you so much.
So when Prof raised his hand, I knew I was in trouble. Because when the professor starts asking students questions, then you know that the student needs help. Thanks, Prof. Prof is one of our leaders in this industry, and who has paid his dues, who has walked the walk, struggled, who has blazed the trail. He has the scars to show for it, and sometimes he hides it very well, and who has made it easy for some of us to come along. And thank you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll start with the second question, Prof, and just say that, again, what I've said is a factual matter. Our pipeline from Bonny Camp all the way to Lekki is on open access basis. NGML is here, and it's the position of NNPC. Okay? So anyone who has a customer who has access to gas, and this pipeline, mind you, has not been completed, has not been commissioned, but as we speak, is already delivering gas to Eco Atlantic. It's by September, it will have been able to deliver gas to at least half of the customers on its trajectory. So we're not waiting for commissioning ceremony before we start doing business. So there's no excuse, and it's a factual matter. That's number one. But embedded in your question is the issue around Lekki Corridor and all that. And this is a family meeting, like the GCO said. There are no offline topics. It goes back to what I've said. NNPC has its own role, commercial actor. NMDPRA has its own role, regulator. And so the regulator scope is different. Where there are gas distribution zones granted by the regulator, my strong recommendation is to have commercial discussions based on value sharing, win-win value sharing. And NNPC will support win-win value sharing. And so it's important that in the commercial space, the mentality has to be right, you know, which is about co-creation of value. And sometimes the solution, one of the biggest lessons I've learned in my commercial life is that if you focus on baking a bigger cake, it's easy to divide it, instead of fighting over a small piece of cake. And this is my recommendation. If you find ways of baking a bigger cake, then there is a bigger chunk to be divided. So that's on the second question. On the first question, I'm happy to tell you, so the reality is that the Eastern market is extremely premium. And the reality today is that NGML is in that market. And we have found, so there are a number of ways to enter that market. And we're exploring a very unique way to enter that market, and that train has left the station. The best thing is we're open to conversations around optimizing value, but the steer from the federal government of Nigeria is clear. We must get gas to the north. We must get gas to the east. And that's our mission. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EVP sir, for that very robust response. And we're going to have one more presentation before we break for tea and coffee. I know we're quite tired now, but just one more, and then we break for tea and coffee. And to take us through the journey of the options for competitive gas pricing for gas-based industries is our gas expert, the MD Gas Aggregator Company of Nigeria, Mr. Chijioke Uzoho. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes up. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. EVP. Good day, EVP. Standing on existing protocols. Good day, everyone. I don't count myself fortunate to be speaking after the EVP. Sir, if this is not a conspiracy, I don't know what a conspiracy. So a whole lot has been said about the AKK and commercialization drive across AKK. My presentation today speaks to a holistic conversation around GBI commercialization. However, to note is that one of the pathways for commercial anchor to the AKK remains the GBI. Today, more than 70% of the production of urea in country, more than 70% of offtake of production of urea in country finds their way to the north. Hence, it is a no-brainer. It makes sense to look at GBIs across the AKK. So AKK will be part of the drive for bankability. GBIs will be part of the drive for bankability across the AKK. So what we have done here is that for some time now, knowing that in the next 2 to 5 years, GBIs will be the singular major driver for gas commercialization in the domestic market. Even though power will keep leading that mix, however, we haven't seen incremental volumes into the market, and we have probed into that. Doing that, we then went into a deep dive with Wood Mackenzie. We've been having this engagement for the past 6 months. And my presentation is an offshoot of that study. And the idea is to find an alternative pathway for gas supply to GBIs, given their sensitivity to low-cost gas. So I'll start with the next slide. The next slide is to set the stage for this conversation. Next slide, please. So there's been a lot of talk around decade of gas, and what we have all tried to do is, rather than deal in silos, is to funnel our data into decade of gas. So I'm using the decade of gas slide to set the stage for this. Today, the projected demand to the decade of gas drive 2030 is that our base case gas demand will be 9.5, while the best case will be 28.4. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we're here today is the best case. But focusing more on GBIs, the domestic market will drive about 58% of the best case, showing that by 2030, domestic market will be the major driver against exports by 2030. So from this point on, we'll then focus on GBI. So if you go to the next stage, next slide. Just to put, next slide, please. Okay, to put it into context, decade of gas definition for GBI refers to industrial application of gas where natural gas is used for feedstock or input either in primary or secondary production. I needed to establish that definition before I go on. Then the next slide. So this chart here speaks to the in-country capacity for GBI today. As of today, we have about 6.3 metric tons per annum of urea and 0.2 metric tons of methanol. It's also important to state that 90% of this portfolio sits within the GSN framework, and about 95% of them are within the regulated pricing framework. The bit of the methanol is our latest baby. It's currently being commissioned, so Nigeria today is producing methanol in country. I think that counts for a commendation and a wonderful applause. However, what jumps out of this slide is that it has taken us 15 years to get here. So from 2009 to 2025. So I would like you to note that as we go along this conversation. Next slide, please. So this then dives into what is our domestic projected demand, 2030. So that's 17 BCF, out of which best case GBI will do 0.9, best case it will do 3.4. A major drive of this incremental will be majorly urea and methanol. And it is projected that we will see about 80 to 24 metric tons per annum cumulative of methanol and urea. That puts us at the world stage in terms of commodity production, gas-based commodity production in country. However, what to think here is how do we meet the 2.5 BCF offtake in terms of demand? And if you look at here, it means that we will scale our existing in-country capacity by almost 4 times. Remember that I showed in the last slide, we did that for about 15 years. Between 2025 and 2030 is 5 years. It then means that we do not only need scale, we need speed. And according to Decade of Gas, and the data we have all aligned in terms of input to Decade of Gas, there are existing 9 projects that we're tracking that has accumulated to the 0.9. However, there are 20 projects that we expect will meet up that 2.5 BCF demand. So the question is, how do we get to that stage? What are the necessary factors for us to encourage GBIs within the domestic market? Next slide, please. So key elements for a successful gas-based industry will be 1, volumes. As we all know, GBIs require large volumes. What we have seen is between 15 million scoff to 150 million scoff. And they also require long-term contracts, 10, 15, 20 years contracts. They also require stability in terms of supply. The second will be location. Because of the sensitivity of cost to GBIs, they would prefer to locate closer to existing infrastructure, closer to the gas source. But the most prevalent will be enabling gas price, right? Because the GBI market is straddled within the domestic and international market, there is then need for them to stay massively competitive in terms of gas price to be obviously competitive in the international market. We are having this conversation today because there are indications that our existing gas price does not unlock incremental gas supply to underpin incremental capacity for GBIs in the market. And to be able to scale, to be able to put speed into this, we needed to do things differently. Hence, this market study, hence the results we're about to present. Next, please. So going back to the gas pricing frameworks. So this speaks to the different framework for gas pricing to support GBI. The first option is the regulated, as we all know today, as part of the PIA. It's enveloped as a strategic industry. It's currently advised by the NNPC on a monthly basis. The ceiling is the domestic base price, and it has a floor of 0.9 cents. This historic range we've seen in terms of gas price is about 1.56 to about 1.76. Most of the existing GBI capacity in country sits within this portfolio. However, this may not be market reflective. and I choose my words carefully. I said may. And so they might be unable to support incremental upstream development. The second option being the willing buyer, willing seller. This is outside the regulated framework. It's mutually agreed between parties, supplier and buyer, but may not tie to domestic base price. So this is based on what parties agree and the peculiarities of the transaction. One of the facts to note here is that because of the disparity in terms of intentions or expectations from both off-taker and producer, the negotiation timeline is quite very, very much extended, and there are no industry learning to it, given that there is no visibility to the management of the contract or the performance of the contract. So this is option one, and then this is option two. So the question is, what then is the alternative option? Next. So what we have done is, rather than wink a number out of thin air, we have focused the alternative option on what can unlock incremental volume in the market today. What can incentivize incremental upstream development that is low cost, that can support GBIs. If you look at this cost curve, asset cost curve, you would see that the current GBI today sits at a point that is almost par to today's production value. So at the current GBI price, we are not able to unlock additional value. We're only able to optimize existing production. And majorly that will be our AG onshore assets. And that is what we see. So that gap exists, and this current play will not be able to get us to the destination that we intend to get to. Next slide, please. So what then is the option, right? So to move to the destination we speak to, the GBIs require prices that are competitive in the international, international benchmarks, while the upstream seek prices which reflect upstream development cost. For upstream, pricing should be commensurate with cost for incremental supply. It should be long-term offtake to underpin development cost, incentivize the development of midstream infrastructure or the option to sell unprocessed gas, and also upstream removal of domestic risk in the GBI framework. For the GBI, will be staying competitive to international investment opportunity, given that majority of the offtake is in the export market. They want to see high volumes between 500 to 300. They want to see long-term contracts, 10, 15, 20 years. They want singular point gas contracting process. So today we already know what the challenges are, huddling through multiple contracts for existing GBIs. This creates incremental costs for them. So for them, they would like to see a single point for gas contracting. Sorry, permit me to advertise GSN here. And we see ourselves as that single point for gas contracting process. The ability to, and also the ability to achieve competitive gas pricing due to their own peculiarity. So some of the, for example, you could have a GBI that has an advantage of already existing and scaling, and you could have a GBI that is green, right? They want to be able to factor in that incentive into their gas price. In summary, both parties seek a simple contracting process. Just like I said, in GSM, we have template contracts. And it's simplified. You could turn it around in 3 months. Secure volume chain that will satisfy financing requirements. Pricing model that works alongside the existing regulated framework. So the idea is that we do not want to scoop the market in a different way. We don't want to disrupt what already exists. We want to build on what exists. Hence, the alternative gas price mechanism has to be then a win-win for both the supplier and the off-taker. Next slide, please. So what then is the alternative option? The alternative option we've christened enabling top-up payments. model. So the ETP model is an integration, is an efficient between the regulated market, the regulated pricing framework and the willing buyer, willing seller option. It is an addition to the regulated gas price and transportation tariff. So it's a build-on on what you already have. So it doesn't jettison the regulated market, it's an add-on on the current regulated market pricing or structure. It can be applied in the instance where option require a higher cost price to reach each required rate of return, which is where we are today. We're looking for incremental price that will help us unlock incremental volumes that are still low cost to support GBI projects. The quantum, so the uniqueness of the ETP is that quantum of this ETP will be subject to negotiation. So that is us infusing a willing buyer, willing seller into the conversation. So it is an agreed ETP between the buyer and the seller. And the typical questions that will come off this will be, does this replace the existing GBI gas pricing, that's the regulated gas pricing? So the answer is no. This works as a top-up to the regulated gas pricing. How does this interact with the existing GBI price? Like I said, it will be a top-up on the prevailing monthly NMDPRA advice, and it will be peculiar to contracts depending on what the negotiation arrangement is. What is the range of the ETP? The ETP will be a prevailing GBI price and to a maximum ETP limit. So you have the GBI gas price, and then there is a maximum ETP limit. So that band is then what you negotiate within. There's a limit cutoff for which you can negotiate for. So the maximum ETP limit is the ceiling for this particular framework. And the idea is that ceiling is what helps us unlock that incremental volume based on the sensitivities we've done using the cost curve. And what happens when the regulated gas price changes? The ETP will fluctuate, but that ceiling still remains. So what that does is that it keeps the price constant, it keeps it predictable. Who pays for this ETP? The GBI will pay for the ETP. So it's an aligned willing buyer, willing seller add-on, but the GBI counterpart will be the one to pay for this top-up. So the question is then, what is then the ETP, what is the maximum ETP limit? Next slide, please. So to track the maximum ETP limit, again, rather than pull this from thin air, we've gone into additional analysis. And the idea is to say, if the projection is to build 20 GBI facilities, right? How do we ensure that we're able to unlock at least volumes to meet 50% of that, which is 10? How do we ensure that we're able to unlock at least 150 million SCOF that will be able to support this project for at least 10, 15, 20 years? What is that price band that helps us achieve this? And we then start to test given the existing indicators in the market. At 90 cents, we're barely scratching it. We will do no incremental development at 90 cents. At $1.57, we're just on top of where we are today. So it will sign GBI projects, but it would only sustain the existing GBI transactions we have today. At 2.13, which is the domestic base price, we are then able to unlock additional volumes, but not enough to support 10 critical GBI projects. And it is important that we scale with speed. So to scale with speed, we require a resource that is able to complement at least 10 GBI projects. Hence, the next slide. So the sensitivity, no, go back, sorry. So the sensitivity puts us at 2.30 per MMBTU as the maximum ETP. At 2.30 ETP, we're able to unlock additional 10 TCF of AG onshore and NAG onshore. This will be able to support, will support the critical mass volume that is required for 10 additional projects to be able to scale our GBI production to about 24 metric tons per annum, in line with the decade of gas expectation. So based on this calculation and the cost analysis, the cost curve analysis, the maximum ETP will be 2.30. Next, please. We've also tested this with the threshold with the existing transactions we have in country today. This is how the ETP works. So if the GBI pricing is, regulated pricing is 1.57, the ETP maximum is 230. It doesn't change, it's constant. What then becomes the variable is the ETP. So in this first case, the GBI or the buyer will be paying additional 0.73 cents. In the second case, the regulated pricing has gone down, so the ETP top-up will then be 0.90 cents. In the last case, the regulated price has gone up, the ETP goes down to 40 cents. But however, you need to note that this is for demonstration using the maximum ETP value at $2.30. The band between the regulated price and the 230 will be the tranche that the buyer and the seller will negotiate. And we believe that because there is a band, there is then a quicker exercise to negotiate and arrive to a win-win and commercial viable selling. So for each transaction, your ETP might be different, but will not surpass 230. Next slide. So the benefits of the ETP model will be, one, it unlocks significant volumes to be able to support at least 10 additional GBI projects. In places for all, it could be implemented for all new contracts. It also could be implemented for all fields, whether it's brownfield or greenfield. It's flexible to specifics, clearly understood. Anybody can calculate that. You don't need a GSN or a regulator to advise you on what your ETP is monthly. It moves the market forward, so this is our subtle way to moving the market from the regulated to the willing buyer, willing seller, or liberalized market threshold. It's simple, it's financeable because it's predictable, it's constant, it's easy to build bankability on it, it's easy to finance incremental projects on it. It's also incremental, so it's incremental on the existing regulated pricing regime. For the upstream player, it provides predictability. It removes the downside exposure of GBI producers to GBI product pricing. The clarity on range allows for rapid negotiation. It will also incentivize low-cost volumes first. That will match the demand for gas demand for GBI. It allows for cost-reflective tariffing, and it consummates with cost of supply for non-associated onshore gas. For the GBIs, it provides price competitiveness with other international investment opportunity. We free up high volumes for gas, better aligned to GBI feedstock requirement. Clarity of the range allows for rapid negotiation. Contract management is simpler, and it will incentivize low-cost volume close to infrastructure first. The next slide speaks to next, what next? So what next are in three phases. First is what I've done now. The second will be that we're rolling out engagement with all stakeholders, regulators, suppliers, producers. We're also already trying to consummate transactions at the back of this. As of today, we have about 750 million scope of GBI demand waiting to be closed out on this, and we're approaching would-be producers to ink these transactions. Like the EVP mentioned, there are D rooms here. We're happy to put pen to paper after this. Thank you, everyone, and well done.
Thank you, the MD GACN, for that very insightful
presentation. GACN is unlocking incremental volume, and it plays a strategic role in ensuring that gas gets where it is most needed, powering industries, electrifying homes, and supporting infrastructure. Another round of applause for GACN, please. So we will have our questions and answers, and of course, we have one of our board members here present, and I'm going to give him priority for that permits me, please. So please, can we get the microphone to him, please? Right in front here. Thank you very much, sir. Please go ahead.
Let me stand up. Chijoke, let me congratulate you for this wonderful job. I think it's a very good exercise. But I'm just wondering why you got involved in this. Because as an aggregator, and when we did this policy, we thought you are the protector of the combustion industries. And why I'm saying this is, the volumes that will come into the DGSO should be blinded, the pricing should be blinded to the upstream suppliers, so that the upstream suppliers will see an aggregate price. And where the local distribution company prices is going on the roof, everybody is happy. Everybody is happy because today, some people buy gas in the local distribution company upward of $8, $7, $8, $9. In Kano, is $12. And the upstream suppliers are happy. Now, there's a reason why the aggregator is put in place. It's to protect the market so that we enhance the GBI. Because the GBI is what the country needs. So that we have import substitution products, and then we'll be able to protect the Naira if you produce a lot of activities in the country. If you see over the years, we have not been able to actually encourage any GBI. Most of our sales are in the areas of power and local distribution companies. So if I see you involved in this exercise, where you are getting involved in a willing buyer, willing seller that is outside your frame, I begin to wonder. I hope I'm not putting you on the spot. But please, I want you to explain, one, how you got involved in this, and then what are we trying to do when you are supposed to be the protector of the GBI?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. GSN will answer for themselves. So, so I'm not going to hold brief for GSN. But thank you, Oga, Engineer Yusuf. I just want to say that this is the whole essence of this forum. And this presentation was made deliberately to entice this sort of reaction and discussion, and it's very, very fundamental. And so I'll speak from an NNPC perspective. The goal is the same, which is how do we accelerate projects in the GBI sector, knowing fully well the capacity of GBI to deliver employment, to deliver, FDI, foreign direct investment, to deliver tax revenue to government, and prosperity. And the question then is, we have the construct that has been existing for at least 15 years, which is regulator-driven, gas domestic supply obligation-driven, And there's nothing wrong with it. And that is the correct and fundamental point that Engineer Yusuf is making. Now, the reflection is, after 15 years, looking back, are we satisfied? Are we where we should be? Are gas producers jumping to supply gas to GBIs? We know from the front line that is a continuous battle to get gas producers to be active in supplying gas to GBIs. And so this proposal, it's another initiative without prejudice to the existing regulatory framework, GBI pricing framework. And so today, if you are a GBI project promoter in Nigeria, you have your base case. You go to GSCN, you go to NMDPRA, NUPRC starts the process, and you get your domestic obligation, allocation, and you start the conversation. But in the commercial space, it's critical to have options, not just one pathway. We must have multiple pathways. And so this proposal has been developed over the last 6 months, working with, specialists. And the idea is, how can we find that balance? How can we get a gas asset owner today to go and borrow money and drill for gas and take the risk that they may not find gas and produce gas and sell to a project promoter? And how can it be done on the basis that the project promoter equally can raise financing, can practice cost recovery, and be sustainable? And this is the concept of the enabling top-up price. It's a variant. And from the plan is to test it. And this is the first outing to socialize this concept. And it's going to be another option on the table. It's not for everyone. That's why it's called willing buyer, willing seller. But in my own little journey, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result doesn't work. So, and the GBI, because of its criticality and because of its contribution, merits that second attempt to say, what else can we do? And we are finding out that today, GBIs in Nigeria, when they have gas supply gaps, we know what they are happy to do sometimes. So it's going to be not an imposition, it's going to be just be an option. And whether it's the gas master plan, whether it's the PIA, whatever regulators, whether it's in gas policy, the ultimate destination is willing buyer, willing seller. Because in the commercial space, stipulations don't work sustainably. And so this, but everything the regulator will say now is correct.
So good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, MD, before you say, I just want to put a rider to it. And what Engineer Yusuf said is actually absolute. And that is why those that have been on the Alps, we have actually implemented the network code on that. And I can now see why we have been asking the players on the Alps to submit the framework agreement for review and approval by authority, and they are refusing. So that's why I said, let me do a follow-up. Yes, it's a good pointer, it's a good suggestion, but they need to know that the PIA and also the network code says every agreement that you do must pass through NMDPRA. So please, you should know that. you cannot start and finish. Whatever you do, you must bring it. And where we see is going contrary to the law, we will stop it. Because we know that one of the things we aggregate to GSCN, number one is the DGDO, which is actually protected by the regulated price. So if whatever you're doing, which is correct, that you can do willing buyer outside the DGO volumes, good and fine, but if it's going to affect the DGO volumes, we will stop that. It is also our desire to move the industry to willing buyer, willing seller. And then we are working towards that. And once the market is mature to that level, definitely the market on its own will move to that point. So just addition, whatever you do, it has to pass through NMDPRA. Thank you.
Okay, so just to also reiterate that whatever we do, we are under the supervision of NNDPRA. Secondly, to say that when I mentioned next steps, I indicated that part of the next step would be stakeholder engagement, including the regulator. And also, it is also necessary to know that the ETP cannot work without the regulated price. And that's what I showed here. The base on which the ETP works is the regulated regime. And what we are actually speaking to is the collaboration everyone here have been resounding. For the GBIs, it has to be a collaboration between the off-takers and the producers. And the idea is to be able to then unlock incremental volumes. Like I said, if we've done this for 15 years and we need to be able to dash this mile for 5 years, we need to scale and we need speed. We need to do things differently. EVP, as an aggregator, what you said is true, but that is also enveloped in my primary mandate, and that is to drive domestic gas utilization. And if the target of the government is to optimize gas utilization to about 24 BCF by 2030, we then need to do something different in collaboration with NNDPRA and our critical stakeholders. So this, it's a test case. We are yet to consummate and validate them based on transactions, right? And it will be important to have this sort of feedback so that we're optimizing it. Thank you.
Thank you, MD sir. So for a quick announcement, if you are the owner of any of these cars, with registration number ABJ19AX, a gold color Honda, or Lagos 19JA, KJA 977, a black Corolla. If you're the owner of any of these cars, please, you are blocking someone who is about to go out of the premises. I repeat, ABJ19AX, gold color Honda, and Lagos KJA 977, a black Corolla. So I guess there are a lot of us that do not know our registration number, so please check in. Thank you very much. So we're going to take just one more question from the audience before we go on. Any more question? Okay, please, I have a hand there. Can you please get the microphone to her? She looks like one of our young entrepreneurs. Please be on your feet and ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your very interesting presentation, IVP. My question is, what are the social implications of the AKK project on the futures of young people like myself in Nigeria? Thank you very much.
Can we have your name, please?
My name is Purity Nnodim, and I'm a student, and I would love to know the social implications of this project on students like myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Purity, for the question. And it's very good. Social implication of the AKK project, particularly for you, now as a student. What it does is, today, for some of us who were within the corridor where this pipeline is crossing, years back, we have a lot of textiles industries around there. I know students that during their holiday period, will pick up holiday job around the textiles mill. Today, if you go those axes, it's completely a ghost town. It's complete absence of that today. You don't have anything like that, no activity at all. All of those industries are moribund today. So what this project does is, it rekindles. It brings back all of these good days. Because what it does to you as a student, you're also able to do quite a lot for yourself, right? So it doesn't exist, but the future for the project opens that door, and then those industries are back, and then you have multiply effects. You have, again, people picking up job. The back of the envelope analysis has shown that this will put about 5 million jobs, direct and indirect. So it is a promising future. It's prosperity to all Nigerians, and that's what it does to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response, and I have the information that our online audience, especially on YouTube, are having a very, very interactive session. So shout out to our YouTube audience. Thank you very much for joining. A round of applause for them, please. So you will agree with me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that our time is fast spent, and we will be breaking for tea and coffee. But this is what we're going to do. So we catch up on lost time. We will have the next presentation running while you grab your tea or coffee on the right side of the auditorium. So please listen in as you grab your tea and coffee. So for our next presentation, with the title, NGIC, Journey to Network Operationalization Excellence, shall be taken by the technically proficient Executive Director, Asset Management, NGIC, Engineer Olatunde Badamasi. Engineer Olatunde, you're welcome. So please go ahead, grab your tea and coffee while you listen in. You're welcome, Engineer Olatunde.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, still good morning. So, good morning, esteemed guests, and the GCO, the EVP, esteemed industry leaders. My presentation today is just to walk us through NGIC transforming Nigerian gas infrastructure towards network operational excellence. As an operation of largest network in Africa, we are committed into driving operational excellence through power generation and also ensuring that we grow the industry economically. So this presentation is just going to be by way of introduction, and we have 5 pillars of accounting that has to do precisely to what we want to do when it comes to the network excellence. We have key concern and how to mitigate it. the conclusion of where we want to go. So as we know, NGIC, NNPC Gas Infrastructure Company, is a premier gas transportation company even in Africa. Our pipeline transverse about 2,000 kilometers of pipeline, and our infrastructure is actually scalable. When we have more off-takers, we have more injectors, they can easily hook up. Our infrastructure is actually is supporting the future growth. Our major industry that we supply gas to is, as we presented over there, we have power plants, we have gas-based industry, and also the domestic. We have distribution companies that are actually with us, even on our network.
People are not really listening, so let's just give them some time, just 10 minutes.
Okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we ought to just grab tea and coffee very quietly, but that is not happening. But I think we can give some 10 minutes break for us to have our short conversations and grab our tea and coffee. After 10 minutes, we will please come back seated quietly to listen to this all-important presentation. Thank you very much.
Why do you put me to this? Stop. It doesn't work. It's not working. It's not working. The only thing we do is when we run this presentation, one question. I will even describe it. has called your name and he said I should come and see you. Come.
Okay, sir.
This man should not hear what you want.
Okay, sir.
I have a company with Philip Consulting called PCL Energy. So when I become a director, I decline and then put this one in. So if you see PCL Energy, then you take my product. So now, if you see PCL Energy, there's no complicate one.
That's my name. Okay. I'll see. I'll tell them.
Yes.
I'm with you.
This is like 10 minutes response. No,
Philip's Consulting.
maybe 5 minutes or so.
That's what he said. He said when it's 5 minutes, you hear them say you win champ. When it's winning 5 minutes. We are. So, yes, so we are looking for projects to just get
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 more minutes to please settle in. 3 more minutes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we can continue with these conversations after now. We need to please settle into our respective seats.
I'll call you. I'll inform you. He said there's 4 of us. But I'm asking to go and look for him. You can't look for him.
Can we please settle into our respective seats so we continue the event?
Some of our boys here, they are working under the company. In fact, the boys, they are enjoying and it's still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
I told him, I don't have anything to discriminate. So now, I'm just talking to me again. I'm just talking to him outside.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. Yeah. 'Cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow, bigger than yesterday.
We're bringing them down to 5 minutes because we are not having
You know, I did here. So let me talk later.
Let's share contact.
Okay, please, we are announcing again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the owner of the gold Honda car, ABJ19EX. ABJ19EX, gold Honda car. Please, you need to go repark immediately. I am aware you are parked in the opposite building or parking lot opposite the building. ABJ19EX, please go repark your car. Thank you. It is time for us to please settle in so we continue with our proceedings. So we can hear the buzzer. It's telling us to please settle in. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's settle into our respective seats, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think at this point we will proceed with the event. So while we settle in, I'd like to invite Mr. or Engineer Olatunde Badomasi to please proceed with his presentation. Kindly settle in so we listen in to the next presentation. All right, so I will be handing over to Engineer Olatunde.
Thank you, Titilayo. I think we have a good atmosphere now. Thank you, Titilayo. I think we have a a better environment now for this our discourse. This is basically how NGIC want to power the system of gas network that we have within the country with operational excellence. And as we rightly know that NGIC is, over time, has been powering our economics and ensuring we have economic growth in Nigeria. So this presentation is just within the framework that's been highlighted here. By way of introduction, we have several network pipeline within the country, about 2,000 kilometers network of pipeline. And we have metering stations and terminal gas stations that is delivering quality gas to our off-takers. And our major off-takers are actually gas-based industry, power, and we have domestic use also. So the most important here is to notice that our infrastructure is actually scalable. At any point in time, injectors can come in, off-takers can also tap into our network. At the onset of a gas master plan, NGIC is actually strategically positioned to advance our energy sector. We ensure that energy security within the Nigerian space is guaranteed by transporting reliable gas volume into the nation. We are also powering key industries with consistent natural gas supply. We enable nationwide transition to clean energy alternatives. So by all this, we are aligning with Nigerian Gas Master Plan as a company. And also, as a company, NGIC, the aim of this operational excellence is to enable us to be the gas transportation of world class. So the path to this network operational excellence, we have them in 5 pillars. And these 5 pillars is to ensure that we have transparency within the gas transport network. So the first of it is that's pillar 1. We are ensuring that there is entry point excellence. We want to ensure, and we are ensuring that accurate metering efficiency is ensured at every point in time. For pillar 2 is asset integrity excellence. Our assets, as you are aware, that most of it are over 30 years. And asset integrity is actually very key to us. The pillar 3, this with line park management. Line park at any point in time is not static, is depending on the condition of the network, the temperature at that time, and the pressure. So we need to, we are putting world-class operational system to ensure we do the line park as accurate as possible. In terms of custody transfer point, we are having several off-takers that are coming to us, and we are connecting them as optimum as possible. But you will recall that NGIC was just a company that is being built on one source and one off-taker. That is EGMI at that point in time. So the issue of custody transfer metering was not actually in vogue, but with multiple off-takers and multiple injectors, the issue of custody transfer metering is very germane. And also, the issue of quality is also there. So when we go to pillar 5, we are now talking about the network code implementation. This is regulatory compliance. And of course, this one will take account of the 4 pillars before we get to the 5 pillars. Why are we doing this? We want to ensure that the accurate metering is actually on point from from entry to exit point. We want to ensure that our asset integrity can serve both the producers and off-takers to the maximum point. And also, we will ensure that all the regulatory requirements is satisfied and to ensure transparency within the network. So if you go to the first pillar, which has to speak with entry point excellence. As we have it today, we have injectors that are not giving us accurate metering, and also the quality can be of concern. So as we speak today, we have about 75% of our injectors covered with clamp-on meters, and we want to update it as much as possible to be accurate and challenge the volume that's being that's being injected to the network. So pillar 2 has to do with asset integrity. As we have rightly said before now, we have assets that have spanned over 30 years, and we are still using this asset to deliver quality gas to our off-takers. So NGIC, asset integrity is key, and we are still carrying on with optimum asset integrity. So as we speak today, for pillar 2 and for pillar 1 and pillar 2, we have 16 functional accurate check meters by the end of 2026, and we have 5 additional ultrasonic meters to be deployed at the entry point. So what we are aiming at is 100% digital work order to increase efficiency. So we'll speak to the pillar 3 and pillar 4. This has to do with operational excellence to ensure line park management. Right now we are doing line park management, but most of it are not SCADA enabled. So what we want to do is that we want to carry out line parks calculation even real time, because the VFC in the network that we are actually installing, we ensure that we make it real time online, in the sense that at any point in time, we know the pressure, of course, we know the volume, and we know the diameter of our pipeline. So the issue of calculating line park at any point in time will be easier, and it's going to be transparent. So we go to the pillar 4, which is exit point excellence. This one, because for every entry and exit, there is always a shrinkage target. So our target is to ensure that we are less than 3%, and with the installation of 11 VFC. VFC is a volumetric control system, wherein if an off-taker wants to take more than being allocated, it can be controlled. And this one, we are deploying about 11 before the end of Q3 2025. Also, we are having CTM project, custody transfer meeting project, at every of our off-takers point. So this is phase 1, but all our off-taker points by the 2026 ending, we should have accurate metering at every exit point. So what we are saying here is that accurate metering in terms of what is being injected, what is being off-taken, is paramount to us in working through our network operational excellence. So lastly, pillar 5. So pillar 5 has to do with ensuring regulatory compliance and industry best practice. So this has to do with network code. So we, as NGIC, what's the key purpose of the network code? Is actually to standardize gas transportation in Nigeria, and also to ensure that access to gas is open to everyone, and there is no discriminatory tariffing. More so, as we have spoken to this before now, there will be enhanced transparency within the investor, because the injector is sure that the molecule that's been transported will be delivered accurately, so there will be confidence within the investment investment people. So, as NGIC, our role is simple. We are to transport this gas, and also we are critical to domestic gas delivery, and also the export. Right now, we are transporting gas to the West African coast, from Badagry to Cotonou to Togo and up to Ghana. Right now, we are doing close to 160 million scoff to that space, and we want to increase it. So what are these ongoing activities that will ensure this network code implementation? So we have VFC, we have check meters, and we have custody transfer metering. This is to checkmate SSCs that we engender imbalances within the system. So by VFC, if you as off-taker want to take beyond your volume, you'll be curtailed. If you want to take even beyond the pressure, you'll be curtailed. So we can manage the pressure within the network, and the stakeholders will enjoy it as much as possible. The check metering is clear to every one of us, is to ensure that what is being injected is being checked and is being verified. Custody transfer metering that we are actually embarking on is such that we are doing this with the regulators to meet the regulatory requirement of a network code. So we're installing GC also at the entry point, because the issue of measurements loss factor comes in when you don't have what to measure the gas quality that you inject into the system. And if you inject a gas that is not on spec, definitely is an off spec, it will come to our system. Part of it will come out as condensate, part of it will be gas. So this is a loss to the system. So, and it is not according to the network code. So because of this, we are installing gas chromatography system to check the quality of gas at the entry point. So we are also migrating our contract agreement with the off-taker to the network code, because it is simple. The entry and exit agreement is simple and is clear within the network code. So we are doing all this so that we can have ease of doing business and we can be transparent as much as possible. We are aggressive in driving this, but we have concerns, and we are providing means to mitigate this key concern. Part of it is that this project is capital intensive, but we are getting it done within 12-month calendar. So by the end of 2026, we will get this done. So we all are aware here, industry leaders are here. Procurement cycle for some of these long lead items, the valve, the flow meters, even some flanges can take weeks to procure. So what we are doing now, we're establishing direct relationship with OEM and vendors to fast track this. Because the key point of our business is actually accurate metering, and so we are being bullish about this. So one of the things that we need the stakeholders are here for is actually shutdown window. Some of these intrusive facilities cannot be done without alignment. So we are going to align with shutdown windows of every shippers and every injectors that we have in the system, so that we will not impact into their gas delivery or gas injection. There's a security challenge that we have here also, because some of these installations are actually in remote areas. So as NGIC, we have been partnering with the community to safeguard our facility, and we'll continue in that and we'll improve even in it. It will interest you that few months ago, 2 communities arrested people that want to vandalize our facility. So this is to tell this honorable house the extent we have gone in terms of our security architecture and the management. So also we have some layer constraint. If you go to, say, a producer A or injector B, we will need space. So sometimes we are space constrained. So to address this, we are doing a great feasibility study to identify this limitation. But above all, the delivery of this project is going to be compact, and many of it will be skid mounted, so that it will fast track it and it will eliminate the issue of space constraint. So in conclusion, what operational excellence want to drive at is to ensure metering integrity and to ensure regulatory compliance, so that the innovations that we have will ensure the commitment of the stakeholders, and the value can be delivered from the network as much as possible. And also, as a company, we are open to continuous improvement. On this note, I'll say thank you, and I'm open to different questions.
Thank you very much, Engineer Olatunde, for that very, very insightful and power-packed presentation. So in NGIC, they're exploring and implementing best practices to achieve network operationalization excellence. Thank you very much for that. So our time is fast spent. We will be taking just one question from the audience, and we move on to the next presentation. One question from the audience. I can't see any hands up. Can we confirm there is nobody online on our virtual space? Anyone? One hand? All right, please let's have the name and unmute the person so he or she can ask her question or his question. Can we have that very quickly? Sorry, can we go ahead? All right, so I guess we have some technical glitches over there, and thank you very much once again, Engineer Olatunde. It seems your presentation was so clear and crisp that you do not have any more questions. Thank you very much. So on to the next presentation, which will be about 10 minutes. We have AKK Gas Supply Outlook, Current Status, and Plan Forward by our purpose-driven Executive Director, Planning and Commercial, NGIC, Mr. Jamal Bello. Mr. Jamal, you're welcome.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to stand on the already established protocol. And for me, I'm here to present on the AKK Gas Supply Outlook, the current and future plan. But, you know, after hearing from all the top bosses from the GCO down to the EVP and from JACN, I'm beginning to doubt whether there's need for me to stand here, because all what I have contained here have already been stated. But I'll try to go through and talk about areas that have not been elaborately kind of explained. I don't know, sorry, can I have the, okay. So can we go next slide, please? So here is the outline of my presentation. I'll briefly show the AKK infrastructure blueprint as envisioned by the Decade of Gas, briefly touch on the AKK project and the value proposition, then the future gas supply outlook, and what are the key enablers and the action required for achieving those supplies. And then I will talk or conclude with the presentation. Actually, I tried to bring out a helicopter view of how the landscape is As you can see, as at 2020, the pipeline network is kind of constricted within just going to the western area of Nigeria and then terminating in the central part of Nigeria at Ajakuta. But from 2030 and above, you can see the elaborate expansion that are being planned and some of the ongoing activities that are taking place and future plans as to even creating spur lines across the AKK main line that will extend towards Gombe, Maiduguri, and up to Sokoto as envisioned by the Decade of Gas. Next slide, please. So I wouldn't dwell too much on this because this has been elaborately said by the MD as well as the EVP, but then, no, go back again. Just to talk of the three EPPs, the EVP had made mention of the 350 megawatt capacity power plant in Gwagwalada here in Abuja that has progressed up to 50% and is planned for completion end of December 2026. And our NGPIC division is working assiduously towards progressing the Kaduna IPP as well as the Kano IPP. Initial phase one of them will be 100 megawatt scaling to 900 in Kaduna and 540 for Kano scaling to 1,350 megawatt. Next slide, please. So also here, the GCO had elaborately and eloquently talked about the value proposition for AKK. One is reliable energy supply in the sense that the AKK can move up to 2 BCF of gas per day with the opportunity to stimulate industrial growth within the corridor. And we see, he talked extensively about the textile industries in Kaduna, the Sharada, Hotoro, and other Chalawa opportunities in Kano. And that avails opportunity to grow over 200 key industries within the Abuja, Kaduna, Kano, as well as within the AKK corridor. He had talked about increased revenue, increased government take to government through increased royalty receivables, as well as tax revenues and levies. Another key opportunity here also is for investors that will key in and develop all the gas-based industries that will accelerate and create profitability for them. Also, the AKK supports connectivity by linking undeserved areas to reliable gas supplies and bridging energy gap across the country. And also part of the AKK, there can be regional connection extending beyond Kano through the Trans-Sahara Gas Pipeline project. All those are in the plans in the longer term. Also, he talked about the cost efficiency in terms of having reduced energy transportation cost compared with road, and also in terms of the environmental benefits through driving cleaner energy transition by replacing liquid and oil derivatives with the natural gas, which has a substantial lower carbon footprint to support our sustainability initiative in terms of emission reduction goals. And also it will create over 1 million jobs by stimulating local businesses and enabling industrial growth through stable, sustainable energy. Next slide, please. So the EVP had talked about the line of sight to the gas volumes that will go through the AKK. So as it is today, we have clear line of sight of close to about 600 million SCOF. He talked about the NGML 331 million SCOF to their respective customers, which they have secured. Our NGPIS has also secured gas purchase orders from GACN to the tune of about 240 million to support the power plants that will come in place along the corridor. That is Abuja, Kaduna, and Kano. But these volumes are going to be scaled up in line with the scaling up of the power generation capacity. And also we are seeing line of sight in addition to the 200 million SCOF per day for gas-based industry. And we believe this is very achievable, especially with the innovation being brought about by GACN, but subject to approval of the authority in terms of the ETP being proposed on a willing buyer, willing seller framework. Next slide, please. So actually, okay, so what does the future outlook is? So I tried to bring in a slide, this direct extract from the decade of gas on our gas demand. The GACN had shown this. Actually, demand is expected to grow up to 22.6 BCF by 2030. And the domestic consumption, maybe to give you clearer insight, if we can move to the next slide. That slide shows it better. So we try to extract those data and transpose them here to show what the demand profile will be based on the segmented industries. And 58% of that demand, this is high case of 22.6 with a low case of about 9.5. So, but we focused on looking at the high case because we're very, very, kind of very proactive in the sense that those can be achieved in line with the Decade of Gas program. So, out of the high case, power generation is taking about 7.7 BCF, and then the GBIs will take about 2.6, and commercial will be about 3 BCF per day. And that accounts for about 58% of the demand going into the domestic market, while export will take about 42%. And next slide, please. So actually, we have a mandate within NNPC, and this is the aspiration and goals we have that have been set in NNPC in line with the presidential mandate. So NNPC's target is to achieve a gas production of 10 BCF per day, gas production increasing to 12 BCF per day by 2030. And also, there's the opportunity for investment of up to 30 billion cutting across the entire oil and gas value chain and scaling up to 60 billion by 2030. So this is very important, especially I see quite a number of companies here. So these are opportunities that avail for you to key into achieving this aspiration. And as it is now, we have a gas master plan team in NNPC that is currently working towards coming up with the plans, the strategies, and implementation framework towards achieving these key aspirations. So I would not talk in details about that until when they complete their report. So I will be available, maybe at the end I will share my contact details. Once those reports are ready, we can start engaging with investors and partners towards accelerating to meet these objectives. Next slide, please. So actually, for our future plan, it's been talked extensively about where the gas supply sources will come from for the AKK. As it is currently today, gas from the Alps as well as from OB through to Oben are potential gas supply sources. But I know the MD had talked about and clarified about the status of the OB3 pipeline. What is just remaining is just the river crossing, which is just about 2 kilometers. And as it is today, I don't know if upstream the river here, we are already transporting close to 400 million SCOF, 350 million on SCOF per day on the average from about 4 injectors. And part of the future plan and opportunities we are looking at having future expansion, getting gas from around the Cotton Creek, Alakiri, through to Ogbigbo. And from Ogbigbo, we are planning to have a connection that will go from Ogbigbo direct to OB, and then tie in and connect through to the AKK. In addition, also, there's another opportunity, which we call the OUA. That's the Ogbigbo, Umuahia, up to Ajakuta. That will also create opportunity to transport more volumes through to the AKK. And another big opportunity that we're seeing as part of our plan is the QIT Ikorekpene, also connecting to Umuahia to AKK. That is a big opportunity to unlock currently with the huge gas reserve that are centered around the QIT and offshore area. And I know SEPNU, which is the JV with NNPC for those assets, are working to come up with a competent person's report. And once that report is ready and opened up, it will unlock and create opportunities for partnership with NGIC towards constructing and laying that pipeline. And also across the corridor, there are opportunities to build in power plants, gas-based industries, and industrial clusters as well. Next slide, please. So what are the key enablers for us towards achieving the AKK supply? So we are currently expeditiously working towards completion of the OB3 river crossing. Like I said already, we are transporting 350 million scf per day on the downstream segment of the OB3. So once we complete that segment, it will unlock to bring in more volumes from AGPC, which is the ANO gas processing, and they have the capacity to bring in about 300 million scf. And also, we can get more gas supply from Owando, from OB. And also, we are working, the MD had talked about the progress on the AKK mainline, the terminal gas stations, and the associated compressor stations to enable us have a seamless flow of gas on the AKK corridor. Another key enabler is upstream supply commitment. So we are happy to see that there are upstream producers here because they will be the ones that will play the key role towards supplying gas to wherever that will go. And also, there's need for the upstream to accelerate gas supply agreements in readiness for the AKK volume run up with various off-takers and shippers. And also, it's very important to state here that now is the time for us to take that opportunity in the sense that there are quite a number of fiscal incentives that the government has put, right from the PIA, lower royalty for domestic gas utilization. We also have the presidential executive order on gas, which has brought in tax credit for NAG development. And those things are expected for producers to benefit up to, I think, January 2029. So that is a big enabler, not only the tax credit, it has also enhanced the capital allowance by 25%. So effectively, when you compare or even bring in the CETA, you can have up to about 40% capital allowance. So those are big fiscal incentives. So also, key one is operational readiness of our assets. So we are working and carrying out operational excellence through execution excellence and ease of doing business to onboard shippers onto the network. The EVP had elaborately talking about what we're doing in terms of ease of doing business. So even after this, I'm ready to listen to anybody, attend to anyone who wants to onboard onto our network. And my time is up. So stakeholder engagement is key, and that is why we're all here today, to facilitate the gas demand growth into utilizing the gas across the gas-based sector industries, as well as through the AKK corridor. And financing opportunities are available for financial institutions. I'm surprised I haven't seen financial institutions here. But this stakeholder forum engagement is a continuous one, so subsequently we'll ensure we get bankers and financial institutions to support and be part of this opportunity creation. And lastly is the need for us to sustain security of our pipeline assets and people and have proactive engagement with our communities towards eliminating disruptions. And lastly, in my conclusion, my time is up, So achieving the gas supply outlook depends heavily on our coordinated approach across supply assurance, infrastructure readiness, market development, and stakeholder alignment, of which we're all here to try and achieve. And timely execution of the infrastructure is key, and the project holds strong potential to unlock significant gas volumes towards driving us into economic development and having sustainable, cleaner fuel to drive our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jamal. I wish we had the whole day to keep going on with your presentation, but thank you for wrapping up. So we look forward to a tremendous growth in the decade of gas in terms of gas demand and supply. So do we have any questions? Just one question would do. We are far behind time, and we need to catch up on lost time. One question. Anyone? Back to those who joined virtually. Do we have any hands up? No hands up. Thank you very much. That is doing us a lot of good. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Jamal. So we will move straight away to another segment of this event, the first panel session. And now, for the panel discussion segment, this promises to be very, very insightful as our very experienced panelists take deep dives into various interesting topics. So for our first panel session, the topic up for discussion is AKK as the gas pipeline of prosperity, prospects and spin-offs, upstream, midstream, downstream, and end users. And to moderate this session is our super experienced director, NNPC Limited Board, Engineer Yusuf Usman. Can we please give him a bigger round of applause? So I will be handing over to him while he invites the panelists. Please, sir, you will do us well to check the timer as soon as you start. So the timer is just right ahead of you. And once it's time, we'll need to wrap up. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. You kept on reducing the time. Initially, you gave me 40 minutes. Then they say it's 30 minutes. Now it's 25. But we'll try our very best. So let me seek your indulgence to step down on the protocols so that we can go straight into business. But before that, I would like to introduce my panelist. This is a very experienced panelist that spanned through upstream, midstream, and Chamber of Commerce. So it's going to be very exciting. So the first of my panelists is Mr. Adedamola Adegun, who is the Executive Director Commercial of NEPL. NEPL is the Nigerian Exploration and Production Limited, our former MPDC. So please welcome Mr. Adedamola Adegun. Welcome, sir. Okay, he is representing the ED Commercial. Anyway, you'll soon be, it's a prayer. My next panelist is Engineer Abimbola Tijani from We Are Renaissance. And Renaissance, by the way, is taking over the entire Shell onshore assets. So it's a very important gas supplier. Welcome, Mr. Tijani. The next of our panelists is the Managing Director of NIPCO, Mr. Najendra Bama. Please welcome Mr. Bama. He is one of our panelists for the downstream. The next of our panelists is Alaji Saidu Jallo. He is from Kaduna Chamber of Commerce. I hope he's around. Please welcome Alaji Tijani Jallo. And then the last of our panelists is Mr. Folajimi Muhammad, the Managing Director of Portland. And of course, my humble self, Engineer Yusuf Usman, I will moderate. They will do most of the jobs. So to go straight into the subject matter, we are going to be discussing the AKK, the gas pipeline of prosperity. You see, I first had this name from the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy. He called this pipeline the pipeline of prosperity, and he explained. He said, because the essence of this pipeline is why we are here. The upstream suppliers will have an opportunity to market up to 2 BCF of gas into this pipeline at peak. The pipeline will be an enabler for power supply into the transit states. It will open up economic corridors in these transit states. It will enable us to have gas-based industry. We are just having conversation on the gas-based industry. That is what we need actually as a nation, because I keep on saying a decade of gas without gas-based industry is a waste of time. We need the gas-based industry to create employment and then import substitution products. The project will also help to give alternative energy to the north. You know, there is deregulation and the price of PMS is biting for some, and I know for all is biting. So people are hungry looking for alternative fuel. And the only way we get this alternative fuel is to be able to have this enabler infrastructure. So this AKK has been on the table because I saw one presentation by Audu, and I saw that from the time it started to date is 18 years. So, and in all these 18 years, I've been involved in the AKK. So, which means I've been involved in the AKK for half of my life in NNPC. And I'm very happy to see it coming to fruition. And here, we must give credit to NNPC for financing this project. To be honest, one of the difficulties that delay the AKK is financing. Even when government gave all the enablers, including sovereign guarantee, we couldn't find financiers for this project. Maybe this is the best place to start. Why is it so challenging to actually get partners to finance a critical pipeline infrastructure that will change our lives? And I know there are people in this panel who have been doing a pipeline project without off-takers. But they believe that when they do the pipeline project, it will open up the market. So I think here I'd like to start with the MD of NIPCO. I know he's doing a pipeline into Ibadan. And I'm not sure that he started the pipeline with off-takers. So what magic are you doing to actually attract investors into this kind of infrastructure?
Good afternoon, sir. Like, we are having experience like gas infrastructure is an infrastructure project. Market will develop later. It's a chicken or egg kind of thing, who will come first or which came first. So we believe, or across globe, infrastructure is created first. Even for a residential estate, if the states want to sell the plots, the piece of land, they first create the infrastructure by way of road, by electricity, or by water. And same goes well in the gas industry or any energy sector. And in Nigeria, to be very specific, like we have created 3-4 projects in Nigeria itself, where when there was no market, even the area which we were catering to, which we planned to cater to, was total barren land. Ibadan is the secondary. First we created a Bafo Shagamu project. If we go 2014 14, 15, then Ibafo Shagamu land, entire land was total barren land, no habitation, no population, no industrialization, nothing. But if we go there and we want to purchase a land for setting up our plant, the land prices are exorbitantly high. The employment level is high, people engagement is high. So that what we foresee or what we have seen, that this has come only because once the energy is required for any industry, any form of energy. So once the energy is made available, then automatically industrialization happens, automatically development happens, overall growth of that area happens. Now the situation on Ibafo Shagamu pipeline, that thankfully our project is in joint venture with NGML. In fact, all our projects what we are doing today are in joint venture with NGML, and we have got the excellent partner to work with. But any area you go, there are industries coming. Even now from Shagamu to Abekota, Shagamu to Benin side, everywhere. Now we have started the project, even completed more than 60% of the project from Shagamu to Ibadan pipeline link. Presently, if we go from Shagamu, hardly 4 kilometers or 5 kilometers, there are few industries, but beyond that, there is a total barren land from that point to, you can say, up to Ibadan. But we are sure that once the pipeline is laid, industry will come, off-takers will come, some small off-takers, some bulk key load of off-takers will come. Because we believe, or it is a fact, that infrastructure has to come first, then only development will happen. And energy projects, gas projects are long gestation period projects. We cannot think that today we have laid the pipeline and now tomorrow onwards we will be making revenue and all capex will be recovered and all this. This never happens. Similarly, one of the project in Lekki we have done. We have invested in Lekki projects years back, started years back. Now that project has come on, and we are sure that presently we are catering to only one customer. We are sure over a period of time that more and more industries are going there, will go there and set up their plant, and that will increase the utilization of indigenous natural gas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So you can see investors that, look, once you have the infrastructure, then it is clear that you are opening up the place for business. Now, I've been asked these questions by stakeholders and people involved in this AKK. And they keep on asking, where are the molecules coming? I just saw a presentation from Jamal now that I'm seeing some volumes from Renaissance and a couple of us, NEPL. I didn't see you in that math, and you are the largest gas supplier in the domestic market. So, can you help explain to investors, where are the molecules coming to underpin the AKK?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and thanks for the question. I mean, when a board member is asking you a question, you have to answer very well. So I hope I'll be able to answer the questions very well. I also bring the compliments of my MD and my ED, Mr. Arabi, today who I'm representing. As you said, sir, also, NEPL itself is keen about gas. And if it's been the biggest investor of gas in the last few years, NEPL has always been at the front, right? For AKK, definitely, our commitment to supply is well established. And at the moment, I think there are a lot of options that we're thinking about to supply. The good thing about AKK is in front, and most of the reserves today in the Niger Delta West are behind AKK. So ELPS also has an opportunity where it's ahead, and most of the gas actually in the Niger Delta West, if you look at it, I think we've produced about 10 TCF now. On the Niger Delta West, it has been supplied to ELPS for the last 20 to 30 years. So most of the gas are now inward. And that brings a reality check, right? The more your gas reserves go inwards, it means you also have to be pragmatic about the decision you take to bring that gas to AKK. And the fact also is there are 2 hubs established already. ELPS is established with demand continuing to increase. I think I read that the power plant, about 1,300, is coming up soon, built by someone. And I'm wondering, where's that gas coming from? LLNG is becoming quite aggressive also. You're offering prices to bring prices down, to bring gas to them. That means AKK has to compete with those 2 hubs. So there has to be some level of pragmatism and how we can manage the supply. But for NEPL itself, We are very committed. We have options that we are considering, gas development options, quick access gas that we can use using existing facilities that we have that have some ullage in. Some of our gas, try to move them to some of our facilities, low capex options, and then hopefully we'll be able to supply this to very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So investors, you hear, the molecules are here. So come up with your project so that you can sign off gas supply agreement. Now, another issue I like to discuss on the upstream is what are the challenges to getting these molecules? And I'll put this question to Renaissance because I know some of the volumes will be coming from Renaissance, and I know it's good to understand the dynamics of the upstream. Is it pricing? Is it infrastructure? What are those challenges that are limiting the volumes from coming? Because even in the existing infrastructure, we are still struggling with volumes.
Thank you very much, Director. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad that you remembered our slogan, we are Renaissance. We are Renaissance, and we want to drive a Renaissance in Africa, but of course, we start from home. So our vision is to be the leading Africa energy company. So NNPC, you have some challenge coming in Angola. To be the leading Africa energy company. To do what? Not just for the name. Our focus is on energy security and industrialization in a sustainable manner. And that's what we're talking about today. So this is starting from home. And I'm registering today as July 24, 2025 in my diary, as when you have that inflection in energy security in Nigeria. So you should be proud that you are part of this meeting today. And thank you to NNPC for setting this up. So I was very happy when I saw the supply slide, which shows you that most of the gas that we know that's going into AKK now is actually coming from Renaissance. So maybe a round of applause for Renaissance will help. But just as you mentioned that you've been on AKK for 18 years, the projects, the peak projects underlying those supply have been in maturation for as long as that. I remember, I think it was Astronaut, Oyi is here, he used to be on the project too. It was recycled around 2005. Why? It was going to, initially it was going to NLNG, and then we said, no, we need domestic gas in Nigeria. But everyone said, there is no infrastructure, and there is no market. There is a need. A need is not the same thing as a demand in economics. We need gas in Nigeria, but can the market afford it? And is there an infrastructure to get it to the market? And that comes to your question. So the challenges that we have, you know, are exactly what we are facing on the projects that will supply AKK. So the first and foremost is the infrastructure. So until a decision was made to build OB3, a project FID could not be taken on the upstream side because you will do it and then you can't just lock up a plant that you've invested billions. So when the decision was made on OB3 and AKK, that was when the decision for the Astronaut project was made. And from the onset, and you're very right, from the onset, it had always been, this is going to predominantly, most of the gas is going to the north. And when GCO was speaking this morning, you know, it touched my heart because I had already said this is what I'm going to say. I didn't grow up in the north, but my father, a fantastic guy, used to send us on summer holidays all around Nigeria. So I had been to Kano twice, been to Plateau, been to Kaduna State. And one of the things that stayed with me was the textile industries in Kano. And over the years, as I've seen the decline of industries in Nigeria, it has been very painful. So it's one of the reasons I chose to do the project that I was on. I used to be the project manager for Asa North. Now it's one of the projects in my portfolio. When we were taking the FID, what I had in my head was, we can get gas to Kano, and we can bring back these industries. We can get gas back to that northern belt, because every industry is energy heavy. And if you can get cheap energy to the industrialists, they will do their bit. So thank you for AKK, thank you for OB3, but for us in upstream, I've had many conversations. One of the major challenges we have is the gas price. To take an upstream project investment decision now, You have to do a lot of mathematics. It doesn't work without AGFA. We started our project at $3.20, and then halfway in between, the prices dropped more than half. That's 50% of your revenue wiped out. You can't take an investment decision on that basis. So you need certainty, you need policy stability, but you also need to look at, does it make sense upstream? So what support can you provide, one, to reduce the cost of doing business upstream, and also to improve the profitability of that industry? So it will help. There is a section, so I won't go a lot into that. There is a big section later on. Please stay, because I can see the room emptying on, to talk about how we, help upstream. So those are some of the things that will help upstream. I've already said what helped. Taking that investment decision, just as you said, infrastructure. I think it deserves a round of applause. Because as a private investor, infrastructure is not very profitable for you. You have to have a long-term vision for you to do the kind of thing that is doing, building a pipeline to a place where the industries do not exist. But we are here today. We can talk about definite steps that we will take on. Not just the vision. We've gone through this many times. But today we can make more concrete decisions because we know at least some gas that is going to be coming from Macedon. We also have a supply plan. And for us, my new job title is General Manager, Greenfield Development and Midstream, because Renaissance is committed to energy supply and to industrialization. So we are looking at the midstream. One of the reasons we are doing that is the integrated value chain makes more sense than when you just stay upstream. So continued help with infrastructure, not only from Asanot all the way to Kano, but also the branches that come in, so that the markets can be situated. And secondly, it's just an enabling business environment. You have AGFA, for example, but you have to import, and you have to get exemption to be able to get that benefit. And it takes time. And your goods are stuck at the airport, and time is going, and time is money. So infrastructure, ease of doing business, and helping each other with firm prices for the gas, firm good prices for all the parties in the gas. Those are some of the things that will support us. But Renaissance is committed to industrialization, which means committed to gas supply, because gas is your best source of energy for industrialization.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we now know that the upstream requires some enablers to be able to get the right price so that the market can get the gas. But the molecules are available. Yes. Let me quickly switch to the downstream. I know Portland is into compressed natural gas and LNG. Do you see the AKK project as a competitor or as an enabler? MD Portland.
Thank you very much. Definitely the AKK pipeline is certainly an enabler to the downstream projects. The nearest place any person from the north can get gas right now is in Ajaokuta. So you can imagine that the AKK is going through Abuja. You're going to start having areas where you can tee off and make sure that you can supply the gas. So this is going to definitely enhance the supply of gas. For example, the average distance from Ajaokuta today to Abuja is over 250 kilometers thereabouts. Now, CNG ideally shouldn't go further than that distance. So if you want to start going into the northern part, going to Kaduna, Kano, the closer the AKK gets into the main line cities, the cheaper it is, number one. Number two, you find out that with the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, there's a lot more conversions than refill stations right now. With the AKK pipeline getting into Abuja and into the mainstream areas, you will see definitely more investors that will be coming on board with respect to compressed natural gas for auto gas.
Thank you very much. So you can see AKK would complement what we are doing in the compressed natural gas section. Now, let me go to the Kaduna Chamber of Commerce. I think this is one area that will help us market all we are doing. Sir, what is Kaduna Chamber of Commerce doing in encouraging investors to see this AKK pipeline as an enabler infrastructure so that we see a lot of projects coming in that will consume the gas that is going to come through.
Yes, thank you very much. Kasima has been engaging the few members of its stakeholders in this area, enlightening them one, the advantages of having gas as a main source of supply. Secondly, about the security supply, and then the fact that it's cheaper. In the last couple of years, if you fly around from here to Abuja, you'll see a lot of industries springing up, left and right. From Kaduna itself, veer off to Jos, you'll see industries. You're going to Zaria, you'll see industries. And of recent, there's another industrial park open from Kaduna to Binungwari. So these are being opened partly as a result of the AKK project, partly as a result of the stability we're getting in terms of security. But there's a lot to be done. A lot needs to be done by the state government, by Kasima, by AKK and NNPC on this pipeline itself as to the advantages. There's a lot to be done for the industries. There's a lot to be done for the domestic users. So this is something that I think the earlier, the better a collaborative team is set up to engage as many of the stakeholders as possible. There's a question of when will the project be completed? What will be the pricing? What will be the security of supply? These are issues that some of them are already raising with Kasima, and hopefully we'll find some answers from here.
Thank you very much. Maybe the next session should be in Kaduna. Please take note of that so that at least we will leverage on this thing. We have a few minutes left, so I will just give you less than 1 minute to just recap, starting from MD Portland.
So certainly the AKK pipeline is a very, very important infrastructure that will deliver more prosperity to the people using gas. Today we see that before now we only understand gas as gas to power. As the PCNGI is developing on the auto gas system, we believe the AKK will be very, very important to development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In Kaduna, currently in southern part of Kaduna, Kudenda, there's a power plant that's about 97% completed. I think it was supposed to be run on LPFO. This coming of this AKK will fast track the completion of that project.
Foremost, our best wishes and many, many congratulations to NNPC for now we can foresee the commissioning of AKK pipeline. As I am basically a pipeliner, a cross-country pipeliner, and at a pipeline project, once we conceive the project, almost 60% of the time goes in the land acquisition, ROU acquisition, crop compensation, and land compensation. So if we see at 2007 to 2025, like we feel that this much time in Nigeria for the land and crop compensation and all these things will be gone. But now when the pipeline is coming, it's time that we start developing the downstream infrastructure so that off-takers can be hooked up to the pipeline in advance. This system should be ready in advance. So once the pipeline is commissioned, immediately the customers can be converted on the natural gas, especially the big customers, the big ticket customers. Because once first thing is AKK pipeline, everybody is now hopeful and everybody is positive that it will come, surely it will come very soon. Second thing is the secondary tertiary pipeline for the customers. Once it is done, because for conversion of a industry from the present fuel, maybe is a solid fuel or a fossil fuel, liquid AGO, PMS, to convert to a gas, industry also needs to do lot of changes in their gas-based equipment and all these things. Once the secondary distribution network industry will see that the secondary distribution network is falling in place, then they will start taking action for the conversion of their plants, because it also takes time. So our request or appeal to everyone that now it's a time to think about the downstream of the AKK, because Kaduna, Kano are the big cities, big towns, crowded and industrial states of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
For myself, I'll say that definitely you can be assured that Renaissance is committed to domestic gas supply. We are not just in the space of minimum meeting domestic gas supply obligations, no. We want to grow that business. We want to grow that business rapidly. And as you saw before, as we stand now, we are the largest confirmed supplier of AKK. And we want it to stay that way. AKK is 2 billion scarf per day. We want to do much more in there. But I also want to encourage my now fellow midstream operators, because that's our aspiration to get into midstream and further downstream, to say that because of the connection you have at Oben brings all of us together. If you can get to Oben, you can get to Lagos, you can get to the north, you can get, and then by the time we talk about all the other new pipelines that are being built, that gives you a very good sense of security of supply. And what we need to do is to feed the pipeline, and you will get your gas, you know. So be rest assured, with all of the work that is ongoing and the support that I know that upstream, midstream, downstream, we are receiving from NNPC, from the regulators, the sky is not the limit. It's even further than that. We should be sending some gas to Mars.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bola.
So much, sir. I think NNPC has proven to affect Nigerians in many positive ways. And we are also the energy for today, energy for tomorrow. AKK is probably the energy for tomorrow. NEPL as the first child of NNPC definitely has to contribute to that quota. And one thing I can assure you also is we need to be pragmatic. NEPL believes, because we, as much as we're also NNPC, we interact, we're in the trenches, I would say, as the kids would say. We have a lot of private partners also, and the appetite is tested by some of these variables, which we might not really look into, but I think it matters a lot, right? So we have to be pragmatic. The regulators, it's important that they recognize the facts on ground. We collaborate, pragmatic solutions, and trust me, gas will move to AKK. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So you hear from the suppliers, and you hear from the market. So all I can see is give us the AKK, please, so that we can realize the values from this AKK. I don't know whether we have time to take questions, because we try to make use of our time so that you will decide whether we will entertain questions or not. One or two? Yes. Okay. From this side, can we take any questions? Maybe one from the right side, if any? Okay. No, I'm trying to start with from the right. If there's no one from the right, then I can take question from. Please go ahead, sir. EVP first, then I'll come to you, sir.
So, thanks to the exceptional contribution from the panel members. Please, let's give them another round of applause. Mine is not a question. We follow our leaders. And it's just to say that taking a cue from what the distinguished moderator said, we are actually going to have follow-on market engagements in September, October, and November before the December AKK Mega Forum. So the plan is we will go to Kaduna, sit down with the Chamber of Commerce, with the Kadipa, with all the stakeholders and the business community, and then have another conversation about the opportunities. We'll do the same in Kano, we'll do the same in Kogi. And so we'll make sure that we keep up this market engagement. So this is a promise that we make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof, sir.
Mr. Chairman, it's been a wonderful gathering here. You've spoken your minds, fantastic. I think there's something that I think is missing in the whole pot. Industries follow gas pipelines. So also finance will follow good projects. Everywhere you go in the world, finance will go after. When they say there's no money to do the project, I say it's a lie, because you don't have a good project. If you have a good bankable project, finance will run after you. However, the style of finance we did in Nigeria today is the patient finance. A lot of people are not willing to give you patient finance. because they need their money back. But how can you get patient financing? Patient financing will come when the environment is right, when the policies are right. There are so many policies somersault. No patient capital will come. Patient capital will follow where you have policies that stand the test of time, which is what we need in Nigeria. That's why I said to the EVP, you're actually beginning to walk the talk. How do we walk the talk? By ensuring that if I say this today, tomorrow I will say the same thing. But how can you say this something today and say it tomorrow? Because you have the agreement of everybody sit on the table. A lot of people currently make large profits. Some make marginal profits. We need to draw a line where you say to them, let us all take and give a little, so that it will be in the common interest of Nigeria. If we do that, AKK that we put in place have been sustained now because of patient capital. That's why it's still alive today. That's why we're still doing it. Take it off, and that will be the end of AKK. So AKK is a life giver. It's also a lifesaver. It's also here to build the future. Because whether we like it or not, gas is not only Nigeria's future, it's the future of the world. And once we agree that and then work towards that, and the gentleman sitting out there, you have a bit to play in ensuring that this happens. And then we can get back to the people at the top to let them understand that we need a conversation that will involve everybody, so that I will take a little and I will give a little, so that everybody benefits at the end of the line, so that the patient capital can come in and stay with us and allow us to develop the entire Nigeria, because that's what's going to come to it. And so that Nigeria will become that, because I look forward to, as I said to everybody, the beginning of everything in Africa is Nigeria. That's where it begins and this is where it stops. And we need to take the gauntlet and take the bulls by the horn. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very good comment to close the session. And that's why I kept on congratulating NNPC for financing this enabler infrastructure. The benefits will come, definitely. We can see the prospect of the benefit. We struggle to finance this project because it's very difficult to finance a project without a credible off-taker. And that is why it is a critical pipeline infrastructure where enablement has to happen for us to realize the value from this project. I want to thank all of you for listening and for participating in this forum, and we can call this forum to a close. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Yusuf, for that very powerful moderation. No one could have done it better. And thank you to the panelists as well. Your wealth of experience has really shown that we are ready for this and we're taking it head on. It was very informative, it was very insightful and purpose-driven. So before we move ahead, please, they are going to have the photo. They are just right here, yes. So while they are at it, we're going to take 5 minutes because we are walking the talk. So it's not just about the talk, it's about walking the talk. And on that note, in an effort to broaden gas marketing distribution, we will take 5 minutes to witness a gas supply agreement between NGML and its partners. I think they deserve a round of applause at this point. So we have been speaking about collaborations, we have been speaking about agreements and sealing deals. So we are going to see that live in 5 minutes. So to throw more light on this event, may I please welcome Mr. Peter Kwaji from NGML to give us more insights on the agreement signing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Standing on existing protocol and riding on this unique occasion is talking the talk. And as part of that, we have two major agreements to execute this afternoon. A gas supplying agreement and also end customer agreement. So we have GSPA to sign, gas purchase agreement between NGML and CCETC. We have the MD of NGML, ably represented by our ED Finance, in the person of Mr. Ismail Mijiyawa, and our company secretary, Dr. Deborah Usman. I also use this opportunity to call on the customer off-taker, Mr. D, to quickly come out for us to perform the execution of the agreement between the end off-taker and NGML. Well, for the GSA, Gas Hub is to be on standby immediately. Ayo, Dele, and Ijoma to join immediately. So this is to demonstrate, as stated, what is happening in the downstream FCI oil and gas industry. And this is one of the purpose to increase power generation and LNG production in Nigeria. And this agreement that is being executed now will underpin 44 million SCOF, which is an addition to what is already flowing in the system. And this is also a demonstration of the domestic utilization and expansion in growing the energy sector. I think we deserve another round of applause for this. And this is also as part of supporting the government drive for energy growth as well as sustainability. Ayo and Ijoma, are you ready? Yeah. Thank you. This is CCETC and NGML, executed addendum to GSPA. Thank you very much, Mr. D, CCETC. Ayo and Ijoma, can you quickly come up for the IGSA? That's from Gas Hub. Thank you. We have just underpinned 44 million SCOF that will be added into the apps.
I think that deserves a better round of applause. This is a milestone. This is a great achievement. Congratulations to NGML and its partners. So we are aware that we have been seated for so long and we will need to break for lunch and prayers. So on that note, we will be breaking for lunch for 45 minutes. 45 minutes. So I will like to have the dignitaries seated right in front of me, the first and second rows, to please remain seated. Please remain seated. You will be directed to where your lunch will be. And then I have the rest of the audience. Please follow the usher just at my left. Can you wave? Thank you. Please follow the ushers just at my left. Yes, sir. 2:20. Yes, so we are breaking now, and at 2:20 we will be back here. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch. Please, for us seated, please, there's an usher here leading you to the lunch area. So you can go with the usher.
We'll go into that, but
okay. Sir, you're not joining the lunch. Okay, sir.
we're able to cross the river Niger. For us, you know, the
Head. Yes, the usher is right there. She will lead you.
Carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas. The Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. Represents the backbone of our energy transformation, complete with intermediate peaking stations. Per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation, complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves. ninth largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
The segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10 completion of the River Niger. I mean, it was scary, going into that, but with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect the total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying, and it's still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. No shaking, no fear, cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, so come on, let's go. Energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun.
Picture this: 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, open a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
This segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10th completion of the River Niger. I mean, it was scary, going into that, but with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect a total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying, and it's still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. No shaking, no fear, cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, so come on, let's go. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I say energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy we're surplus, oh. Energy we're clean, oh. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. Oh, energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
This segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10th completion of the River Niger. It was scary, going into that. But with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect the total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying and still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. No shaking off, yeah. Cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, so come on, let's go. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I say energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy we're surplus, oh. Energy we're clean, oh. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. Oh, energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate pigging stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
This segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10th completion of the River Niger. I mean, it was scary, going into that, but with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect a total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying, and still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. No shaking off, yeah. Cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, let's go. like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I say energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy we're surplus, oh. Energy we're clean, oh. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. Oh, energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
The segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10th completion of the River Niger. I mean, it was scary, going into that, but with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect a total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying and still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. Yeah. No shaking, no fear, cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, so come on, let's go. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I said energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy we're surplus, oh. Energy we're clean, oh. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. Oh, energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate pigging stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
The segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10 completion of the River Niger. I mean, it was scary, going into that, but with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect a total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying, and it's still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. No shaking, no fear, cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. It's a brand new day. So come on, let's go. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I said energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy we're surplus, oh. Energy we're clean, oh. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. Oh, energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
This segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10th completion of the River Niger. I mean, it was scary, going into that, but with experience from OB3.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, if you're outside, can you make your way in so we continue with the program?
For us,
please make your way in so we can commence. Thank you.
Pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect a total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried. Total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying and still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. with endless possibilities. Go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. Yeah. No shaking off, yeah. Cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me and you're outside, please make your way in and have your respective seats.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. It's a brand new day. It's a brand new day. So come on, let's go.
If you're still having lunch, kindly round up and make your way into the auditorium.
Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun. Oh, energy like the sun.
Yes, that's what I'm starting. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I do hope that you're well refreshed for the upcoming sessions. Thank you for remaining with us, and we will be moving on to the next presentation, which is the AKK-related gas marketing prospects at Jakarta, Abuja, Kaduna, and Kano as new value hubs. And to take us through this presentation is no one else but Mr. Haranji Yakubu, the ED Commercial NGML. Mr. Yakubu, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. The GCO NNPC Limited, the EVPs of NNPC Limited, other distinguished guests from regulators, industry players, representatives of state governments. Thank you. I will stand on existing protocol and take you through the presentation on the value hubs along the AKK. So I will start by, first of all, appreciating our GCO, because part of what I observed from the GCO's presentation, then my EVP's presentation, the presentation by MD MGIC, most of the value hubs were actually addressed. But basically what I'm standing here to do is just to deep dive into some of the value hubs. So let's go to the next slide, please. So this is the overview of my presentation. First of all, we look at NGML as a company. Then we look at what NGML is playing within the gas value chain. Then we look at also the AKK gas marketing prospects. Then look at beyond AKK. That is, these are the options that, like to say, beyond AKK, what happened next? Because beyond AKK, there are other opportunities. So we also look at those opportunities. Then we also look at what is going on today around Ajakuta, that is around CNG and mini LNG projects. Then finally, our key message as NGML. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is the overview of what we do, NGML as an SBU within the NNPC Limited companies. So NGML, as we all know, is NNPC Gas Marketing Limited. So basically what we do is to market gas within the domestic market. Also, we are also looking at opportunities to go beyond the domestic market today, because within the West African sub-region, we have seen other opportunities within the region. So as NGML, we are very enthusiastic and interested in playing within the domestic gas market and beyond. So our mandate is basically to monetize the gas resources in Nigeria. Then beyond that, also try to see how we can expand the market. So basically, today, AKK that we are discussing here is basically around how to expand those, to deepen the market within the domestic market. So also our locations are, first of all, we have a headquarters in Warri. Then we also have the Northern Business Office in Abuja. We also have the Western Business Office in Lagos. And finally, the Eastern Business Office in Port Harcourt. So next slide, try to look at where we are today as NGML within the gas value chain. So coming from upstream, we have heard today from the upstream producers. Then we also, today we are discussing AKK. So AKK basically is the hub, or what I call the backbone infrastructure that delivers the gas. But beyond delivering the gas, so today what NGIC are doing is to construct the backbone infrastructure. After taking the gas to that location, then the next job is for the distributors like NGML and other companies to see how to deliver the gas to the users. Because if the job at NGIC is to deliver the market from upstream to those locations, then the next job is to make sure the gas is delivered to the doorstep of the gas users. So that's what NGML is doing in conjunction with other gas marketers within the domestic market. So as NGML, just to give an overview of what we also do, today we have what we call the spur lines. So spur lines are the gas distribution lines that we tap in from the NGIC backbone infrastructure. Today we own about 540 kilometers of those pipelines around the country. The next one we're also doing, today we are delivering between 4 to 450 million scope per day within the domestic market. Then part of what we also do is, today if we look at the infrastructure we have, that is based on the 540 kilometer of spur lines, we have the capacity to do over 1 BCF per day within the domestic market, which means we are doing below 50% of our installed capacity within the domestic market. Then in terms of customers, today we have over 450 customers, direct and indirect customers. So for indirect customers, we have other alliances, which I'm going to explain in the next few seconds. So we have direct customers and we have other customers that are tied to our strategic partners. So in total, if you look at our customers today within the country, are in excess of 400. So then we also supply key industries like the Dangote, the Boa, and all other big players within the industry. So the other side of the slide, if we try to look at what we do in terms of relationship. So today as NGML, we have opportunity to directly deal with customers that are ready to utilize gas. That is our direct customers. Then we also have what we call strategic alliances. Strategic alliances speaks to partnership with other players within the industry like the Falcon and the SNG of this world. So we have a strategic agreement with them to develop infrastructures and also reach out to different markets. So this is one of the relationships we have. We also what we call the UJVs. So UJVs are relationship we do with our partners in what is different from the other strategic alliances, because for other strategic alliances, we develop the infrastructure, we own the infrastructure, and we allow you to operate. So basically, NGML owns those infrastructures. For UJVs, we try to give opportunity for the partner to own part of the assets. So that is a difference in the model. So for UJV, it means if you are coming to have a UJV with NGML, you also own part of the infrastructures. So that is our relationship. Then now deep diving into what we are trying to do today. So basically this, I'm sure we have seen this slide before. This is just basically to show where AKK start from Ajakuta and terminates and Kano. So basically the message here is to show the states where AKK is passing through. So from Kogi, down here, it will pass through FCT, then cross through Niger State, Kaduna State, then to Kano State and terminate in Kano. So then around these hubs, we also try, based on next slide, to look at what are the opportunities. So if you look at, this is the FCT. So FCT, NGIC are going to have their, what they call the terminal gas station, the TGS, around Gwagwalada. So from Gwagwalada, NGML is going to have what we call the city gate. So city gate will run from Gwagwalada. So Gwagwalada is here. This is where Gwagwalada is. So from here, NGML is going to construct a pipeline that will go into Abuja City. So going into Abuja City, maybe I'll go to the slide that shows the details. I think here. So this is where Gwagwalada is. So from here, NGML is going to construct a pipeline that will get to area called the Centenary City Free Zone, so which is an area around airport, along the airport road. So this is a free zone, that is a trade-free zone. Then from there, we are going to extend the pipeline to an industrial area in Idu site. So basically, NGML is going to have that infrastructure to run through the Centenary City, then and terminate at Idu Industrial Estate. So this is one of the critical hubs within the FCT. So if you look at from Idu Industrial Hub again, if you go back to the previous slide, so from FCT, there are also other opportunities. So from Idu, let's assume Idu is around here. So you also have opportunity to deliver gas to areas around Nasarawa State, Kefi. Kefi should be around here. Then you also have opportunities to extend it to other areas around Nyanya, Maraba, which are areas that we have some industries. Then we also have opportunity to go even beyond FCT again towards Niger. This is Izom. So the pipeline is passing through Izom. Around Izom here, NGIC have another, what we call the BVS. So it means from this area, there's opportunity for Niger State to have maybe an industrial hub within the Niger State. So this is another opportunity for Niger State. So based on that, so we see a lot of industry, like we heard from the previous speakers, based on the last session we had, that for infrastructure, most of the industry follow the infrastructure. So it means for Niger State, by the time you have infrastructure around here, chances are that industry will start coming up around here. And let's also not forget that from this Izom, if you go towards where you have the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway, there are a lot of industry, Royal Ceramics and what have you, they are around there. That's another area where also you can also run another pipeline to that particular area. So this is one of the hubs for FCT and Niger. Then going to the next slide again. So this is this is one of the areas I've just mentioned. So we have a company called, I think, African Mines and Steel Company around here within Kaduna State. So it means from the Izon side, you can actually run another line to pass through Abuja Expressway, Kaduna Expressway, and go here. This is another hub. Like I said earlier, we have a lot of industries along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway. It means this is another hub that is coming up on that axis. This is between the line we start from Niger, but the company here is in Kaduna State. This is another hub. Then coming down here to Kaduna, based on the last session, I also heard from the representative of Kaduna State, where he mentioned the issue of Kudenda. So here, we also have another BVS where we can create, we can tap in from so this red line is actually the AKK line. So there's opportunity to also tap in from here. And for NGML, we are going to have a city gate around Kudenda. So this is the Kudenda industrial area mentioned by the representative of Kaduna State. So the power plant he also mentioned that is going to run on fuel oil is around here. So it means this line, there's an opportunity to also feed gas to this pipeline. There's opportunity to also deliver gas to this Kudenda area, which is an industrial hub in Kaduna. Then beyond that, this is where you have the most advanced, in those days, the most advanced industrial area within Kaduna. So in Kaduna, you have where you have Pujoya, you have all the textile is around here, within Kakuri and the Kaduna South axis. So it means this is another hub where the gas will now extend from the city gate into this industrial area. So this is another value hub we see within the AKK. So then beyond that, if we also go to Kaduna, that is Zaria's axis again. So in Zaria, the line is coming through Dakache. So Dakache is another industrial area along the Jos Zaria road. So from here, there's another opportunity to create a very big value hub here. Because for Zaria, we all know Zaria is another, what you call what I call a hub. People traffic coming from Sokoto, you go to Zaria, traffic from Kano, Zaria from Jos, you can also link up to Zaria. So it means here, you're going to have opportunity. By the time I had somebody asking about for Zaria, how do you whether you're going to have mother stations that will deliver maybe CNG to maybe daughter stations. So it means from Zaria here, there's an opportunity to also have a compression station here where you can deliver CNG to areas as far as Funtua. If I go to the next slide just to show you. So if you look at for Zaria, there's an opportunity to deliver gas from Zaria to Jos. So if you look at Jos to Zaria is about, Zaria to Jos is about 240 kilometers. So, and we know that for CNG, the radius should be within the 250 kilometer hub, kilometer hub. So it means once you have a compression station in Zaria, you can actually deliver CNG to Jos comfortably. You can also deliver CNG to Funtua. Funtua from Zaria is about 90 kilometers, which is a very short distance. So again, from Zaria again, you can also reach out to places like Sokoto, even though Sokoto is a little bit far, but at least this is an opportunity to also have maybe a mini LNG plant in Zaria where you can deliver mini LNG to places like Sokoto Cement in Sokoto. Then from Zaria, you can also reach out to places like Funtua. So Funtua is another industrial hub. In those days, we used to have Zampara Textile and what have you. So that is another area. Then beyond that, even along the Zaria-Sokoto Expressway, there's also an opportunity that a lot of industry will come up along that express. So this is for Zaria. Then going back to, so that's for Zaria. Then coming to Kano. So Kano is where the AKK line is going to terminate. So this is where we are going to have the terminal gas station by NGIC. So from here, NGML is going to construct another city gate around this Chalawa area. So it means we are going to tap in from here. This is the Tamburawa side. Then have our city gate here in Chalawa. Chalawa is another industrial hub in Kano. Then from Chalawa, the line will also go to places, I think here is Bompai. So, sorry, Sharada, this is Sharada. So that means the line will run from this particular area in Sharada, sorry, in Chalawa to Sharada. So from Sharada again, the line will run again to an area called Bompai in Kano. Then from Bompai, you go to places called Hadeja Road. So it means today NGML has a plan to run a pipeline from the terminal gas station to run through all the industrial areas or industrial hub in Kano. So this is the plan NGML has, and in part of what we are doing, we're also ready to partner with all our strategic partners. We're also ready to partner with state governments. Already we are speaking to states like Jigawa. We are also speaking to states like Kano to see how we can maybe develop maybe other areas, maybe other industrial hubs or maybe other industrial parks for those states. So this is one of the most critical value hub we as NGML have identified, and we are ready to partner with state governments, with our existing strategic partners. So already one of our strategic partners has reached out this afternoon to say, I'm ready to partner with you along the AKK. So these are the opportunities already on AKK, just to show, and also as NGML, our key message, I think, is saying we are open for partnership. We are open to also collaborate in developing the infrastructure. Like I said earlier, we can develop the infrastructure jointly with the partners so that we can run the business jointly. If you want us to just deliver the gas to you, we can develop the infrastructure and deliver it to you. So this is one of the value hubs we have identified. Then going here is where we now try to send the message beyond the virtual, the AKK line. So first and foremost, like I said earlier, we already have the pipeline here, which I mentioned as part of the presentation. From Gwagwalada, the line is going to run into Abuja City. Then from Ajakuta, we also have another city gate, which we are doing all the mini and the CNG projects currently with our partners. In Kaduna, we mentioned Kudanda, and also in Kano, we have also mentioned Chalawa. So beyond that, we're also looking at how we can also partner with our strategic partners to see how we can develop mini CNGs. So today, if I go to the next slide, this is what we are doing today around Ajakuta axis. So so today Ajakuta, because it's where the NGIC line has terminated, we have 6 mini LNG projects with our partners. We also have about 7 CNG mother stations currently discussing ongoing project with our partners. So what we are doing basically is to see how we can move LNG and CNG from Ajakuta to locations where we don't have pipelines. So today, all the CNG used in Abuja axis is actually coming from Ajakuta. So this is what we are doing with our partners. Then finally, because of my time is up, this is the strategic message we have to everyone. So like I said earlier, as NGML, we are ready to supply power to other industries, so within the AKK corridor. So if you want us to just deliver the gas to you, we are ready to do that. If you want us to also distribute within a particular area, distribution means we want to align or maybe collaborate with other partners so that we can do a distribution and develop the infrastructure. Then if you also want us to do a virtual delivery, so today it means there's an opportunity beyond the AKK, maybe by the time the AKK terminates in Kano, there's an opportunity to do CNG and deliver to state like Katsina. There's also opportunity to do mini LNG so that you can go as far as Borno State and other states. So basically, this is the message from NGML. And like we said earlier, we are ready to partner. We are here. We are ready to discuss business, and we are ready to even, close deals on this forum. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We are here to take questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I wish we had the whole day to get in all of this information. So NGML takes gas to your doorstep. That was really very, very impressive about the gas delivery network. And we are open for opportunities for partnership. Thank you very much. Our time is fast spent once again. One question from the audience, and we move on to the next. Any questions? Oh, okay. We have one. Can we please get the microphone here? Let me give him this one.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sallam. I'm very happy with this presentation. My name is Shehu Sagagi. I'm the Commissioner of Commerce, Kano State. From taking the gas pipeline from Tambora, right, to Chalawa, to Sharada, to Bompai, to Hadeja Road. Why can't you take it both sides? The eastern part from Tamburawa is closer to Hadeja Road and Bompai, rather than take it from Chalawa to Sharada, then to Bompai. Is it not too long?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. We appreciate you. So this is, so for us as NGML, it's an option we can look at, even though this is a question for the technical people to look at. Thank you for your feedback. But I think basically, the also part of the consideration they do is maybe to avoid areas where maybe you have to cross highways, because you also look at or consider that maybe there are other areas where maybe to even get the approval and whatever is going to be done. But we'll look at it, sir. This is one of the feedback I'll give to our technical people. Thank you for your feedback, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Even for the partnership, I think the state government can assist in connecting you with people who are ready to invest. Because we know there is no any other city in the world that is facing energy gap than Kano. Roughly, we have a demand of over 1,000 megawatts, but hardly we get 200. At times in a day, we get 21 megawatts. So there is a huge gap, and it is going to be an opportunity. And you know, we have borders with Katsina, Jigawa, so it will be an opener. And I'm sure we will have so many companies moving from Lagos to Kano, because that's where the market is. And the Kano market is not only for the northern market, yes, it's for the west, central, east, and north Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for your feedback. Duly noted.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are moving straight up to the next presentation, which is on the imperatives for power generation and GBI development in Nigeria. To take us through this presentation is Dr. Salihu Jamari, the Chief Gas and Power Investment Officer, NGPIS. You're welcome, sir. Please note that you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for questions and answers. I trust you to keep to time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, my August all over. I'm a lucky man here because I have left and right, front and back, my seniors and my colleagues, and everybody is around me, so I'm a rich guy here. So allow me to continue on the existing protocol that has been established. I think it's not by accident that this particular segment is slotted after a very long conversation since we converged into this venue this morning. Even a panel conversation has gone place. It's just another opportunity to re-emphasize the importance of investing in power and gas-based industry in Nigeria, and in particular along the AKK corridor. And sorry, who is controlling the slide? And it is these two segments, the opportunity and the gaps that are existing that encourages investment. It's not only existing in Nigeria alone, it is also in the whole world. So as you can see on the left-hand side of the board, I hope it's clear, power gap globally is keeping on growing. And the reason is that are so obvious. One is because the developed world will continue to want to improve on their lifestyle, improve new technology, and therefore huge demand of power. The significant portion of the developing world, which don't even have access to power, will always like to have power to improve their standard of living, and therefore power demand will continue growing globally. And on the right-hand side of the board, which I always feel very uncomfortable to show that statistic, is the situation of Nigeria today. In a country of over 200 million people, the even capacity is about 13 gigawatts. The actual generation is 5. The transmitted is 4.5. The distributed is 3.4. And unfortunately, the one that is paid after distribution, the recovery of payment is less than 3 gigawatts. So this is a very, the essence of showing this, though I'm not comfortable about it, is because to show you the gap. And to show you the gap is to ginger the investors to invest, to please come and invest in the power sector. Because the power sector is looking, is demanding, is hungry for people to come and invest. And I will assure you that in the course of this production, you can see a situation where everybody, whether government or government agencies or company like us, who have the mandate to accelerate technological development in the country and to support everyone that would like to invest in this space, whether we are going to be a partner or not, we are calling for investors to come and invest in the power sector. So, this is just to show you how government has been trying as much as possible to create a conducive environment for investment in the power sector. As you can see, all enabling laws and investments, opportunity, strategy, and other things are being provided by government, and government will continue to improve on that. And I'm telling you, if there are any other things you think is not provided in the government, you have other channels to make recommendation, and government is willing to consider that. As it is today, the power space has been decentralized. You can invest either as captive, as embedded, or mini-grid, or whatever way you would like to invest. And therefore, I'm calling on prospective investors or people that are already invested to invest more, people that want to come to please come and invest. And I will tell you that we will support you, whether as a partner or collaboration or whatever. We have the mandate to support you to bring power so that we can industrialize this nation. Probably you may wonder, why am I here talking? So I just want to tell you that how you are not alone. We are not calling you to come and invest and we just stand on the sideline and watching, observing what is happening. We are also full participants. NNPC, when I say we, I mean NNPC is full participant, and the way we participate in this investment is through NGPIS. That's NNPC Gas and Power Investment Services. That's how we participate in. NGPIS has the mandate, NGPIS that manage NNPC investment in gas monetization, whether in LNG or in gas-based industry or in power. And any investment you would like to participate in within that space, come to us. We will support it. Whether you come to us as a partner, as a collaborator, as whatever, don't say if we are supporting you, it's not a favor, but it's part of our responsibility to support anyone that would like to invest in that space. So, to demonstrate how involved NNPC is in the power sector, we just decided to bring this slide. We have all portfolio of power business. We have plants that are operating, like Opai 1, AFAM 6. We have plants that are completed, waiting commissioning after concluding some commercial part of it, which is Opai 2. We have plants that are under EPC construction, like Abuja power plant, and we have plants that are on drawing board, seeking for partners, like Kano, Kaduna, and all other places. So we are full participants. This is probably the unique area that you can have a competitor as your supporter. So we are inviting people to come to this space that we will give you every support. You can come and partner with us. You can collaborate with us. You can demand we give you a support for you to invest in this space. Then the GBI, this is another very lucrative opportunities that which have not been exploited maximally. And therefore, I would like to also ask investors to please pay attention to the GBIs, because the GBIs is another gold mine in this country. And therefore, we are inviting you to come and invest in that, because we are also full participants, and we have done a lot of things to kind of de-risk a lot of things in the investment space in the GBIs. And I will show you as we go that there are even, we have conducted a lot of preliminary visibility studies of GBIs along the AKK corridor, and we are willing. If you want to come and partner with us, we develop that. If you come even you want to do it alone, we can even give you the visibility studies that we are conducted for you to go and develop it. We are not, one of our way of assessing our performance is accelerating the industrial development of this country, especially in the GBI sector, where fertilizer will improve our agricultural output and will improve on our food security. So this is some few of the opportunities we intend to explore and share with any prospective investors. Either at, we are planning to have Abuja Industrial Park, Kaduna, Kano, and Karo in Nasarawa State. So please feel free to contact us. We will give you adequate information, and we are willing to work with you to make sure that we actualize our dream of building a lot of GBIs and creating opportunities for this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We still have a few seconds. Thank you very much for giving that to me, and you really kept to time. We're grateful. The Gas Investment Services is exploring potentials, and he's also inviting you to please put in your best, all opportunities that are glaring in your faces. So if you notice, all of our presentations
are all about open doors. Come, collaborate. So please don't miss this opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. And then we will take just one question again. Okay. I can see a hand in front here.
Thank you. My name is Engineer Dr. Surajo M. Musa, the Honorable Commissioner for Energy, Jigawa State. My question is that I know one time we reached out to NGPIS regarding the power projects that Jigawa intends to embark on. Luckily for us, during our meeting, we were told that there is a similar project that has already been engaged by Kano State. That was the 1,350 megawatt project, which I know at the end of the project, we were informed that like a joint project is going to be made, but until now, we have never heard from the NGPIS. So I want to know if there is any update as regard to that project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's an update. With Kano State, we are continuing discussion. A team has been formed, and we are working on actualizing the 1,350 megawatts, as you earlier been informed. And the plan is to do it in phases, and we are working on that. Even recently, we had a meeting with the team from Kano. We are working on that, and I'm sure if that project is actualized, it will cover both Kano and Jigawa State, and even with the intention to export to other places, or even the West African power pool, we may join it. So the project is on, and what I will probably suggest is that then, because we also have scheduled meeting with the Kano team, maybe we can expand that team to have a Jigawa State representative in the team, so that you will be updated on the progress of the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jamari, for that very robust response. So straight up, we will be moving on to the second panel session for today. We have our panel moderator, who is a former Executive Vice President, Gas, Power, and New Energy, NNPC Limited. His name is Malam Abdul Kabir Ahmed. You're very much welcome, sir. So as he comes up, you're welcome, sir. The title of this second panel session is Ease of Doing Business in the Respective AKK States. AKK States panel discussion. So I will be handing over to him while he runs the session. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, is that Lekons? Okay. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session. Kindly permit me to invite my colleagues. I start by calling Alhaji Siraj Musa, Honorable Commissioner from Jigawa State. Also invite Engineer Joseph Musa, Director, Gas Development and Operations, NMDPRA. We also have Naziru Haliru, DG Kano Investment Agency. Mayowa Edgar, MD Nasida. We have Mr. Peter Kwaji, Business Development, NGML. And we have Alhaji Shehu Wada Sagaji, Honorable Commissioner Investment, Commerce, Industry and Cooperative from Kano State. Okay, welcome. As the, I don't know whether I call her moderator in this case now, because she is moderating everyone. We are given 20 minutes or 25 minutes maximum to go through these lengthy points for discussions. First of all, we've had some introduction in the morning through this afternoon regarding AKK and what it stands for. Now, on this panel, what we are trying to do is to examine how best we can make businesses easy to be set up along the corridor. Particularly, we shall be looking at areas such as the regulations. What kind of regulations are we going to see? How will they interface? That's the state regulations and the federal regulations. How will they interface to make businesses easy to run? We also look at what kind of incentives are the state governments that this pipeline pass through are ready to put in place, which will support these businesses. Infrastructure that will be required to run this, especially roads, utilities, and other facilities that will make industrial revolution along this corridor easy. We also have to look at governance. What kind of governance framework will be required, will be put in place by these state governments that will make the environment easy to operate. Now, we cannot also run these businesses or these businesses without having some disputes. So what kind of dispute resolution mechanism are the state governments willing to put in place to tackle these disputes in case they arise? And last but not the least will be in terms of community engagement and social licenses. This is, ladies and gentlemen, these are areas that we are going to look at this afternoon on this panel. You are welcome. Perhaps it's right to begin by looking at the regulations. And I will refer this to Engineer Joseph Musa, the Director of Gas Development. We naturally have some regulations regarding pipeline layouts, gas-based industry developments in areas, whether in fresh areas or in areas that are occupied by human beings. So what, in your own opinion, are the regulations that will need to be put in place by the respective state governments, in addition to what you have already put in place? Can you give us an insight into that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to stand on the existing protocol and also to bring greetings from my authority chief executive, who is supposed to be here this afternoon, but unavoidably absent. I want to start, first of all, from the last, second to the last presenter that presented on the concept that NGML has, with regard to the expansion from the AKK. I want to start from that. There is a regulation that actually governed gas distributions around any part of the country. And so that regulation actually deals with local distribution zones. And in that local distribution zones, proponents of that has to apply through a process of bidding and the highest bidder wins those zones, and the zones is allocated. So I want to say, even as NGML has this aspiration and are actually looking towards that, please, they should put it in their agenda, that once the time comes, they should be able to beat the highest bid in those areas, or it will go to somebody else. So we have that regulation, and you can find it in our website. And also, when we are dealing with gas consumption, we have two regulations that are major. We have the pipeline regulations, which governs the laying of pipelines along the corridor. Whether it's a major line or it's a distribution line, that's a pipeline regulation. And also we have the midstream and downstream operations regulations that deal with establishment of plants, like the CNG plant that we have been talking about here, like the mini LNG plants and the gas-based industry. So everybody has the right to apply for it, and once you meet the requirements, we will grant it. But one particular, based on the framework that you're talking about, that I need to mention, we have synergy that we do with state governments and also local government, especially with regards to the pipeline regulation, where the law mandates that in the course of the process, we should get in touch with the state, and the state will have to help us to coordinate what we call public hearing, that everybody in the corridor of that pipeline has to have a say. If you have any objection to laying that pipeline around that corridor, you say it. But if you don't, then we'll go ahead and grant anybody that is interested to lay pipeline. So we also have so many regulations. So far, we have published about 20 regulations, and more are on the way. Please feel free, go to our website, and you will see all those regulations. And if there's any concerns and you want to get in touch with us, there are contact numbers and social media handles that you can contact authority, where explanation shall be given to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Stemming from that, I think the right questions to follow this will be community engagements. Now, I would like to forward this question to Alhaji Suraj Musa, Honorable Commissioner from Jigawa State. Now, what kind of incentives and as well as community engagements do you foresee? You've heard from the regulator that they will come to you, to your communities, to ask for consent. That's for consent, whether it is agreeable for them for pipelines to be laid along the route. So have you put up already a mechanism to do this, or you are still work in progress? Can you give us some highlights, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me start by referring back to the comment made by the GCEO in his presentation when he made mention about one of the objectives why this gathering is made, that is to try to link up between the investors, the end users, the suppliers, and the rest. As a state, Jigawa State has already embarked on this on itself. Why I say this is because since last year, 2023, immediately the time when Mr. President established the PCNG initiative, Jigawa is the first state among all the subnationals to on its own establish the same committee, and from then up till now, we have been pulling it off to all the stakeholders that involve both the regulators like the NDPR, the suppliers like the NGML, the power investors like the NGPIS. We all meet them, and even the presidential CNG initiatives. Why we do this, and also even the technical expertise. Why we do this is because the keen interest Jigawa is having on the gas, especially to be able to solve so many of its problems. Now, going by that, Also, if we look at the recently signed, or do I say recently, the signed Electricity Act 2023, when the power sector is decentralized, Jigawa also is the first state that established its own law among all the 19,000 states. Going by that, and part of the law, the area that law addresses is the community engagement. We are all aware of the vandalism issue, with the kind of challenge faced by the power infrastructure. Without addressing such, then definitely it's like we are backsliding. So among the remedies that law address is the community engagement. And we already embark on that. How we do that is because in all our investment, in all our infrastructural development, we try to engage the community, to let the community know that this infrastructure is their own. I mean, to claim ownership. And I know the same is applicable to gas facilities as well. When it comes to incentives and other benefits that can be derived, we have already established a benchmark for that. Jigawa is one of the states that are categorized as a fully secured state. In terms of road networks, I can bet my chest and say, if you look at the proportion of the road network we are having in Jigawa and the size of Jigawa, there is no state in the whole Nigeria can compete with us. So also the issue of ease of doing business. We are already ranked the highest. For more than 2 years, we were the second. Now we are the first in the ease of doing business. So all these are the incentives that are already made available as far as Jigawa is concerned. The major key issue is the political, political willing, which we already have. Long ago, even before this gathering, I have already said it that we reach out to all other stakeholders, seeking for information and relevant guidelines on how we can establish this by ourselves, let alone if we have investors coming in. So this goes to tell you that we already set up a framework for that. Thank you.
NGIC, for you to note that you have a secured environment there, or you will have a secured environment. And for prospective investors, you have a partner in Jigawa State when it comes to establishing your industries. Already a mechanism for engagements is in place. Now, having had a regulator and then some words on community engagement, we now bring in the infrastructure aspect of this. And I would like Alhaji Shehu Wada, Honorable Commissioner, Commerce, Investment, Industry and Cooperative from Kano State, to give us an insight into the infrastructure, if you like, programs that will be put in place to welcome this gas that is coming as a result of completion of these pipelines. Notably, Kano is a developed environment, therefore it will have a lot of issues when it comes to laying pipelines along their state. Also, you have several industries which will require both road infrastructure and probably rail. So what are your plans towards this? Please, thank you.
The Kano State government is very much ready in improving infrastructure, and anybody that visited Kano in recent time, you will see the massive infrastructural development that is taking place in Kano. And thanks to the effort of the present administration, when we came in, we barely had 2 billion naira as internally generated revenue, and now per month. And now we can boast of having over 10 billion naira as internally generated revenue monthly. And this affords us to lay down infrastructure, which is in very much need. You can see during the end bad governance protest in August last year, Kano was the most violent one. And you can see how our youth go about the streets, burgling shops, and attacking people. This is as a result of unemployment. And with this initiative, I think Kano will gain much more as an economic hub, not only in Nigeria. Last month, I have secured approval from His Excellency the Governor to establish 3 more industrial sites along the AKK corridor. And we are working very much hand in hand with the Chamber of Commerce, Manufacturers Association, Nigerian Association of Small-Scale Industrialists, NASMI, and what have you. I myself am an industrialist, and I know how this AKK project will improve the life and economy of people of Kano, not only of Kano, but in the northern part of the country. You can see, because my Jigawa state counterpart, I said that Jigawa is secured, Kano too is secured. Because we have one challenge that will make the government necessary for it to partner with the NNPC on this project. You see, we have a tremendous amount of influx of displaced people from Borno, Yobe, Katsina, Sokoto, Kebbi, and Zamfara State, all in Kano. And this shows that we have to do something to make sure there is a lot of economic activity so that those displaced people that are trooping to Kano will have some economic activities to do. And I'm very sure my man from the Can Invest will shed more light on that. We have a one-stop shop domicile in the Kano State Investment Agency. And my government is very ready to provide enabling environment, be it tax holiday, depending on the level of investment. And I'm sure we have a lot of Kano citizens who are willing to partner in this project and make this project a reality. I'm very sure of that. You can see Sharada, Bompai, they are a ghost of their former selves, largely because of this power inadequacy. And with this project, I'm very sure that activities will come, and we will see a lot of companies coming into Kano, which will make us to grow economically and gain more taxes, so that we'll display or carry out a lot of infrastructural projects in Kano, and also that will improve the security. And a secure Kano is a secure North. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well laid, and it is also for our investors to note. Now, we will still look at the logistics here. I would like Mayowa, can you give us an insight into the kind of logistics that you are prepared to put in place, or you would like to see in place for the investment environment to be convenient?
Thank you very much. I'm here representing the MD CEO of Nasida, Ibrahim Abdullahi, who is unavoidably absent, but he sends his regards. In Nasarawa State, we have a good industrial park that sits along on the AKK corridor. We also have, if you had noticed during the presentation of GPRS, they mentioned the Karu Energy Park. That's also a project that's in the pipeline that we're putting together to also provide support to investors, so that when they come in, they have a place you can just plug in. You don't necessarily have to go through the hassle of getting land. However, in Nasarawa State, we also have streamlined processes for land. Nasida, that's our agency. It serves as a one-stop shop. So when you come to Nasida, we already have the packages from how you go to get the land, get the title documents processed, get your business set up in Nasarawa State. So it's a very seamless process. And when it even comes to logistics, within the parks that we have the the dry inland dry container depot within the park. So we already solved significantly a number of the questions for logistics, how haulage will happen, and we know that with Nasarawa State's proximity to Abuja, there's a whole lot of traffic happening along this route, like from here to Karu. Now, for those persons that may not be familiar, it's just about 15 minutes from here to Karu. So we have that close proximity, and we ensure that we're also putting up projects to also just support transportation. We have the railway projects ongoing. We've already commissioned the feasibility studies for that to happen. So for everything that needs to be put in place when it comes to like government support, we also have very high level. If you look at our economic development strategy, you see how these have been highlighted. You can go on NACIDA's website and you find a lot of information that helps investors to be able to tap in and set up easily in Nasarawa State. Thank you.
I'm afraid, thank you very much. I would have loved to allow you to continue, but it's like we are running fast out of time. Kwaji, I'll come back to you because we want to take your experience being on the field in terms of dispute resolution, because after all this, we expect some disputes to occur. So how do we now resolve them? But we will come to that after we hear from Nazir. Can you tell us what kind of support services you are ready to put in place, especially in terms of provision of utilities around those parks? Can be security, light, water, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah. So thank you so much. I would like to copy and paste the existing protocol. Quickly, at Kano State Investment Promotion Agency, we've just about to launch our 5-year multi-sectoral investment strategic plan, which infrastructure, where renewable energy comes in, is top on the list, considering huge potentials that it has. And then also the plan goes in with compendium of lucrative incentives that the state government is ready to offer and to provide. And one of them key is security. We understand security is very, very important. And God so kind, Kano is one of the most safest state in Nigeria, the most populous and most safest state in Nigeria, with over 22 million population. So as part of our compendium to provide incentives, we are exploring a lot of avenues, including even land, including other markets. Just 2 weeks ago, we completed geospatial mapping of all small, medium, and large-scale industries in Kano, and also to determine their investment, the energy demand, energy supply, and so many others. So we've mapped over 3,600 industries. And all these industries, in terms of energy demand and also in terms of appetite for renewable energy, majority of them, nearly 95% of them, are looking forward to CNG programs, are looking forward to renewable energy programs. So the reason why we put out, the plan to do this. We've also about to go to the public to send out expression of interest for our Light Up Kano initiative very soon. And Light Up Kano initiative intends to bring in investors that are interested in investing in Kano, from generation to distribution to transmission. The plan is to generate over 2,000 megawatt in Kano over the next 5 years, and also mostly prioritizing this industry. So we are providing huge market, security, and also business enabling environment for everyone that intends to come and invest in Kano. We actually look at Kano as a country. When you look at our GDP growing at between $50 to $20 billion, is, it has surpassed the GDP of some African countries, Sierra Leone, Niger, and others. So,
okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Perhaps I will.
All right, thank you.
I'll have to cut you. It's very interesting. I'm imagining how Kano is a country and within a country. So But thank you very much for that contribution. And last but not the least, in all of this, we've had from regulation to infrastructure, to services, to support services, and so on and so forth. Within the context of all this, you will not exclude the occurrence of disputes. So, Mr. Kwaji, I will want you to give us an insight into how disputes are resolved along the corridors of gas pipelines, especially the Lagos area, and your insight of how you want to advise the states where the pipelines pass through to take a leverage on. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I stand on the existing protocols. Dispute is inevitable in most cases where you involve stakeholders and parties. And in the case of pipeline, as we're aware, it even transverse through states. At times it could be border issue, at times it could be community, at times it could be stakeholders, and at times it could be the partner you are dealing with. In most of the disputes that occur, in oil and gas, with the provision of PIA and some of the regulations, we always try as much as we can to work within the confines of the provided and guidance laws. And in the event such escalated, we also try to go into community stakeholders engagement. Like various speakers have stated, and for those that were here early, the MD of NGIC gave an example of Circuit Power, which was one of typical example of community issues. So in most cases, what is being considered is stakeholders engagement, sensitizing of people, and like what I heard from various speakers here, everybody has done a lot of homework in order to welcome gas infrastructure to their own community, and we must have to, from inception, engage the stakeholders, most importantly communities, where we are transversing, and expose them to the governing laws, some of the issues of security and the safety aspect, because gas is a very volatile commodity that if not well managed, it can cause disaster. So sensitizing the communities about the governing laws and structure is very, very key, and that is what we have been employing in all our activities, Mr. Moderator. We don't always allow things to go to litigation or out of the governing structure.
Thank you so much. With that, you do not have to allow things to get loose before they are handled. Thank you so much. Alaji Sirajo, Engineer Joseph, Nazir, Moiwa, Peter Kwaji, and Alaji Shehu Wada, thank you so much for... Sorry? 2 seconds. I don't have time, except if... Are you permitting his 2 seconds further contribution?
2 seconds. Hello. Yeah, no, I just wanted to urge, please, I realize some disconnect between the national or between NNPC and subnationals, especially around AKK. So I would like to urge, please, to maybe establish maybe something, a communication mechanism in such a way that we will be up to date, and you also be up to date on our programs and initiatives, how we welcome that. Because we notice a lot of disconnect between what is going on, updates, what state needs to do, committees and all that. His Excellency Governor Abubakar Yusuf has set up a committee to do that, to coordinate and also identify investors in that. But over time, we've been having difficulty, arranging or connecting with the top. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The EVP is here, and I think he can respond to that. But Be that as it may, I would want to, anyway, let me allow the EVP to say.
So thank you very much, DG Kano Invest. One of the things I did before the Honorable Commissioner went to the stage was to collect his business card. And I showed him, I said, this business card, I'm not putting it in my pocket, I'm putting it in my wallet. And I showed him while I was putting it in my wallet. So I will collect your card also and put it in my wallet. Kano is central to our commercial ambitions on the back of AKK. We're not pretending about it. And I said earlier on, when the engineer, our director, was moderating the other session, that we have planned state-by-state engagement with the AKK states. Kano State is in October. We have appointed the focals, and so we will coordinate, and we will stay coordinated. And it's not just Kano Invest, it's the Chamber of Commerce, it's the state government, and so you're completely correct. We have to keep that connection going. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Do we have time for one or two questions? Yes, no? Okay. Any question? It seems there is no question or questions. Okay, thank you. I just, the EVP, well done, but next time you are gathering this kind of caliber of people, don't give them 20 minutes because they cannot do justice to what you ask them to do. And as you can see, so many information is being hoarded back. They are going to go back without. So kindly find a way of facilitating another one that will allow them vent a lot of things, especially from the regulators' angle, the communication angle, the infrastructure angle, so that those that want to invest will now be very comfortable to run into those states to go and invest. And indeed, the pipeline is always going to be there only if there are investors, aside from the power plants. Thank you so much for your contributions. Thank you.
So much for that. Please, you will be having a group photo. The camera guys, are you ready for them? Thank you very much to the panel members and the moderator for that very interesting and impactful session. With the experiences in this room, the sky is our stepping stone. Thank you very much. While they are at it, this is a reminder for tomorrow's event, the workshop, which will take a slightly different dimension. We had the AKK today. Tomorrow will be the CNG. Mobility CNG Stakeholders Workshop holding tomorrow, Friday, July 25th, 2025. So hope to see you here tomorrow. Thank you very much for still staying with us. And quickly, we will be taking the next presentation on how domestic gas delivery obligations will support gas supply to AKK. The Commission Chief Executive, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, ably represented by Mr. Ebibo Kefie Joseph. I hope I didn't murder that name. Mr. Ebibo Kefie Joseph. Please welcome. Mr. Joseph? Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes up for his presentation. Please remember, it's still 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Standing on existing protocols. My name is Engineer Joseph A. Bibokofie from the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. And I bring the greetings from the CEO of the Commission. He sends his regret, but he's on a different national assignment right now. The slide is pretty easy for us to go through. It's direct and very concise. Our topic for presentation is how domestic gas delivery obligation supports, or we support gas supply to AKK. Next slide, please. Let's just run to the next slide because of time. Yeah. So the message is clear for us. This is the Commission's dashboard. The dashboard basically says the gas production per day as at 2025 is about 7.53 year to date. So what this basically says is that we have the volumes are there, and these are realistic volumes. And this slide basically is saying that much of the volume right now goes to the export market because of the peculiar challenge we are all aware of. And as it stands on the very slide, for 2025, about 20, last slide please, the last one, yeah. For 2025, that's this year, year to date, we've done about over 27.59% of the gas produced to the domestic market. I just have to bring that out because the workshop is about DGDO to the domestic market. Next slide, please. And the strength for giving obligations to upstream operators is gotten from the PI section 110, which we all conversate with, which says all upstream operators will be given obligations to bring gas to the domestic market. The first point basically speaks to it all, that DGDO enforces mandatory gas allocation to domestic market. The Commission's position is that for every development, the President has given a directive that gas should come to the market. So that's what we're trying to ensure by our key functions. DGDO has become a reliable framework for sustained supply to power, commercial, and industrial sector. This is a known fact, and it speaks to the work we all do in upstream. With AKK's readiness, DGDO compliant volumes can be prioritized to serve AKK pipeline needs. Next slide, please. This slide speaks to the gas volumetrics. It's saying that over 60% of produced gas is commercialized, while gas flaring remains a single digit and slightly above 7%. What this also means is that even the 7% we monetized as long as as far as the infrastructures are there. Next slide. I'm trying to just glide through because of the time. However, the Commission is open for further engagement where the need arises. For us to be able to talk about DGDO, domestic gas delivery obligation, we must start from the PI. The PI mandates the authority, the NMDPRA, to communicate to us the national gas demand requirement. And in our discussions with the authority, we are always asking for realistic demand. Wherefore, the AKK seems to have fallen within that window right now. So for 2025, the DGDO we got from the authority, NMDPRO, was 3.046 BCF. And using our algorithm, the Commission gave out obligations of 2.892 BCF. However, as it stands today, these numbers still have their own bottlenecks due to domestic infrastructure, transport, and of course, debt. I mean, it's one thing to supply, and that is to get paid. So we get these complaints from the upstream operators that yes, the gas is going to off-takers, but they're not getting the necessary payment for the gas they deliver to the market. So that's why the DGDO is one of the reasons the DGDO is not always equal to the DGDR. Next slide, please. So basically, this slide is just showing like what we already know and what other speakers have spoken to, that the power sector always get more supply from the upstream companies. So there's no doubt about it. As I said, if we need more clarity or more details, you can always engage the upstream commission. Next slide, please. Speaking straight to this slide, how DigiDeal supports AKK pipeline. I mean, it's spot on. The DigiDeal guarantees a stable supply by enforcing domestic prioritization. It enables transparent allocation across key sectors, the strategic sectors, power, industrial, and commercial. The DGO provides clear visibility into available volumes for AKK inputs. The last point, please, here. It also reduces the previous slide. Yeah, it also reduces dependence on spot and interruptible gas contracts. Next slide. So what the Commission is basically showing here is that we are aware of the ongoing development in the AKK, around the AKK window. And we are very mindful of the supply network. Yeah, the management of this very slide has spoken to it, but we're saying, yes, we still need to let the key stakeholders understand that the Commission is aware of this. And when we discuss with our sister agency, the authority, we're always talking about credible demand. Credible demand. And that credible demand is going to come from the beautiful work we see NGI, the NNPC Limited doing right now. And we thank you for this beautiful work. So hopefully for 2026 and the years to come, when we're putting the DigiDeal together, I think this beautiful work will stand out very well. Next slide, please. This slide basically is talking about the Commission's role. What we're saying here, so we're open for collaboration with all upstream operators to enforce DigiDeal commitment. It's something we're doing, and we're saying we're going to optimize it. We'll keep talking with the upstream community. We're seeing the demands coming up from the AKK window. So we're saying, yes, we'll keep collaborating with the upstream companies. Our job also is just to ensure that all requests for feed development approval commits to domestic gas delivery. As it stands now, there are multiple projects around the southern flank and, of course, the shallow waters. We have so many offshores, so many FDPs submitted right now, taking advantage of the presidential directive on NAC development. But we're saying as the FDPs are coming in, our interest is to ensure that there are ample amount of volumes committed to the domestic market as DigiDeal. So without those commitments, the FDPs are not approved. That's what this document is saying. So basically, all FDPs submitted must, from the upstream companies, all new FDPs submitted must carry components that are meant to commit domestic volumes to the market. Joint engagement with NMDPR on realistic demand, as I mentioned before, on infrastructure readiness and gas offtake bottlenecks is ongoing. We'll be doing it and we'll keep on doing so. Ongoing stakeholders meetings with gas producers to align available capacity and gas monetization strategies. We're currently engaging new projects. There are new awardees on the block. So we're currently engaging new projects and new feed operators to boost available volumes. This also speaks to the fact that the FDPs, the new awardees submit, should carry components of gas volumes meant to come to the local market. That is what the Commission has been doing, and the Commission will keep on doing so. Next slide, please. These are our final slides. So what we're saying as summary and next step is that we'll enforce strict DigiDeal compliance to stabilize supply for AKK and other strategic sectors. We are deliberate about it. We said we're looking out for credible demand. And as I said, we've seen the demand from all the panelists. We've seen the demand around the AKK window. So we're saying, yes, that seems credible, but we'll still keep on engaging our sister agency, the authority, to ensure that the window is right for 2026 and beyond the DigiDeal's computation. We monitor performance trends and enforce penalties for under-delivery. That is the topic that's been discussed. There is no easy penalizing an operator who is giving some volumes while others are yet to to even bring a molecule to the market. But what the Commission is saying that this is being discussed, and we're looking for modalities on how to penalize companies that are under-delivering vis-a-vis bringing gas to the market. We're fast-tracking approvals for flare capture projects, the NGFCP, and new feeds development. These are all meant to bring gas to the market. We are currently coordinating with NMDPRO, that's the authority, NEPL, NGIC, and all stakeholders on AKK readiness and midstream capacity alignment. Our final point there is, as our next step is to sustain ongoing collaboration with upstream operators to ensure alignment on gas monetization strategies and fulfillment of their domestic gas delivery obligation. Thank you so much. Lastly. Any question?
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph. And thank God, as soon as I gave you the time up notice, you rounded up. Thank you so much for that. I will reiterate, please, a round of applause for him again. I will reiterate what my EVP said. He said anything the regulator has said is correct. So you are correct, sir. We agree with you. You would agree with me that you had enforce, monitor, fast track, coordinate. That was so much. Thank you very much, sir, for that presentation. So as we have been on this track of the questions, one question for every presentation. So any questions in the room? Okay, sir. Can we please get the microphone to him, the gentleman behind? Okay, yes, you have one. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Really, mine is not really a question, just an inquiry. We really do not have time to digest the full content of the slides. So I just want to inquire, is there any shared folder that could be made available to the participants after this forum so that we can have enough time to digest the contents of the presentation slides and then follow up accordingly with the respective presenters as we may require. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. If I get you correctly, you're asking for the content of these presentations? Yes. So for the organizers, I guess it will be forwarded to all participants. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. And now we will be moving straight to the next panel session for today. The topic is recommendations for acceleration of CNG and mini LNG projects along the AKK corridors. And our moderator today is Engineer Saidu Muhammad, who was a former GED Gas and Power NNPC Limited. You're most welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes up. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Please remember, sir, 20 minutes.
Come on there. 20 minutes. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's usually not nice to have a session after lunch. Find that you either have half audience or you, the speaker, will be half asleep. But I'm sure we'll be alert in this case. We have a discussion around the setting up of mini LNGs and CNGs. And we have a 5-man and 1 woman, 1 lady panel. Let me first of all recognize Michael Oluwagbemia, the Director, PICNG. I will call you in the order that you will speak, so that we just hasten. Next, I will have Uzi Anmam. He is the COO, Rolling Energy Services Limited. I will have Justice Nza, technology and EPC service provider for mini LNGs and CNGs. Then we will have a barrister. We are not discussing any agreement though, but we will have a barrister Ngozi FOB Greenville. Is she here? Okay, thank you very much. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Where am I missing? Chijioke Zoha, the GSC and MD. Yeah, I guess that's all. We are 5 actually. 5, yeah, thanks. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We all know the AKK. We have had the brief about the development, the progress so far made by NGIC in implementing that project. And we all know that the essence of their pipeline is to make sure that we have gas in the corridors of the northern axis. The project is going well far ahead. We add also that the line will be commissioned at least by the end of this year. So, which necessitates the fact that really somehow we have to have gas to the consumers. And I remember that when we started this pipeline, a lot of people were asking, why are you building so much a large line? And I recall some of the answers I did give at that time were that, look, AKK is not only a transmission pipeline, but it's also a gas reservoir. It will act as a gas reservoir in the first phase of consumptions because the gas will be there, the spur lines will not be there, the city gas will not be there, and the distribution network, the normal distribution networks will not be there. How do you get gas to the consumers? And there comes the mini LNG and the CNGs. So we are not only going to accelerate, but we have to accelerate faster than the speed we are, because here in the MD NGIC saying November means that, yes, I should have at least 1, 2, 3, or 4 mini LNG plants. So with this 5-member panel, I am sure we will have some things to ponder around. We will call each speaker, giving him only 2 to 3 minutes to talk in their own areas, but then most especially to remember that we have to make recommendations on how to accelerate these mini LNGs and the CNGs. So I will start with you, the Director of PICNG, only to hear the overview of the government's direction in terms of aspirations. So to say, we all know that we need to drive an aspiration that has been set with preset goals of reaching somewhere. So, Director, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, better. Good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost is to say that as a country, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu have set a course for us to leverage our gas resources to fuel our transportation sector. And this will put significant demand as we go forward on the gas demands, especially in the core north, the 19 northern states. Our ambitions are quite lofty. The President has set a goal for us to have 1 million vehicles converted to use CNG by year 2027. Of course, that's the big goal. Beyond that, there's some critical infrastructure that will support that ambition. That includes over 1,000 conversion centers. That includes over 48 LCNG sites. That also includes a vision to have at least one mini LNG in each of the geopolitical zones that might not have access to piped natural gas. Of course, we also want to have daughter stations exceeding 2,800 that will be serving the entire country. If you look at the AKK zone, that will mean that you want at least between 1,500 and 2,000 daughter stations in those areas. That is when we can now say we have some kind of sufficient infrastructure to serve the 1 million plus vehicles that will be in this region. Of course, our mandate is not just CNG or the PICNG, and sometimes people are surprised to hear that. We also have an EV mandate, and we cannot provide EVs the electricity they need without power. So we also have to make sufficient power across this region to support EVs as well. EVs buses, EV tricycles, and of course, a complete EV industry, including lithium for lithium processing, battery manufacturing, and all of the plastics that will go into this sector. So GBIs will also benefit a lot from this in the north when it comes to ensuring we meet the demands for EVs as well as CNG vehicles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure I will get back to you, even though you have given us 30 seconds, so I hope somebody will not be there to take that 30 seconds. I will, Uzi, you have been on the ground, so to say. You have been operating, you have been taking CNG up to Ilorin, I'm sure, from NIPCO facilities somewhere in towards Lagos. So you have been a player. Now the AKK is coming, so you have to swing into the opportunity of the other side of the corridor. So what the plans? We need to accelerate, don't forget. We need these mini LNGs and the CNG plants immediately before the spur lines and the city gates and distribution networks come in. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. As we mentioned, moderator, in our pre-session, I said Rolling Energy thrives in working smart and not working hard. We have come a long way, and we decided to be backwards compatible, and we went in from the conversion aspect so that we could pretty much connect with the grassroots and understand the limitations they have. Thanks to the good folks of PICNG and NIPCO, we successfully commissioned our daughter booster station at Soludero Kwara last year. And till date, we are consuming close to 5,000 SCM every 48 hours. So we have that beautiful long trip, dreadful trip from Soludero Kwara to NIPCO Ibafor. And with the likes of PICNG and Mr. Nagandra at NIPCO, they have helped us a lot in making sure that the pricing was pretty much regulated for us to be able to meet the initiative of the presidency, which was to dispense this gas to the people who need it. The average keke man now walks home with about 10,000 naira a day in his pocket. Switching over to the AKK pipeline, Rolling Energy is always ahead of everything we're trying to do. With the MDGIF partnership, we're going to be rolling out 10 stations to be commissioned hopefully by October 2025, which is in a few months. And this includes 3 LCNG stations in Borno State, 3 LCNG stations in Kaduna, and 3 LCNG stations in Kano, and 1 in Abuja. And the lowest capacity of each of those stations is going to be about 12,000 SCM. To put that in perspective, we should be able to dispense and distribute to over 1,000 vehicles in a day, given the high flow rates of the dispensers that we're going to be using. And to piggyback on the AKK pipeline again, you said something that hit the head. AKK pipeline is not just a distribution point, it is also a storage point. Rolling Energy has also gotten into the fact that every single one of our equipment are going to be skid mounted. So the moment the pipeline comes towards strategically located areas in the 3 states that I just mentioned, we decommission, put it on a truck, and roll out to the next up north states to be able to reach the gas penetration in all those areas. So that's pretty much where we are right now. Yes.
Thank you very much. I guess from the reaction of the audience, you know that yes, we are impressed with that progress report, certainly, and there is hope that the pipeline will not just remain dry. I will go to Justin. You are a technology provider. You are the one behind the LNG plants, and so also the CNG compressor stations. In fact, you're already building one, I believe, for top line somewhere of about 25 or 30 million scoff. Yes. You are coming to a line that will be ready by November. How easy have it been to deploy these mini plants?
Sorry?
How easy has it been to be deploying these mini plants?
Okay.
These LNG and CNG plants, yeah.
All right. So I would like to firstly come up with a brief introduction about our company. So my name is Justin. Good afternoon. We are PCC as Peiyang Chemical. So basically, we're a technology equipment OEM from China. So we are not new to Nigeria. We've been and rooted in Nigeria for over 12 years. So starting from the first CNG mother stations in Ogun State. And then we come along for these years. Now we have seen CNG and LNG are booming up. So now currently our projects covers refineries, and on the gas side will be gas processing plants, and downstream will be CNG and mini LNG plants. So like you said, we are setting up a LNG plants for top line in Ogarafi, Delta State. Is 5 million scoop per day. So for us, we have the key technologies and very fast delivery time in case the funding is in place. And as a support, we will analyze the projects and provide some smaller equity as well. This is our support to the project owners to develop the gas projects. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, glad to hear that. Greenville, you have been on the ground. As a matter of fact, you have had monopoly, so to say, if I can use that word. AKK is coming. It's going to offer a new challenge and, of course, new opportunity for you. What kind of thinkings are you having in terms of remodeling your business? And also, how fast are you coming to the north to reduce your cost of transporting the LNG?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me just stand on existing protocol. So for us at Greenville, we had the unique idea many years ago, before the popularity of CNG and LNG, to utilize Nigeria's gas resources. So we did set up, as you already know, we did set up the first mini LNG plant for local domestic distribution. And for almost every state in Nigeria today, we are doing some sort of distribution of LNG that has helped captive markets, industries, etc. In terms of the north, part of what we pioneered was what we called a virtual pipeline, basically delivering LNG through trucking solutions. So that enabled us to be able to go to the furthest parts of the north where there was no pipeline. So today, it's not contingent on the arrival of the AKK pipeline. We already are present in many states in the north, all the way up to Maiduguri. We are supplying LNG today. In addition to that, in line with the Decade of Gas initiative, we've also set up many LCNG stations across, the country as well. We have stations in Yola, we have stations in Lafia, we have stations in Kaduna, all across Nigeria, Enugu, all the way to the east. and in the south as well. So in terms of our LCNG establishment, we're pretty firmly settled into the ecosystem. You know, as we discussed in the pre-session, in terms of, you know, the AKK and, you know, what our role is going to be there. So we see the AKK as an artery, right? So this is the main vessel that is bringing the gas now to the north. It is a good development in our own opinion, because as opposed to taking the gas from as far as we're taking it today to bring it to the north, we now have somewhere closer. And then we are going to be the capillaries. You definitely need the CNG and the LCNG companies in this type of setup to take it to the hinter places where they still don't have direct connection to the pipeline. So we consider ourselves today that we're now even better strategically placed to take this gas from a different corridor, much closer to the people, and to then distribute it as locally and as, you know, to the places where before now they wouldn't have thought about it. So we are actually very excited about the prospects that the AKK is likely to bring.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, and nice to hear that you are positioning yourself not only for the AKK, but positioning yourself for the competition as well. I deliberately left Chijioke last because we will be talking empty if we don't have the molecules. All this depends on you. We have heard from the director, the CEO, and UPRC assuring us that domestic gas obligations will fill the AKK, even though he didn't give us the figures, but then they say the regulator is always right. So we couldn't question that. But then we have demand on the ground, GSCN. I'm sure all requests have been bombarded, your table has been bombarded with requests. Give us some insight as to how the molecules will get to us.
So thank you, sir. First is, it's a rare privilege to be on a panel that you're moderating. Thank you, and a pleasure. So with that, I will adopt the copy and paste approach, all protocols observed. So first, to start with Ngozi, we were a massive part of making that unique idea possible. So GSN massively backed Greenville when nobody thought domestic LNG was possible. It's this same unique passion we bring to AKK corridor. And the idea today is that we're seeing demands brew across AKK. So I saw the Kano Man Invest speak in 2021, we're in Kano. We've been across the AKK state sensitizing and plugging into what their demand base would be. Today, we're seeing an upwards demand around the AKK of about 2 BCF, whether it's the IPPs across the AKK or the GBAs. NGML has about 400 million scoff already. You have about 6 GBAs across the AKK. You have about 3-4 industrial parks coming and more. However, in all this brewing, we see the CNG and the mini LNG as an advanced party to this brewing ecosystem. And today we're seeing upwards of about plus or minus 43 to about 60 million scoff demand for CNG alone around Ajaokuta and Abuja axis. We're also seeing about 120 million scoff to about 150 million scoff for mini LNG alone. We've seen signed agreement, we've seen start to progress some of the gas supply agreements that underpin this. It will be good to note that 80% of those on this panel are my customers and partners, including the top line mini LNG he spoke to. So on the Ajaokuta axis alone, we have about 40 to 50 million scoff signed contracts for mini LNG alone. In terms of CNG, there are almost about 6 CNG different entities for CNG coming up on only Ajaokuta, just waiting. And the good thing about Ajaokuta is that there's gas already in Ajaokuta, and you can scale from there. Today, Greenville and a few CNG producers are the ones trucking gas or virtual solutions to the AKK regional states. We believe that that quantum will start to grow as we start to line up the gas contracts for incremental volumes. With some of the suppliers here, I think in the past 2 months, we've inked about plus or minus 50 million scoff head of terms with regards to new mini LNG solutions coming on board. and most of them will be feeding into CNG stations. So in a nutshell, we're being forward in terms of making sure that we're meeting the demands with the barrage of the gas requests coming. We know that those requests and meeting those demands will be faced. We also see the business dynamics across AKK, especially for the CNG and mini LNG solutions, become very dynamic, which interests me with what Rolling Energy is doing, because as the AKK comes on board, the business dynamics across these business lines will keep changing, and so you will need to be much more dynamic and agile to fit into the growing business dynamics across the AKK. So it would evolve as it goes, and we are strapped to be alive and responsible to making sure that we are sourcing the right gas supply to meeting whether it's our CNG gas requirements or mini LNG gas requirements. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, we only have 3.5 minutes left. I thought we will go back to each and every panelist. But let me give a minute or two. Whoever wants to say anything just as a form of whatever you forgot to say. Can you take a minute? Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we need more Greenville. So I don't think they are so much of a, AKK is much of a competition to them. I think AKK is an enabler of more Greenvilles, and that's the reason why in Ajaokuta we're having those 5. And we're going to have more, perhaps in Kano. I will tell you this, just last year around this time I was in Cameroon, and I did early feasibility studies for the Cameroon gas to market pipeline back in 2008, 2009, similar to what I did for EIJ in 09-10. And so I have some links with the Cameroonian government. And so within 2 hours of landing in Douala, I took 3 meetings. And all they were asking is, how do we get Nigeria's LNG? Because even more than Nigeria, they've been hit harder with our removal of the subsidy. And so the entire regional market, that's what we're really talking about here. And I think there was something to that point earlier on in the day when they were talking about, the GCO was talking about the impact of AKK on regional integration. Greenville, Topline, Arete, all of these guys will be trucking to Cameroon, to Niger, to Benin Republic, all across West Africa, because an LNG, of course, gives you much more longer range. So I think this is a time to invest in mini LNG, and that investment will happen all the way from Ajaokuta all the way to Kano. I hope that as soon as we get all the spurs, even down the way to Sokoto and to Maiduguri, we will start installing those mini LNG, because at the end of the day, Nigeria is a custodian of 40 to 45% of Africa's gas resources. We must share those gas resources to stimulate economic growth across the continent. And when those economic growth comes, then it will add to our GDP, and it will open up opportunities to the country.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Any more? Just 30 seconds, I'm reducing the time.
Yes, so I think part of what we were going to highlight as a panel was the fact that for this acceleration to happen, as investors and stakeholders are looking to position themselves in this corridor and to make sure that business happens, that we also need to be sure that these businesses are doing their regulatory compliance as well. So there's going to be that significant importance of making sure that you're complying with everything, that you're getting your licenses, that the regulator knows what you're doing and all of that. And then the flip side of it is also that, on the regulatory side as well, we want to see, and I think Professor Joe had mentioned this earlier as well. We want to see,
back there, please, give us silence, please.
Yeah, we want to see that there's certainty in the regulatory framework, that the policies are certain, that people know what exactly they're going to expect, that we're not going to see, scenarios. In fact, something in the nature of a one-stop desk, where, if you approached this regulator or this desk, then you knew that everything that you needed to obtain in relation to working in the CNG, LNG, in the midstream sector, in that corridor, is already available to you. Something like this would really help, along with certainty of policies, of regulations for the investors and stakeholders.
Yeah. Thank you. Uzi, please, 10 seconds.
Good evening once again. The prognosis of northern Nigeria from a non-political perspective, this is me speaking from a business perspective, has a less tragic outlook, with everyone coming together right now. Sincerity of purpose is the key. We can all go far alone, and we can go farther together. And everyone is a genius in their respective environments. But with all of us coming together, from the regulatory bodies to the enablers, to the initiators, to business people like us, we want to hope that all the pieces of the puzzles are put together to avoid all the bureaucracies and roadblocks that we face in getting these things up and running. And we hope to forge ahead. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. GSN.
So, the connector for PICNG said we need more Greenville. The assurance is definitely we're getting more Greenvilles. On the sideline of this event, I was speaking to my NGIC counterpart and the NEPL, and the idea is the last mile connection to a just completed mini LNG solution, which is going to be commissioned in August, September this year. There are a few of them coming up. We need more of this investment coming into the system. Lastly would be to add that, yes, we are the one-stop shop. We are today galvanizing everyone, regulators, our stakeholders, towards making sure that a single approach to us, we're helping you the bottleneck across the entire value chain and the licensing requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we are minus 1 minute over our time. So I don't think I will have time for a question, talk less of coming from a professor. If I give you that mic, unless you are sure, 10 seconds, Prof. Go and give him the mic, please.
I was thinking I was going to be without the mic. Again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will start with the PCING. For me, basically, there's a little issue here, that of which one comes first, the conversion and the fueling. But you see, you have to move it. Let me go back to the east again, where I have an issue. I thank Greenville. They've been able to position one data station in Enugu. Enugu is the most prepared state in the entire Nigeria for the utilization of autogas. But what is happening in Enugu today? You have a station there, a data station for fueling. The question I'm going to ask you outright is, how are you prepared to service other investors who want to build conversion plants and then build also refilling stations? Because you can convert, and the people keep asking you, I will convert, where do I get the fuel? Are you positioned to give fuel to other investors within the Enugu who want to take gas from you for the vehicles? So if you're prepared, Century One has just signed a deal with the government to be able to set up plants and conversion centers for autogas. But the fear they have at the moment is, would they get gas from you?
Okay,
because at the end of this, we're going to sit down with you to talk about it. And my handsome gentleman here, you've set up something already going, and we all need to learn from you. You need to tell us what you've done, what are the gains, what are the issues, so we can also carry it, and in our application in other areas, be able to plant it in there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Prof, thank you very much. I know you will have some inciting questions, really, but unfortunately, we are operating within time. For those of AKK corridor questions, you can take them offline. She will answer you with regards to this. And Uzi, you have a direct question that you can answer?
Yes. So the gains from this is simple. Anyone who wants to open up conversion centers or CNG stations, I would say align yourself with the custodian. The custodian is PICNG. Understand their motive, understand their mandate, and understand their progression. Once you align yourself with the initiative, they would advise on the best allocated space for you to domicile whatever infrastructure you want to do. You might have, for instance, you want to set up I'm familiar with Enugu very well, Independence layout, and they're out there by the airport area. And PICNG will tell you it's best for you to get a land closer to this place because it's easier for you to operate because we have a station from another partner with that. So Rolling Energy has set up another milestone project report, and you can access the PICNG's website for that, and you'll be able to see where PICNG and their partners are allocated right now so that you can domicile yourself in those areas. That's the best way to go, sir.
Thank you very much. Sorry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The topics are really interesting. Like every other panels complain, 30 minutes is not enough. You can't gather 5 gentlemen to expect them to speak within 5 minutes. I mean, it's not doable. But in any case, we have taken away. One is that we have to accelerate the mini LNGs, the CNG compressor stations, before we can get to the spur lines. All those aspirations of NGML cannot happen tomorrow. But then an LNG plant, a mini one, a CNG can all happen tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for this very interesting session. Thank you to the panelists as well for that very impactful one. So please, we will have a group photograph before you leave the stage. The cameramen are ready for you. Thank you very much. So while they are at it, we will have just 2 minutes before we go on a break for an official handover of the Nasarawa State Gas Master Plan Feasibility Study Report between GACN, Axela, Bekos, and NACIDA. And permit me to call on Madam Yetunde Adejobi, GM Operations, to put more light on that. Madam Yetunde? You're welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. One of the key takeaways from the Nasarawa State Investment Summit held in May 2024 was to immediately commence a gas master plan study with the objective to develop a blueprint/roadmap to underpin gas commercialization drive in Nasarawa State. Subsequently, GACN, NACIDA, and Axela formed a strategic alignment with the support of Messrs. Bekos. A feasibility study commenced over a timeline of about 8 months. All parties had boots on ground, there was field work, and stakeholders consultation. We are therefore pleased to officially acknowledge the successful completion and handover of this document. The document aligns with the broader objectives of stimulating growth and fostering industrialization along the AKK corridor. This handover therefore marks the conclusion of the feasibility phase and signifies readiness for the next step towards actual implementation. Thank you. MD. So can we have the representatives of Bekos, Axela, and NACIDA, and GACN, of course? Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Still standing on existing protocols, copy and paste, just to say thank you for witnessing the signing ceremony. Just a brief insight into this. This handover crystallizes of the MOU we signed with Nasarawa State towards putting in place a structured approach to gas commercialization within states. You would have seen in the media a recent execution with Akwa Ibom State. It is within the same scope. The idea is to track most of the states in sequence towards making sure that we are guiding and providing necessary support such that there is a strategic approach towards gas commercialization in each of the states. Specifically would be the AKK states. We began this journey in 2021. Nasarawa has crystallized. We will then follow up with the rest of the AKK states. Kano, Kaduna, Kogi, and Abuja. So with this, we'll say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for witnessing this handover. And it's been a wonderful deliberation. Thank you. So with great pleasure, I hand over this gas master plan feasibility studies to NACIDA on behalf of the National State Government. Thank you.
Another round of applause for them, please. Congratulations, GACN and its partners. So we will be breaking for a prayer break and stretch break for the other folks, and we will be back in 20 minutes. Please, in 20 minutes, let's be back seated. We have just 2 items to go, and we will make it very fast. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for staying, and we hope that you will be back in 20 minutes. So this is 4:34. At 4:54, please be back seated and ready to finish up the program. Thank you very much, and have a nice break.
Gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
This segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the 10 completion of the River Niger. I mean, it was scary, going into that, but with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect the total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying, and it's still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. No shaking off, yeah. Cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, so come on, let's go. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I say energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy we're so plus, oh. Energy we're clean, oh. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. Oh, energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across 3 states, carrying up to 2.2 billion standard cubic feet per day of natural gas to power millions of homes and industries. The Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline isn't just another infrastructure project. It's Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy. This 40-inch diameter high-pressure transmission pipeline, operating at 1,000 psi, represents the backbone of our energy transformation. Complete with intermediate peaking stations, block valve stations, and terminal gas stations that will reshape how we deliver energy across Nigeria.
The pipeline, when completed, would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
This segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works in the 220 kilometers have been completed. We have also done all the river crossings. We have done all the road crossings. Currently, management has also approved, we expedite, by introducing additional contractors to fast-track the completion of the segment 1. I would like to highlight the return completion of the River Niger. I mean, it was scary, going into that, but with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts, consultations, with a lot of technical partners who were able to cross the River Niger. For us, the key thing is completion of the entire pipeline project. In the coming months, we should expect a total completion. I mean, of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying and still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. Yeah. No shaking, no fear, cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on. So come on, let's go. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I say energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy wey surplus, oh. Wey surplus, oh. Wey surplus, oh. Energy wey clean, oh. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. Oh, energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Picture this. 614 kilometers of steel cutting across.
Can we please settle in? We have 5 more minutes to kickstart,
per day of natural gas
to continue from where we stopped.
The Ajaokuta Kaduna
And we promise this will be as swift as possible.
Nigeria finally putting our massive gas reserves to work through our decade of gas policy.
If you're outside the auditorium and you can hear me, kindly make your way back to the auditorium and have your seats.
Complete with intermediate peaking stations.
Please come in, settle in, and we continue with our program. Thank you.
When completed would put over 5 million Nigerians direct employment. It will spur industrial and economic activities along all of the transit states. So it is a game changer for all of the transit states and even beyond. So the completion of AKK, opened a completely new gas market dynamics for the entire North.
Nigeria sits on over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Africa's largest reserves, 9th largest globally. Through the AKK pipeline, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is rewriting that story. This flagship initiative stretches over 614 kilometers from Ajaokuta to Kano, designed to deliver gas to demand centers in central and northern Nigeria that for decades were left out of the equation. The engineering achievements are remarkable. In Segment 2, 100% of all welding activities have been completed across the entire linear section, including complex horizontal directional drilling crossings at River Hadejia, River Shika, and River Kaduna. Over 80% of hydro testing and pre-commissioning activities are complete, with every weld subjected to full radiographic and ultrasonic testing. What's the current progress on this critical infrastructure? Here's the AKK project manager with a quick update.
The segment 2 is 320 kilometers. All welding works.
We have 3 minutes to go.
Kilometers have been completed. We have also
If you're outside and you can hear me, please make your way back to the auditorium so we can continue the program.
Has also approved. We
Thank you very much for staying with us. Thank you very much for being here with us up to this time.
I would like to highlight the 10th completion of the River Niger. It was scary, go into that. But with experience from OB3, we brought in a lot of experts,
For those in
consultations,
here,
with
we
lot of technical,
have some
partners.
snacks
We
for
were
a
able
tea
to
break.
cross
You
the
can
river
please
Niger.
make your way to
For
the
us,
back very
the key thing
quietly
is, completion
and
of the
have
entire
a piece
pipeline
of it
project.
while
In
we
the
wait.
coming
We have
months,
2
we
more
should expect
minutes
it.
and we
Total
commence.
completion, I
Thank
mean,
you.
Of course, it has been buried, total pre-commissioning, for segment 2.
Now imagine a city like Kaduna or Kano, where public buses run not on petrol, but on compressed natural gas, cheaper, cleaner, and locally sourced. Think about what it means for our industries. Factories that currently plan around power cuts will run 24-hour shifts. Fertilizer plants will have the feedstock they need to boost agricultural productivity. Petrochemical facilities can compete with global giants. Our manufacturing sector finally gets the reliable energy it's been waiting for. For the first time, we have the infrastructure to power mass transit systems, support small businesses, and cut energy costs, not in theory, but in practice. With the linear section on track for completion by year-end, we're witnessing Nigeria's technical resilience and commitment to gas infrastructure development in action. This progress, despite complex terrain and elevated risk levels, proves that pipelines don't just deliver gas, they deliver transformation.
In fact, we benefit a lot of things since the project started. Employ some of our boys here. They are working under the company. In fact, the boys are enjoying and still more.
The AKK is not just a pipeline, it's a turning point. And if we get it right, this won't just be a project. It will be a legacy that strengthens our national grid stability and powers economic expansion across Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this vision. Welcome to the 2025 AKK Business Development Forum.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities.
Can we please settle in? We're counting down in seconds.
Nothing can stop you. Yeah. No shaking off, yeah. Cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow.
We're counting down in seconds. And please, if you're having anything to eat, kindly do it very quietly as we're about to commence the next session. Kindly settle into your seats as soon as you get what you want to nibble on.
Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I say energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy we're surplus, oh. Energy we're clean, oh. Energy for today.
Our time is up. Can we please settle in?
Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Oh, energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening once again. Welcome back from the short break. I hope you're refreshed. Don't worry, we have just a few minutes and we will round up. We know that it has been a long day, but very, very productive, if you may agree. Thank you very much for being here, and we will move swiftly to the fourth panel session for today. The topic is recommendations for effectively addressing the pain points of private investors along the AKK corridor. And to moderate this session is Mr. Oga A. Ogiri, the Executive Secretary of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas, ALDG. Mr. Ogiri, you're welcome. So I will be handing over to him. Mr. Ogiri, you know the drill. It's 20 minutes or less. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick correction. The full name is Adejo Ogiri, but I do understand that was what you were given. The day is far spent, and I have been giving a very tall order to wrap up this session in 20 minutes. So we'll quickly go straight into the point. I will just say to give some tips, I won't call it a discussion, on this topic. I have the following. And please, can we have Kabiru Isiaku Rabiu of Boa LNG come up? Can we also have Yashwant Kumar, CEO of Paras Energy, to come up? Okay. Alhaji Ahmed Shehu Yakasai of HFGC Energy. Is he still here? Okay, thank you. Sumit Singh, CEO Power Gas. And we have Ishaku Mohammed, the MD of Gerewa Rice. I hear Ishaku will be joining virtually. Ishaku, please confirm you are with us. Is Ishaku online? Okay, if it's not online, we'll... So you agree with me, we have a very eminent panel, and because of the time fast spent, we'll just have one opportunity for each and everyone on the panel to make their opening statements and to also give their closing statements. Before I go, let me start with Kabiru Isiaku Rabiu's Boa LNG. So he represents that space, the LNG supply chain, last mile distribution via LNG. We have Paras Energy, gas supplier, in the gas power space, power supplier. We have Alhaji Mohammed, right? Yes, Yakasai, who comes from a background of developing CNG stations and now investing and doing a lot of CNG downstream infrastructure. And we have Sumit Singh, who is CEO of Power Gas that is investing in the CNG midstream space. So we have a good array of investors along the gas value chain. The topic for this panel is to, first of all, look at the constraints, the challenges that these investors face along the AKK corridor, and to prefer recommendations. So I will, starting with Kabiru, I would ask you to please share your thoughts around the constraints and challenges you have faced as an investor in the AKK corridor, right? As well as also sharing your thoughts, your recommendations to address these issues, which you may have experienced as an investor.
Thank you so much, moderator. So I'll start out by congratulating NNPC and the Department of Gas and Power for achieving this milestone on AKK. This project has been on for some time. I remember in 2021, we had similar session, for stakeholders engagement in Kano for the same project. And the reason why we participated actively was because we own and operate Sokoto Cement Plant, part of the Boa Cement. A Sokoto Cement Plant, for power alone, we generate about 100 megawatts. And we don't have any gas availability, either virtual or piped. And you can understand, how difficult and expensive that would be. That is about almost $2 billion investment. And we needed to find out a solution for how we can get gas to the plant. So when AKK, we saw that was making some momentum, we made progress. But of course, we know all the challenges that happen, and it's typical with any project. You have challenges here and there, so it took a bit longer. And we decided to take a bull by the horn by, investing in our own LNG because, the gas that we consume or we use to operate our plants was coming from Greenville and it transported all the way from Port Harcourt to Sokoto. And, we made the decision that maybe it's better for us to invest in an LNG, and we went ahead and, commenced a, construction of a 700 ton per day LNG, which is probably the biggest in the country, and the total investment of about $400 million when you consider everything, including civils and transportation. And that is meant to at least serve our cement plant in Sokoto. But doing that project, we encountered a lot of issues. So the first one is land to even site the plant, because we wanted to do it in Kogi State, but there were a lot of challenges getting land from the state government. And we resulted in, partnering with Ajakuta Steel, and that's where we started using their land. But even with that, we had some issues. There were a lot of issues also with permits, and I want to commend the efforts of NGML because we eventually partnered with them, and some of those issues were being resolved. The issues with, even agreeing on the pricing and the mechanisms for the gas supply, to feed, the plant. And we had a chat with GSCN, and we're meeting tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get that also out of the way. So what I'm trying to say is that for any investment or development to happen, you have to have very good and solid collaboration. And this is something that I think has been discussed over and over again today since the commencement of this session. And the collaboration could not happen just by, by talking. So we need to engage actively. Otherwise, AKK will remain, to be very honest, I wouldn't want to be pessimistic, but we don't want it to be a dry line. You need the engagement of the state government, you need the GI, PICGN, you need NNPC, you need all the stakeholders to come together, because if I'm an investor committing my funds and I'm facing challenges with either a government or I'm not clear about where the gas is coming from or where's the offtake, then I'll probably channel my investment elsewhere, right? I'm very happy that the Kano State government are well represented today. I would have expected to see Kogi, Kaduna, and Jigawa states, because at the end of the day, state governments have a very, very important role to play in how we move, whether you're talking about LNG or CNG. You're taking a huge investment, about hundreds of millions of dollars, and you don't want to be bothered by, challenges by any of the stakeholders. So I think this is one area that we really need to work and focus on to be able to drive investment along the corridor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kabiru Siakurabiu. Land was an issue, and also sourcing the feed gas to underpin such a project. But you've also recommended collaboration amongst key stakeholders, and I believe that's one of the reasons why the NNPC has decided to, create such a forum for us to discuss and fashion out, a path forward. I'll move quickly to Yashwant Kumar of Paras Energy. You are in the power generation space, currently an investor in Nigeria, a potential investor along the AKK corridor. So please share your thoughts on what you think are the constraints and challenges, and what, your recommendations that would make you, invest along that corridor.
Thank you very much, sir. For electricity power generation, we understand AKK pipeline gives us tremendous opportunity. It gives us opportunity where we can, a power generating company can firmly say that this is the quantity on a firm basis we need it, unlike a process industry where it can vary. For power generation, quantity can be firmed up. So that's number one. But the question here comes, where do I set up this power plant? The location matters very, very critical, very important. Why? It is not the only power generation that you do. You got to evacuate, let's say 100 megawatt power, 200 megawatt power that you generate, got to be evacuated to a transmission line. Where is the transmission line? How far is the transmission line? So if I'm being given an option that on AKK corridor, like some of our colleagues earlier talked about Kano as a country. I really liked the word Kano state, Kano country. Let's say the Kano needs energy. So if I know in Kano there are 5 potential locations where there are city gates, there are off-takes, then I can visualize what is the capacity where I can go, because then I need to decide where power got to be evacuated. So it's very, very important for us to know the location. Second point is, we must know the timeline by which gas would be available. I'm not going to invest because the power plant project takes, let's say, typical 1.5 years. So before that, I got to be sure, I got to order my equipment, I got to start. Country needs power. We have seen the presentation, the country needs power. Very good. Everyone needs power. But it takes time to set up that. I must know as a firm basis that this is the timeline, there has to be commitment, plus minus, let's say, 3 months or 6 months. Accordingly, we will also place the order for the equipment. We'll go there. And not only the equipment order, because let's say the power has to be evacuated from power generation plant to the transmission line. I have to do, let's say, 10 kilometer transmission line project on 130 kV. That takes time. That takes time, it's for 1.5 years or so. So the timeline is a great assistance. Third aspect, I would say that is very, very important, saying that AKK gas infrastructure is done. What will be the pipeline infrastructure cost, including the spur line cost to me? For example, if let's say I set up a power plant in Lagos and my transportation tariff is X, but let's say if I set up power plant in Kano, my tariff is X plus delta X, then why would I go for delta X? Because electricity is electricity. But if that is the thinking, then it is not correct for the electricity sector. Why? Let's say if you have particular this region, lot of generation, in far area, Kano, there is no generation, there will not be any stability. So you need power plant. As of now, we know that in the northern sectors, power plant got to be there to make systems stable. From a system stability point of view, the generation got to be there. So my understanding would be the AKK gas pipeline, the gas transportation cost would be of the same range, or rather would be same, giving that flexibility to the power investor that whether you set up in Kano, whether you set up in Lagos, because power is power, it is going to be the same grid. So in my understanding, that would be good. Apart from that, also there is a need. Let's say I'm talking about 200 megawatt scale. Let's say I'm talking about 30 megawatt scale, smaller scale. That is very much needed in that state itself as an embedded. So I would say that these kind of informations, if it is there, it will help us, the investor, to plan and set up which is needed by a state, which is needed by country. And I would say that if these aspects are pretty in place, so we can commit of investments and taking off-take of, let's say, 50 million scuff without any problems. The country needs, and without any problems, 50 million scuff today, I can take an off-taker, I can commit, I can sign. Mr. Chijugo was there. We can sign that, yes, this quantity is there for me. So the taking gas is not a problem, investment is not a problem, but these kind of guidelines will permit the investor to go strongly, country needs power, we are ready for investment. Like these information sharing, these kind of commitments as a collaborative approach would help us to do great in the country in terms of power allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Yashwant. And one thing that resonates is the need for information, for data, players like yourselves to leverage on the AKK infrastructure to further invest. And I think I recall the EVP Gas and Power saying earlier today there are 22 locations for tie-in. And I'm sure there's a lot more information that, post this session will be made available to players like yourselves who want to invest in that space. I'll quickly now move to Alhaji Ahmed Yakasai. Alhaji Ahmed Yakasai, you have been in the CNG space, building CNG model stations in your former life, and now investing in CNG retail infrastructure. You may have your own peculiar challenges you have faced, especially as one who is currently investing, going ahead of the pipeline to invest in CNG retail infrastructure in places like Kano. Please share your experiences, as well as also giving us your thoughts on what practical solutions to address the challenges you may have experienced.
Thank you very much, moderator. I wish we had been the first panel to see it, because the 20 minutes we have been allocated may not be enough for my presentation, let alone other members. So perhaps I may have to compress what I have in mind and probably make a formal written presentation to the organizers so that they can take into account all our observations as those on the ground who are trying to invest and also get others to invest on the AKK gas pipeline. I started in this gas business way back in the 90s during the time of late Gaius Obaseki, when the company I was working wanted to do some factories in the north, but were scared of the cost of energy. So we went to NGC and tried to look at the possibility of getting gas across to the north, but it was practically impossible at that time until, of course, when it was decided we have to relocate our thoughts and ideas to where we could get cheaper energy. And then that's how the story started. At Obajana, we were able to put off a line, and immediately after the supply to the cement plant, then we were asked to do a CNG station from where we could take gas into our trucks for easier and cheaper cost of transportation. And that was in the early 2000s. And we started there. It was not easy. The same problems that we encountered at that time are still seen and experienced in the way things are happening on the AKK gas pipeline issue. And I will elaborate them as we go on. And of course, as soon as we had the CNG station, which I was privileged to establish, then we started converting trucks in Lagos, and I would register my sincere appreciation to Engineer Saidu Mohammed, who was the MD of NGC at that time, who had taken time severally to come and not just encourage us, literally pushing us as the pioneers in this business. We must make a difference. As a local company, having taken the challenge to do this, we must make it possible, and we must shame those who think Nigerians cannot do it. So we succeeded in doing it, and thank you very much, Engineer, for that support. It was not easy. It was not easy that time for him to come all the way from Wari and spend the whole day sitting and pushing us to make sure CNG works. Then subsequently, when this AKK issue started, we decided to move part of our head office from Lagos to Kano to start serious work on investing in AKK guideline opportunities, and also inviting others to invest along with us. And for this, I thank Nigerian Gas Marketing Company Limited, who confidently took us on as their partners, and we had worked with them through thick and skin. We have visited almost every industrial estate in Kano and Zaria and part of Kaduna. We have spoken with so many people. We have found investors that are willing to put in hundreds of millions or even billions into this business. And I must say, we thank NNPC and everybody who has contributed to make AKK gas pipeline a reality. This will definitely change the pace of industries in the north. It will change the pace of industries in Nigeria. And I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, by the time the AKK gas pipeline starts to throw in gas and the industries are coming back, I can tell you banditry will disappear in the north, kidnapping will disappear, and all kind of criminalities, because it's associated with joblessness. When people have work to do, they won't have time to start going about stealing, kidnapping, and all these things. So I hope and I pray that we will see the fruition of this project as soon as possible. Quickly to some of the challenges, and I also wish to acknowledge the presence of my the Honorable Commissioner for Investments, Commerce and Industry, Kano State, and also the DG Kano Invest, who I will address on some of these challenges. These challenges are not peculiar to us alone, because working with NGML, we have visited over 100 companies in Kano, and most of them had expressed the same challenges as a problem. And on top of that, also other investors we got from other places that had come, like my friend here, who wants to invest in power generation in Kano, face some of these challenges. So quickly, I want to highlight, for the existing industries, the question has always been, when will the pipeline be completed? When will the past gas supply come over? I have about 4 or 5 companies in Bampai that are ready to convert to CNG today if the gas is available in Kano. And that is just a tip of the iceberg. There are quite a number that are also willing to do that. Then secondly, the sparse connectivity, if I may call it, the compression stations, the gas distribution activities, etc., also need to be hurried up. You can have the gas today, but then the infrastructure is needed to distribute the gas to the various industrial estates. Chalawa, Bampai, Zaria Road, Dakata, Sharada, needs time. So I would call on the authorities concerned to please work with us, the private people, to make sure that these activities are started before the gas gets to Kano. Then thirdly, I have this issue of land acquisition. I have an investor here in Abuja who wants to build an agro-based small-scale industrial layout in Kano, but he needs whatever number of hectares. He wants to tie up from one of the 22 longitudinal lines that goes into Kano and set up a small-scale industrial estate, maybe about 100 or 150 companies that will basically process agri products for local consumption and for exports. And talking around with people or land acquisition has always been a difficult task. So I hope the Honorable Commissioner and the DG are here. They will look into this matter and assist us in the best way possible. Then high cost of capital.
If you could quickly summarize because of time.
Yeah, okay. The high cost of capital is also a major component, but maybe I will leave that to the investors to take their decision. Most of these small companies that want to invest in either in combustion, compression, if you study their balance sheet, you find that it is not so attractive enough to warrant large-scale funding from some of these big banks or private banks, etc. So I would close my remark, and I've said we'll submit our observations to the committee so that it will be looked at. And finally, the Honorable Commissioner, the Director DG Kano Invest, you please look into these issues that are definitely going to affect the success of AKK pipeline into Kano. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alhaji Ahmed Yakasai, for enumerating some of the issues you've experienced and also providing solutions. And like you said, I believe, you know, the detailed thoughts you've articulated that we made available to the organizers. I move on to Mr. Sumit Singh, CEO Power Gas. Sumit, you're an investor in the CNG compression space. So yeah, just please share us, and also looking to invest along the AKK corridor, I believe. Yes, let's also have your thoughts on constraints and what do you think? And narrow down by giving us, if you wanted a particular unlock that will make you increase your investment, what would that be and who needs to drive that?
Sure. Everybody else has already spoken about the pain points, right? So all we can talk about is what we have learned from the past challenges and the past projects that we have done. Not a lot of us sitting in this room have got the experience of when ELPS was put up 30 years ago. So obviously AKK, the whole market development would be a new experience for all of us. But what we can all talk about is what we've done. Similar situations in the past. Ed, I'm sorry, I'm going to use your example, but when Mr. Ed here used to wear the Shell hat, at that time they asked us to go to ABBA and develop the market so that we could truck the gas, we could put up the compression station on Shell's pipeline, compress the gas and take it to the market in the little vicinities and develop the market, excite the market, as Alaji here was saying, that not everybody's expecting the spur lines to come to them, and the spur line investors are expecting the market to develop first. And that's where we noticed that the virtual gas pipeline supply model was coming into being. We developed this for almost 5 years, and then the market, when it gained the critical mass and the demand gained the critical mass, Shell came in, laid the spur lines, and today the entire ABBA is on pipeline. And I believe a similar model is what would develop up here in the north as well. So whether the 22 tie-in points or whether it would be the industrial clusters, Abuja, Kaduna, Zaria, Kano, and maybe many others, we all see that that's how that demand would be stirred around. There are other aspects and other business opportunities also that we see. Again, citing Alaji's example, that not every industry would be in a position to start going and invest in gas generators. There are a lot of companies, including ourselves and many others, who come into these customers, invest in the captive power assets, and then sell the power to those clusters or even to those factories on day one. So in a manner of speaking, without doing any expenditure on day one, you start bringing down your OPEX immediately because the gas is available, because gas is cheaper. So that is how we have seen in the past. Yes, there is always the fear of the unknown. There is always gap in how much knowledge do we have, and that's where I believe the state governments come into play, whereby you can give us access to that data, that what sort of a demand are we looking at. And one very important aspect that we always like to say, right? The madam from Renaissance, she mentioned that there is a difference between the need and the demand. We all know that there is a need, but how much is that actual demand? And trust me, and we have seen this from the past experience, I believe Mr. Verma said earlier in the day for the Bafo pipeline and the Ibadan pipeline. As the gas and energy solutions are made available, the demand only increases, and increases on an exponential level. So what we think today might be a 5,000 megawatt demand would in no time become a 10,000 megawatt demand just because the energy and the gas solutions are available across those corridors. So in the nutshell, in addition to what everybody else has said, I believe collaboration is key. We all need to be open to sharing data with each other on what is the demand, where are the pockets, and how we all can be working together rather than replicating the same thing. And just on concluding on a remark that we all should be working on how we can make it bigger, so that we all get the reason reaction. And that's what it is. We all have to work together and put those in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, we are going the theme of collaboration, which I think is becoming, very what we need to ensure that we boost investor confidence, as well as ensuring that we take advantage of the infrastructure coming up. I would like to we have Isiaku Mohammed, MD Garewa Rice. Please confirm you are online, and if you unmute yourself, and you can have the floor to share your thoughts on any experiences you've had with regards, investing along this corridor, and what you think practical solutions towards, addressing this issue.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me on this platform. I apologize for my absence physically, but I've been on the session since it started in the morning, virtually. Much has been said, but I will just add what my predecessor Alhaji had said. I would like to speak to the issue of cost and the investment profile of going into this project. For us, especially. For example, if you take my company alone, our demand. Because thank you for having me about the demand and I apologize for my absence. Our potential at now stand at about since it started in the morning megawatts of energy. And that will keep growing. That is just what I do. And mind you, Gerawa is a group of companies. Mill, we have the oil mill, then we have other projects coming on the streamline, which is just in a few months to come. So by and large, we will have a need of about, say, up to 15 to 20 megawatts of energy. But the conundrum where the issue stands is that for every investor into such kind of projects, beyond infrastructure, beyond so many achievements, the issue will also go back to this issue of sunk
technical issue. I'm not hearing you correctly. So if you just, are we? Just pause a bit. It's repeating. We're having a repetition of what you've said earlier.
Hello.
Technical team, please let us know when he's good.
Regulations and what have
Hello, Alhaji Isiaku Mohammed. Unfortunately, your network has frozen. So we'll just go ahead, considering we're running out of time. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the plan, you've heard from the panel of eminent investors along the AKK corridor, enumerating some of the challenges they've experienced, and also talking around the recommendations, one of it being collaboration, ensuring all the stakeholders are collaborating together. So not just investors themselves, but also with state governments and various regulatory bodies. There was also issues around information and data sharing. So I think one of the key takeaways from here will be, how can we make that even more accessible? who will be responsible for having all the key information that investors can access. Right? I think I heard about a one-stop shop earlier today, and that investors can have all access to information that will enable them to make the right investment decisions. But just to please help appreciate this panel. It's not easy. Most of them had invested even before this remarkable project started becoming a reality. And we're looking forward to them to keep doubling down on their investments along this corridor as this project comes to fruition. So thank you very much, panel of investors. And I don't know, do we have 2-3 minutes for questions? Okay, I hear there's no time. So thank you very much, everyone, and look forward to Mr. Isiaku, apologies we couldn't take the remaining of your session, but I'm sure if you have any further thoughts, you can share directly with the organizers of this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for not skipping to time. Our time is fast spent. I think you did almost double of your time. Yes. Thank you very much to the panelists. Please, you have your photograph, your photo session now. Cameraman, are you set? And then we will move straight on to the last panel session for today. I know that our time is fast spent and we are quite exhausted. So just give us a few more minutes, and I hope that the next panel will keep to time as well. So for the 5th panel session for today, we have the enablers to significantly grow gas supply to AKK. So to moderate this panel session is Mr. Adedamola Adegun from NEPL. Mr. Adedamola. You're welcome. Okay, you can use that microphone. So please, 20 minutes or less. Thank you very much.
I think if we are still here by this time and still in this session, we all deserve a round of applause. I think if you are still here, another round of applause for everybody here. And if you are online, you can give yourself an online round of applause also. All right, thanks so much for coming. This is a big shoe I'm wearing. A board member has been sitting here today. So this is a big seat I'm sitting, and our former orgas, GDs, have been sitting here also today. It's an honor to be sitting here today. This is the last panel, so we'll make this as short and less painful as possible. And the topic is very clear. It's enabling gas supply for AKK. I'll be inviting a very erudite panel to deal with this issue this evening. And please join me in welcoming them with a loud applause. I know time is fast spent. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Funto Annan of Renaissance to the panel. Let's give her a bigger round of applause. To follow her would be Mrs. Ekundayo Akimoyo of NEPL. All right. I would also invite Mrs. Yetunde Taiwo of First EMP to the panel. And then lastly, I would invite Mr. Ravin Charan V of Sterling Oil Group. A big round of applause for him too. Yes, thank you so much. All right, a very, very gender-balanced panel that we have this evening. Imbalanced? Oh, all right. I think the women are winning this night, right? All right, great. Let's give a round of applause for our women. It's been a long time. We've always wanted to have women leaders in the industry, and it's a pleasure for me to be here this evening, to be here before all of you. And I think the assignment is very, very straightforward. we want to talk about what needs to be done to get gas into AKK. There's been a lot of conversation around how do we get gas into AKK and how do we get around this. So the first question I would like to ask you, Madam Mrs. Funto, is because before gas is supplied, someone needs to build those infrastructure. The upstream infrastructure needed to supply this gas. What's your take about how we can incentivize the building of this upstream infrastructure that would supply the midstream and then up to downstream?
So, indeed, we're quite clear that gas is an end-to-end commodity. There is no drilling of a NAG well, a non-associated gas well, without already having line of sight, to the end user, actually. So it's really very important for the upstream section of the business to be incentivized to actually begin to drill those wells timely to feed the pipeline that we are celebrating today. From the Renaissance point of view, our vision, one of the key pillars of our vision is energy security and also industrialization. And that keys very well with what AKK is built for. So what we look to in terms of infrastructure is more connectivity. In order for AKK to be filled, we're going to need more volumes. And there are several projects that are currently stranded, not because they cannot bring in value, but because either the pipeline cost is going to sink the project, or we don't have credible, bankable off-takers that will, we know that we can count on to meet us pace for pace in terms of those infrastructure. So we're looking for pipelines. We're looking to ensure OB3. I mean, when we're talking AKK, AKK is only half what it has the potential to be, until you have OB3 as well. So congratulations on the fact that we have crossed the Red Sea with AKK, but we need to, do likewise for OB3 to ensure that that gas flows all the way to Oben and then up the axis we're looking at.
All right, thank you so much. The downstream people need assurance of gas supply. The upstream people are saying we need assurance of gas demand. So that means there is a link, and I think that's the essence of this forum, to bring everyone together and bring the fuzzy picture, make it clearer, right? But and this is for the EDGDD NEPL, this question is around policies and regulations. From your perspective, what policies and regulations do you think needs to be in place or tweaked or amended to be able to ensure that gas supply is increased to the AKK?
Hello? Okay, good. Good evening. Thank you. I think, first of all, we have to appreciate the president. He's done a lot in the oil and gas space. A number of executive orders have been issued and ordered to enable and encourage both upstream players as well as midstream and downstream players to invest. So I think we really need to appreciate the government for doing that. Following on that, the executive order that has a tax incentives specifically for gas projects expires in 2027. So there will be a call from the upstream supplier, particularly for that to be extended. By the very nature of upstream development, even if with the best intentions, aggressive development, you could do it within 2.5 years. We're already half year of 2025 is gone. So if we look at 2027, can we really meet that target of 2027 with where we're at? Unless we look at project supply sources that are already FID'd, which are not that many. So to encourage upstream suppliers, people like ourselves, Renaissance, etc., I think the government should look at extending the executive order. The second thing, really, from a regulatory point of view, is to look at the regulators, NUPRC, NMDPRA. Look specifically at the processes, approval processes, license processes. Are there duplications? Because sometimes we find delays in getting approvals with our partners, in getting approvals out. We find sometimes that you're submitting, upstream players, midstream players, you're submitting the same documentation over and over again. So perhaps the government also needs to look at that. How can we streamline the application processes for licenses, for project approvals, making sure that both within the regulatory space, things are standardized. Standardization comes digital solutions. We can have online platforms. So you want to build a gas plant, or you want to build an upstream, you want to develop your upstream gas supply sources, just go online to make it easier. We've talked a bit, there was a panel earlier that talked about ease of doing business in Nigeria. To make it easier for all the players, both the producers, which is one of ourselves, as well as the investors, to apply, just go online, apply, and and have some level of time bound, so that within a reasonable range of time, your approvals and licenses can come out. And that really should encourage and would encourage investors in the gas space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you made a very valid point around the executive order being extended. I think that's valid, because if AKK is coming next year and we need a lot of gas to go in, people should have certainty that that EO will not expire right in the middle, right? That's a very valid point. And your point about also regulatory speed, very critical. So that takes me now to the next question from Mrs. Yetunde Taiwo around incentives, right? It's never enough, I guess, but what are your thoughts around incentives, fiscal incentives, whatever incentives you think might be useful to drive gas, because gas needs pressure. And in this case, what are the incentives that you want to use to drive it into that pipeline and take it up to the north?
So I have, excuse me, I have a view that among all the sectors of the gas value chain, that the upstream has really been incentivized quite a lot. I mean, if you think about the days of ACFA, I mean, gas projects have 5 years tax holiday, no duties on imported infrastructure, and then you just mentioned the fiscal incentives that just came last year. So in my view, I think in terms of incentives, we have them. What we need to do is to look at those other factors that really prevent the upstream from opening that tap, and there are quite a lot. So if you think about getting gas to AKK in particular, I believe that since already there are some anchor customers in Kaduna, Kano, Abuja, mainly power plants, we can look at a concept where we link those anchor customers to anchor suppliers. So in other words, NNPC can start looking at select suppliers who can be anchor suppliers to AKK, and then come up with a package that addresses all those issues. So there's the issue of pricing. So instead of saying you are looking for incentives so that suppliers can actually start sending gas to AKK, come up with a package. Funding, the regulatory hurdles that she talked about. So like a one-stop package for certain anchor gas suppliers, at least to start the process of sending gas to AKK. And on the back of that, I believe other suppliers will start following. So it's something I think that we can explore. I mean, there should be a means of identifying who those anchor suppliers are. I mean, clearly they have to be onshore players. I mean, it wouldn't make sense going to offshore gas developers and telling them bring in gas, because it's going to be quite expensive. But really, on the onshore today, we have gas assets that are being operated by players who will come to the table if a package is being put to them. I wouldn't want to call it incentives because it's always about fiscals, and it's not just that. There are a whole lot of other things that are preventing the upstream from, opening the tap, like I said. And that can be presented in a package that attracts the right kind of upstream players to actually start sending gas to AKK. I mean, that's my view.
I think that's a very interesting one. What you're suggesting is we package the anchor customers and then bundle them with the upstream suppliers, and then maybe probably whatever you want to apply to those ones, those are really foundational off-takers. I think that's a very, very fascinating idea that we need to tinker with, and that can help stimulate our demand. We all know it's there, but to materialize it, I think that's it. So, Mr. Ravi, you know about demand, you know about the market. So I'm going to ask you a question about market demand. And you work for Sterling, right, who has been quite aggressive about gas sales, probably the most aggressive in recent years. How do you think about market demand for gas around, not just around Nigeria, but with reference to AKK? From your experience, you've been able to sell all you've been producing. Talk about market demand and how you see it as an upstream supplier.
All know, with our respected big brother NNPC partnership, we are producing about 350 million cups of gas. And when we are just operating the plant at the normal capacity, as far as the gas supply is concerned, it's completely the main enabler is demand. If there is going to be it is how to grow the gas capacity per se in upstream, which is entirely depending on the demand. I respect the issues which is being faced in midstream and downstream, which is having some sort of a variable which is affecting the demand. It's possible. But the fluctuations can go on hit back in upstream of doing final investment decision to grow the well-head potential of gas. That's where it comes and stands, right? If I'm not going to have a clear picture of demand for consistent period of time, not for a long period of time. The government of Nigeria has given a wonderful tax credit benefit with this, and it is an idea of bringing energy through gas as quick as possible for the country so that every one of us realize the benefit, whether it is whichever the stream it is, right? But as far as upstream is concerned, growing gas potential or growing gas supply is also parallelly important. That need to come much before the lean time of what actually the end user is going to use. It may be 3 or 4 years, right? You have to take final investment decision of going and finding gas, drilling for gas, doing appraisal for gas, establish the reserves, and try to have a consistent supply for the demand. You can't say that 1 year we give, and after that, there is a big gap between the supply and demand, If supply fails, the system is going to fly. If demand fails, but what our experience says, the fluctuations are there with due respect to the issues what other sectors are facing, which is there. So what is actually well-head potential you build with a lot of investment in upstream, which is going to lie idle for quite some time, which is a money spent, money not earned, So that is an issue. The good part is, actually, this is not going to get mitigated. It has to be managed. This is a very big uncertainty which is prevailing. The supply guys, as you rightly said, think about demand. The demand, supply, where is supply is there? What type of supply I'm going to have. Both are having equal issues. But the biggest good thing is, ultimately, if we are going to manage, the concerned authorities are going to just study this in a specific way, how the demand is going to go. If the demand is going to go, it is several sectors need to be attached to it. Like, AKK trunk pipeline, which should be connected to spur pipeline, what is happening, and distribution lines are just really happening on that front or not, which is also going to affect the demand, in a big way, if it is not going to go to the ultimate end user, right? So which is, in a linked fashion, it is going to just percolate and affect really the upstream with reference to the final investment decision of growing the supply, right? In a constructive way. This is one thing which I'm not very good at midstream and downstream. Issues are many, I heard. I learned quite a lot. But definitely, the country is blessed with a lot of gas, and energy is lying with the gas. And we are all talking to solve that, together in a multidisciplinary or integrated approach. So definitely some solutions will come, but for me, industry, power, and their establishments in the downstream of ultimately taking the gas need to be established, and with some sort of band. If I'm going to justify, then a lot of upstream companies will come and try to build a well-head capacity for supply of gas, and that's going to be the main enabler, in my opinion.
Okay, so thanks so much for that. I'll stay with you, Mr. Ravi. I have one more question. A lot of gas fields in Nigeria are small in size. You're a subsurface man, 300 BCF, 400 BCF in pockets, right? In different stranded pockets. And you have a big gas field. So I want to believe not all your reserves are well organized. What's your take, under 30 seconds? How do you think we can manage to bring all the small and stranded fields together under 30 seconds?
It is absolutely possible. What you need to take control on in the cost. The moment you take control on the cost, you may be able to bring smaller reserves as reserves. Otherwise, it's not reserves. It's going to lie in the ground, right? So the main thing is, if you try to control the cost for finding oil or gas, in this case, gas. Generally, what I have seen, with my little experience in Nigeria, your gas reservoirs are comparatively, gas is there at the deeper level also, I'm not denying that. But most of the reservoirs of smaller volume, what you are talking about, is going to be at a very shallow depth. Try to work on well engineering, well planning to cut down the cost as minimum as possible so that that reserves is going to come. That potential of smaller volume, adding together, as pennies, it's going to make billions, right? That's what we have seen in our experience, And definitely it is going to come a big handy way, and we may be able to put a couple of wells and produce that, even small operators, yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So it's about keeping your costs low, right? When you're doing these small and stranded gas assets. We don't have a lot of time. It's 4:24 now, just 4 minutes plus for us to close. So I think we'll just take our final thoughts on this topic, unless the audience say we shall stretch it by another 1 hour. But I don't think the audience has appetite for that. So Mrs. Taiwo, give us your final thoughts. I'll take that as a final thought, Mr. Ravi. Or do you have anything to add to the conversation? Okay, make it.
So
you're
I'll
good,
just
right?
continue
Okay, Mrs. Taiwo, please.
I'll continue from where he stopped.
Yeah.
About smaller or marginal fields coming together. I think the concept of having hub development should actually be our foremost, will I say our basic model, really. Because smaller fields, like he did mention, they can ride on bigger fields. You understand? So once we have that collaborative nature or that collaborative model where, one central processing facility can serve multiple fields, it actually reduces the cost that he's talking about. Absolutely. And it allows more fields come on stream in a shorter time with less capital. So the concept of having hubs should be like the basic thing that we do going forward, especially for gas, because gas investments are quite capital intensive. And if you share, it's like the economics of scale, you can actually bring more using the same capital outlay. So I would end with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Ma?
This is actually interesting because I sit down there and just smile. 2008, this was exactly the concept of the gas master plan. Cluster concept, big central processing facilities and infrastructure and gathering systems, so people don't have to have pocket holes, all the IOCs and all the asset owners. So it's interesting, 18 years back, that was the thinking. We're 18 years forward and we're still saying exactly the same thing. So I think really the message is it's time to do, enough talking. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so I would want to touch on funding. In the oil space, there are funding models where a shipper, a trader funds a project and gets paid from the proceeds thereof. And that's something that we need to consider in the gas space. We're looking at AKK. There's need for a lot of industry to be built around the supply that we're looking to get. So where you have upstream players that are ready to fund and participate further downstream, the word incentive now sounds a bit, but yeah, incentivize them to do that, to not just operate, in the upstream, but also to join the industrialization, process and also in the midstream. And that's one of those areas that Renaissance is gearing up to partake of.
That's interesting. I think that's an interesting one. What I hear you say is upstream people should start thinking about their own downstream businesses.
Absolutely.
Right? So you are upstream. Once you are involved along the chain, you can then manage your process, manage your cost, and at the end of the day, we get gas to flow in. I think that's a very important one. Ma, you also made a point around clustering of some of this gas processing infrastructure. I think there are things we need to look at. Maybe some of the countries use what they call the master limited partnerships, where the guys who have those infrastructure are tax-free entities, and then they're able to gather some of this gas, and then they're able to bring it out. So those are some of the fine ideas that's come from the upstream players this evening. And I think this will be the end of the panel. Thank you so much, audience, for listening. All right. Do we have time for questions? One or two, if there is. Just one question.
If we have someone online, we'll please take the person. No one? Okay, thank you. So one person, Connor, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I must say that the conversation has been very enlightening and quite educative, and the moderation has been super, I must say. But there's an aspect that we haven't looked at, and that is the aspect of application of technology. In all this, if we continue to do things the traditional way, we'll continue to get suboptimal results. And that's one thing I think we should take home with us tonight. The second one is about the regulation. The world has actually started doing more of horizontal wells, multilateral wells, but we still have some regulatory issues. We are still stuck in the old way. If metering is the issue with multilateral wells, we can unlock that. There are countries that are doing that now, and they are getting away with it, with improved production, lower costs, and all that. So if we are serious about moving Nigeria forward in terms of gas, we need to unlock some of these limiting issues, particularly around the regulatory functions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a comment. I'm not sure there are any other questions. The good thing about doing late panels like this is you don't get too many questions. I think that will be the end of the panel for us here. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you very much, Adedamola, and our able panel members. So we will have the photos now, please. Our cameraman. Yes. So as they go on with that, we'll finally come gradually to the end of today's session. And I know we are all quite exhausted, but in a few minutes, we will leave this place. So permit me to welcome Mr. Murtala Ghazali and Kufre to give us the action list and wrap up, and also the recap and major takeaways. A round of applause for the team, please.
Thank you, Madam Gloria. Thank you, Madam Gloria, for the wonderful job so far. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you, and permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am Ghazal Ahmad. Together with me, we have Mr. Kufre. So we'll be taking, I know we have had a lot. This has been a really well-packed session for today. I know the information may be too much, but I know we are all industry players here, so we are well aligned with what has been all the conversations. So as a way of giving us a recap, we'll take the recap with the key takeaways first, and then we'll wrap up with the action items, because the essence of this conversation is not just to stop here, it's actually to progress towards execution and operational excellence. So we want to see by the next time we're meeting again, a lot of these actions have been ticked, they have been executed. That is the whole idea of this conversation. So as a way of recapping, this session opened with the GCEO's remark, and the main key takeaways from his remark, he actually told us that the AKK is positioned as an opportunity, as an enabler for economic and social development of Nigeria, especially the northern part of Nigeria. As we know, the AKK covers traverse from Kogi State through FCT, some parts of Niger to Kaduna, and then up to Kano with the terminal end, and then with the intention for extension to form part of the Trans-Nigerian pipeline. So it is an economic enabler with a lot of opportunities on our economic development, ranging from industrial parks, power usage, our gas-based industries, and then mobility, CNG, among other areas. So NNPC, the GCO reaffirmed NNPC's commitment towards ensuring this kind of projects are really executed in time and that they benefit the entire populace and they key into the national agenda. And then he also talked about using gas being the transitional fuel for Nigeria as part of our commitment to the Paris Agreement, how it will help us in saving, reducing our emission, and a lot of other things. This is actually meant to be a summary, so we'll not go through all that. And then after that, the host of this event, EVP Gas Power and New Energies, gave a presentation on the commercial opportunities on AKK, and he also focused on the opportunities, economic opportunities, and social impacts of this project, just like the GCEO has told us earlier on. And then we had a conversation by the actual owners of the process, the AKK, NGIC, delivered by the MD, Mr. Audu Ibrahim, where he gave us an overview about the AKK itself, being a gas pipeline 40 inches by 614 kilometers, which is expected to deliver 2.2 BCF of gas per day of that capacity. And it is part of the initiatives to support the decade of gas, and it's also part of the TNP. And the overall progress of this project is about 86% completion, with the segment 2 being mechanically completed and tested, and the segment 1, a lot of mobilization to sites. The focus is now on segment 1 to make sure that we can deliver our gas up to Kano. And then the pipeline is expected to create like about 5 million direct and indirect jobs. This is to also re-emphasize the socio-economic aspect of this pipeline. There are, of course, a lot of challenges, some challenges faced by this project and some learning points, which include the security challenge, the contracting strategy, and a host of others. The terrain also, the difficult terrain. But all this comes with opportunity, because for us, it's a learning. This will not be our last project. this is, we can't say the beginning, we have a lot of projects already, but we are in the midway, so it's an opportunity for us to learn and implement going further. Now, we had another presentation on GBI by MDGACN, and then the focus of this is actually to enable the development of this sector. And the focus of his presentation was on the alternative or competitive gas pricing for this important industry. And he told us about the current capacity. We have about 6.3 million tons per annum for urea and 0.2 for methanol. And then he told us the model we are working on, which is the ETP, enabling top-up payments, as an alternative pricing model to incentivize the development of incremental gas so that the sector can develop. And then the aim of this model is actually to accelerate the project bankability. So we moved further to NGIC presentation on operational excellence, being the co-operator of this pipeline, and we want to excel and be excellent in all we do. So there are conversations around the operational excellence. Part of it include the digitization of some of our processes, the exit point and metering excellence, or in short, we can say we talked about the network code in a way. So how we intend to operationalize this pipeline and other pipelines within our control in an excellent way. The regulatory compliance, quality assurance, and stakeholder alignment. These were part of the things that were discussed as part of the operational excellence conversation, with continuous improvement being the mantra. We'll be improving continuously. We went further to look at the gas outlook. Where is the gas, how is the gas going to, what is the outlook for the gas supply into this pipeline? Remember the capacity, 2.2 billion scf per day. And then we have a conversation that currently there is a clear line of sight to about 600 million standard cubic feet of gas per day going for into the AKK once completed. NGML has already secured 331 million scf in supply, and NGPIS about 240 for the IPPs. So the future demand has also been talked about with NNPC targeting 10 to 12 BCF per day of gas production by the year 2030. The initial supply to this pipeline will come from ELPS and OB3 once the river crossing has been completed. Of course, there are key enablers to this, and there are some challenges, but all those come with a lot of opportunities. So we'll move further, considering the time, to NGML presentation, which is on marketing and distribution beyond the AKK. And NGML has told us about its current capacity, what we are into. Right now, we have about 540 kilometers of spur line across the country, supplying over 400 direct and indirect customers. Our current delivery, NGML's current delivery ranges between 400 to 500 million scf per day of natural gas, and then we have capacity to do even over 1 BCF. So AKK is one of the ways we're going to augment this. The business model, because this is a business development workshop, so NGML emphasized that we are open for partnerships. We have several business models that include direct supply, strategic alliance, so we're inviting even more partners to see how we can develop these markets, upcoming markets, and deliver gas to that market. So I think this will do for NGML. We'll go forward to NGPIS, the NNPC's power, gas and power investment arm, where the key message is that NNPC is actually open and ready to collaborate with investors. And the presentation actually showed us that there are a lot of gaps which translates to opportunities in the power market of Nigeria, as well as the GBIs. So we are open as NNPC for collaboration. We are open and ever ready, and not just to tell you that this is the opportunity. We are ready to invest and go into the market together. we are here to de-risk it to reasonable extent within what the business will support. And then we had a presentation by one of our regulators, the upstream regulator, and it took us through the current gas production in Nigeria, about 7 per day, BCF per day, to the domestic gas delivery obligation, how it works, and the constraint, with one of the key constraints being the infrastructure. And AKK is one of the infrastructure that will help in delivering this gas. So I think that this will do for the upstream presentation. So we had 5 panel sessions. The first one is on the prospects and spin-offs of this AKK. And the key takeaway here for us is that infrastructure must precede market development. So that infrastructure is here. Now it's about the market development. And then upstream suppliers are committed, but they require pragmatic and commercially viable frameworks and enabling environments. And then the downstream and stakeholders see AKK as a catalyst for industrial revival, job creation, and energy security. All the states that are represented, they have actually shown us how and what they are doing to enable the business growth towards the development of their respective states. And then we moved forward to ease of doing business. And the main takeaway here is that all the states involved, we have Nasarawa State, Kano State, Jigawa states, all of the representatives of the various agencies from these states have shown us their commitment towards making business very easy in the states, how ready and open they are for business, how in terms of creating enabling environment. And the regulators have told us, have given us clarity on some of their regulations, and they have also directed us to where we can find the details of the regulations. These are public information on the NMDPRA website. The next panel discussed on the acceleration of CNG and mini LNG projects along the AKK corridor. And the key recommendations from that, or the key insight from that session include the following: accelerating mini LNG and CNG deployment as advanced party for AKK, using modular and relocatable solutions, so that by the time AKK has reached, AKK is not going to cover the entire northern part of the country. So this CNG and LNG, mini LNGs can now move inward to cater for such areas that are pending when pipeline is available there. So that is the role of this mini LNGs and CNG when AKK is pre-AKK and post-AKK. And then the final session we had, panel session, which is on the upstream side. Of course, when we have the pipeline, we have the market. If we don't have the supply, there is a very huge, not gap. The equation is not balanced at all. It's not even complete. Talk less of balancing. So the whole idea here is about infrastructure and connectivity. So more pipeline connectivity is necessary and essential to ensure delivery and field development, and policy and regulatory streamlining are part of the enablers that will incentivize the upstream producers towards having incremental gas into the domestic market. And then there is also talks about the small and stranded fields and hubs, where aggregating these marginal fields via hub development and shared processing facility, that is where collaboration comes, will actually aid rapid development and also injection into the pipeline. And then integration between the upstream and downstream is also something that is very key. Ladies and gentlemen, we have taken so much time today. I don't want to bore you anymore. I think it's right time I hand over to my colleague for the action items, which I urge all of us to be tracking it. By next time we meet again, come with your list and let's see what we have achieved between now and next time. So Mr. Kufre, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm still standing on existing protocols. Like my colleague has said, we have taken a bit of your time, so I'll just be running through the action items which were extracted from the speeches that we've heard today, the presentations we've heard today, and the panel sessions. And we've divided it in according to actionable parties. So I'll start off with NGIC. So the first action item we have here speaks to completing the installation of the volumetric flow control, custody transfer meters, and digital work order systems to achieve operational excellence and regulatory compliance by the end of 2026. Additionally, we have the expedition or completion of the OB3 river crossing and the AKK main line to unlock additional gas supply to enable full AKK commissioning. Next, we have NGML. So this will be the development and implementation of city gates and distribution pipelines in FCT, Niger, Kaduna, Zaria, and Kano, partnering with state governments and private sector players for infrastructure and virtual delivery, which will be CNG and mini LNG. Next, we have our regulators, NMDPR and NUPRC, which will be continuing collaboration to enforce domestic gas delivery obligations, monitor performance and fast-track approvals for flare capture and new field developments. For the state governments, especially those along the AKK pipeline, we have Kano, Nasarawa, Kaduna, Kogi, FCT, and then Jigawa. So providing land, security, and a one-stop shop for investors, streamlining land acquisition, and facilitating industrial park development all along the AKK corridor. Next, we have the private sector, which captures quite a number of players in the market. So this will be accelerating the deployment of CNG and mini LNG stations, especially underserved northern states, northern markets, and signing execution of gas supply agreements to stimulate demand. Next, we have the NNPC Limited, which will be organizing follow-on market engagement sessions in AKK states, so Kaduna, Kano, Kogi, to align stakeholders and drive project uptake before the December AKK Mega Forum. And second to the last, federal government and the presidency will be to consider the extension of executive orders on gas project tax incentives beyond 2027 and beyond 2029, to support upstream investments for the AKK supply. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, will be the regulators once more, which I'll reiterate are NMDPR and NUPRC, to streamline and digitize approval and licensing processes to reduce delays and improve ease of doing business for gas projects. So that'll be all from me. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you very much, Ghazali and Kufre, for the key takeaways and the recap. So, yes, please. Okay, we had answered that question earlier. Yes, thank you very much. So thank you for the recap and key takeaways. It has been a productive day. You would agree with me. On that note, I'd like to invite for the closing remarks the MD NGIC, Engineer Audu Ibrahim.
So thank you. The day is far gone. Again, just to say thank you for your patience. It's not been easy, but you agree with me that it's a worthwhile session we've had. I mean, I'm better informed about the project I look after, more than I came in here. So again, thank you. So just a brief one, a vote of thanks, and then we can shut the day. Again, it is with great privilege on behalf of the leadership of NNPC to extend our heartfelt vote of thanks to all that participated in the AKK Gas Business Development Forum. So first and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished speakers and panelists. Your insightful presentation and discussion have enriched our knowledge and understanding of the opportunities and challenges within the AKK gas pipeline project. Your expertise has truly enlightened us and will guide our future engagement as we drive the project towards completion. We are also immensely grateful to our sponsors, partners. Your support and commitments have been instrumental in making this forum possible. Thank you for believing in the vision and potentials of the AKK gas pipeline project. To our esteemed delegates and participants, we extend our appreciation to your active involvement and enthusiasm. Your engagement and contribution to the discussions have been invaluable. It is our questions, your question, ideas, and perspective that shape the success of the AKK Business Development Forum. I would also like to acknowledge the relentless effort of the Takeout Media team. You've been phenomenal, you've been wonderful. Your meticulous planning and execution have ensured a seamless experience for all of us today. Your dedication behind the scene has not gone unnoticed. Finally, a special thank you to Brickpoint staff for their hospitality and support, ensuring we were comfortable and well accommodated in the session. As we conclude, let us carry forward the insights, the actions, and the connection made here today. Together, let us drive AKK gas pipeline projects towards success, fostering economic growth and sustainable development for all. Thank you. Again, just to say that this is not the end, it's just the end of today's session. Tomorrow, we have, again, a list of, takeout that are very insightful, and I urge us all to make time to be here tomorrow. It's, again, 8 a.m. tomorrow. We look forward to seeing all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, and have a great day. Sorry? Yes, Okay, so my attention has been, is Takeout Media guys, are they around? And then the in-house team, please. It's important that it's your day, you made this possible. You've been phenomenal, you've been wonderful. It's good that all can see you. Just come out. And as they come out, please applaud them. These guys have been wonderful. Where is Saad? You can't hide. Saad, wherever you are. Saad, the one wearing the pilot stuff, where is he? Come to the stage. Murtala, please. So where's Saad? He's coordinating, sir. He's coordinating. He's the one that drove this ship. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Again, thank you. I will hand over the mic to you, at least just to say a word or two.
All right. Thank you very much for the trust and for the support. This would have not been possible without the wonderful team over here on the stage. So I will encourage everyone here to take a bow. Everyone on stage. And Mr. Saad, where's Mr. Saad? A round of applause to please for Mr. Saad. He's actually was working behind the scenes with us, sleepless nights, till 4 a.m. last night. No one slept on the team trying to make this a success. And we are glad that you all enjoyed it. And we look forward to collaborating more with you along this journey of the AKK. Subsequent tours and subsequent programs, and hopefully the grand event in December. Thank you very much for the trust and support, sir. Another one for the golden voice.
Thank you very much, team. It has been an awesome day. So by the powers bestowed upon me as the MC of this event, I declare this event closed. Thank you very much and have a nice day. I remain Gloria Titilayo Okpara from the Corporate Communications team of NNPC Limited, and it has been an awesome, awesome honor to be the moderator of this event today. Thank you and have a good evening.
It's a wrap. It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. Yeah. No shaking off, yeah. Cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better.